Hello. Our story begins months before the Battle of Coruscant, in a mission with Rex and Padmé to Naboo. There were again warnings of a coming assassination for Senator Amidala. Due to the chances of these threats being real again, Padmé decided to go for a different approach to their protection. Typically, General Skywalker was seen protecting her, and because of this, she decided that she would go with Rex instead, while Anakin took the decoy. Anakin wasn't super thrilled with this, but he trusted Rex more than any other clone. Without Ahsoka around anymore, he was certainly the best choice. Rex and a couple other clones would go undercover with Senator Amidala, so that she could return to Naboo for a meeting regarding policy changes that the Queen wanted to bring within the Senate. As they were traveling between Coruscant and Naboo, Padmé was able to ask Rex about how he was doing, and truthfully speaking, he was having a hard time. He was hurting badly because one of his best friends had been killed by one of their brothers. Padmé had heard of the Fives incident, but from Anakin's perspective. While he showed some compassion for his clone trooper, he was a bit more hostile due to Fives' attempted murder on the Chancellor. Anakin got a little aggressive in his retelling of the story, so she just kinda skewed away from the conversation. Rex had a lot more skin in the game, because it was morally confounding to have one of his brothers kill another one of his brothers, especially for something that didn't deserve death on sight. Rex was able to compassionately tell the story, and explain how everything went down from his point of view. He explained to Padmé that Fives was certainly in the wrong for raising his weapon to Fox, but they had elite training. They were some of the most advanced clones in the entire military. Commander Fox wasn't a commander for no reason, essentially saying. He bossed Zero the Hutt with Padmé earlier in the war. He could have and should have known better than to have his weapons set for kill, especially for a brother. Padmé asked what that could be about, and Rex didn't go much further. He wanted to possibly suggest that Fox's closeness with the Chancellor could have encouraged it. However, his position as a trooper didn't warrant him saying something about that, because it would probably be treasonous. Clones didn't have the rights of normal citizens, so he assumed free speech wouldn't apply to him when referencing Palpatine. Regardless, Padmé had another question, because so much of Fives' case didn't make much sense to her. She asked what happened to him specifically, and Rex's tone changed. This conversation was already hard, but truthfully speaking, talking it out was much better than holding on to it and hoping his feelings around the tragedy would dissipate. But here goes nothing. Rex stumbled through the first few words as he explained that on Kamino, the scientists under Nala Se decided to place inhibitor chips into the minds of the clones. Rex looked upset or frustrated as he told Padmé that these chips were apparently used to maintain the clones' loyalty, to ensure they didn't become free thinkers or too open-minded like their genetic host, basically saying Jango Fett was too wild for an army of clones. Rex continued by telling Padmé that he had a personal belief that these inhibitor chips had a different purpose. The senator asked why that would be, and he explained that Fives' demeanor changed after the removal of his chip. According to some separate report he had heard but didn't know the legitimacy of, apparently at the death of Clone Trooper Top, he said that the nightmares were over. All clones had a series of continuous nightmares, and Rex could understand them, but if Top and Fives removed their inhibitor chips and gained some sense of clearer understanding, then maybe the chips weren't actually made for obedience. Padmé asked if he believed there was a more sinister purpose behind the implementation of the inhibitor chips. Rex told Padmé that he didn't know what it could be, but yes, he did believe that the Kaminoans had some kind of plan that involved the clone army. Being that they were speaking to each other before the Chancellor seized of the intergalactic banking clans' assets, and before Anakin and Obi Wan's mission to Obadiah, there was absolutely no knowledge that Tyrannus was Dooku, the one who created the clone army, so no reason to draw it back to him. But Rex's point still stood, because he believed that these inhibitor chips held a plot that no one had the answer to. Padmé sat silently for a moment and thought about this. After all, she and the Queen were going to be discussing Naboo's stance going forward towards the end of the war. If the Naboo were going to continue siding against the Chancellor, then maybe there was some validity in following this trail, regarding the inhibitor chips. Padmé's thought process was simply this. The situation seemed too perfectly played to make any legitimate sense. Everything went too smoothly in her own eyes. How could an inoculation get rolled out so quickly? How could the Senate not be informed of this event? Why was Fox's weapon set to kill? He didn't even do that with Zero, if she remembered correctly. She explained that she would bring this up to the Queen and discuss potentially investigating this case. Rex just asked that she not refer him in this because it could cause problems in his own life. She had no issue avoiding that, as she promised that this wasn't her first time doing an investigation. They continued talking through it, getting all the details Padmé needed to further conduct an investigation. Rex gave her all the details she needed, and when she returned to her home planet, she brought the information before her leader. Queen Apolliana was one of Naboo's youngest leaders, being 12 at her election and now only 13. Padmé and Apollina spoke about their decisions regarding the proposed movements against Palpatine's regime within the delegation of 2000. Padmé had a lot to say regarding it, and while it was challenging to oppose someone who was once the representative of Naboo, it seemed that their allegiances had shifted since the beginning of the war. This wasn't the Queen or Senator proposing that Palpatine needed to focus on Naboo's prosperity, but being that he was Senator during the crisis with the Federation, he seemingly had no issue going to war without trying to find peace. This delegation of 2000 movement more accurately represented Naboo than anything during Palpatine's time as Senator. As the Queen confirmed Padmé's objective upon returning to Coruscant, the two of them separated themselves from Apollina's advisors. Padmé had to ask an important question. Most of the discussions had been with the advisors, Queen and Padmé herself. Now they were speaking with each other, as Amidala believed this conversation needed to be private. She told the Queen that she had fears about the Chancellor's control over the clone army. Padmé wasn't wild enough to believe that Palpatine was involved in the creation of the clone army, and wouldn't dare suggest it. Rather, she believed that Palpatine and the Kaminoans had made a deal following the Battle of Geonosis. She believed the Kaminoan scientists left in control over the clone army placed inhibitor chips with designated orders, ones that could be programmed and reprogrammed to whoever was the highest bidder. In Amidala's mind, it was an assurance to ensure the Kaminoans remained in power with the Republic or whoever else was the highest bidder. Padmé stopped and turned to the Queen, expressing that she had fears that Palpatine would try and cement his stay within the Republic following the war. At only 13, Queen Apollina felt drastically concerned about the possibility of that reality. She stopped and looked uncertain, as she told Padmé that she could propose an investigation into Kamino, but the issue is, they couldn't have the investigators come from the royal house. Apollina told Padmé that they'd have to wire transactions out to a private contractor and then have them pay off the investigators who came from the private sector from another star system. Padmé understood why Apollina wanted to go this route, because she would have done the same, but she was very grateful for the Queen's support in this idea. Following her meeting with the Queen, she would prepare for her return to Coruscant, this time accompanied by Anakin and Rex. No one spoke about the Fives incident, and despite Padmé wanting to confirm the continuation of the investigation, to make sure that Fives' life wasn't wasted for nothing, she decided against it. Rex didn't need to know. He could get in serious trouble if anyone found out he told her. Anakin wasn't in the need to know either, because of his loyalties to the Chancellor and how they could supersede the importance of such an investigation. To keep this close to the chest was the most important thing she could do for the time being. Her return to Coruscant would begin more political deliberations as she returned to the delegation of 2000, firming her position as a leader of sorts of their cause. Amidala rallied the people around the Queen's messaging to make sure she best represented the planet she came from and what the delegation wished to accomplish. Padmé laid out a long-term plan that could effectively establish the delegation as a powerhouse in the Senate, potentially even usurping Palpatine democratically, and give them a chance to run one of their members for the role of Chancellor. The hope for the delegation was to establish a coalition that could more reliably represent the people. This, at the end of the day, was Padmé's highest regarded concern. There was a lot more control in this than the potential of an investigation. There were too many unknowns with the Kamino mission. The next several months of Padmé's life would return to normalcy. She didn't receive any updates regarding the clone army, the Kaminoans, or the Fives case. It wasn't that she forgot about it, because Padmé always wore the burden of people she tried to care for on her heart, but it just kind of passed her mind. Someone as friendly to her as Rex was someone she didn't want to let down as it was. But alas, the entire situation was out of her control, despite what she wanted. However, shortly following the Battle of Coruscant, she would be approached by an individual inside of her offices. It was after she met and canoodled Anakin in broad daylight behind a pillar inside the executive building. As the sun was setting on the day, she was addressing some final notations to a couple documents the delegation was trying to forward. Her eyes were heavy and her mind tired. Her pregnancy was weighing her down, but she was dedicated to her constituents and the Republic with her full heart. Padmé's office hours were closed, so when a shrouded individual walked into her room, she was very confused. Initially, she wasn't thrilled because she looked up and saw someone coming in. Padmé spoke up lightly and explained that her office hours were closed, but if the individual had a letter or hologram, she would read it in the morning. Or, if they had time the following day, she'd like to ask that they come back tomorrow. The individual stopped at the doorway and tapped the door, closing it behind them. Padmé immediately grabbed her pistol, as the individual told her that the mission was complete. The Kaminoans were hiding more than anyone should know. Padmé eased up, asking if they were the investigator. A slight nod came following the question, as the individual laid a hologram, datapad, and a few other pieces of proof on the table. Padmé thanked the individual, who again nodded, before disappearing out of the room into the night. Padmé finished off her few documents before contacting Anakin, telling him that she'd be home a little later than she anticipated. He was fine with that. He'd do something else while he waited. Padmé was appreciative for his understanding as she turned off the communication and opened up the hologram while scanning over the datapad. Various replays started to slowly play off their information. Some of them informed her of the inhibitor chips, others of Tyrannus, even some confirming that the Fives incident was controlled, thanks to help from the Chancellor. Many of these documents were highly encrypted, so the people hired by the Queen were paid top dollar to break into Kamino and get a hold of these documents. Padmé's heart sunk lower and lower into her body as she looked at all the information presented here. She couldn't believe what she was reading and hearing. These inhibitor chips were the key to controlling the war. As Padmé was reading through these documents given to her, the door opened and she jumped viciously. Bail Organa was so startled by her reaction that he jumped too, as he asked if she was okay, closing the door behind him as he walked in. Padmé took a deep breath and sat down, panting a little. Bail looked at her with concern, asking why she was so on edge. Padmé pointed at the documents she just read over, as the Kaminoan lead scientist continued to speak in the background on hologram. Bail spoke aloud while he was reading over the documents, telling her that he approved her signatures on the delegation committee bills. She smiled and nodded, while still trying to catch her breath. She didn't realize it in the moment, but she wasn't even breathing while she was reading these documents. She was in a deep panic, holding her heart in her hand, as she felt surreal fear wash over her. Bail's expression of joy over the delegation signatures vanished, as his tone expressed that of disgust, but even more than that, terror. He looked over to her as he paused Nalase's hologram and set the documents down before sitting down next to her. He asked her how she got a hold of these files, and she explained everything in short detail to him. By the time she was finished, her heart rate had slowed down and she was again breathing normally. Bail understood why she never told anyone, and felt no need to ask why she had never shared this information of the mission with anyone else, aside from the Queen. Bail looked at the datapad again and asked her what they were going to do about these orders. They could legitimately change the entire direction of the Clone War. What if someone like Grievous got a hold of these plans? Padmé shook her head, believing that there was something else going on here. It couldn't be as simple as them versus us. Bail raised his shoulders a little, trying to understand what she was proposing. Padmé wasn't sure herself, but she knew that there was something else going on here, reminding him of the fact that Palpatine was involved somehow. She believed that, and maybe this is far-fetched, but she believed that whoever Tyrannus was worked for the Separatists, but built the clone army. This Tyrannus individual ensured that the Kaminoans would become loyal to the highest bidder, so he funded an army, divided the galaxy, and knew that Palpatine would sink into a corrupt state. With the power of these contingencies in his control, he could determine the fate of the war however he wanted. Padmé didn't believe that Palpatine knew who Tyrannus was, but she believed that the man who created the clone army was someone who profited off the war. She believed one of the various war dogs who inherited an arms company or invested into one during a period of peace decided to do this, and then made huge profits when the war started. However, Padmé wanted to state that Tyrannus was not her main concern. As many of their allies within the delegation of 2000 had come to believe, Palpatine was their greatest worry. His control over the Senate, the intergalactic banking clans, and various other subsections of democracy were concerning. These executive orders could very well be sitting on his desk, and Padmé feared that the Jedi would be the perfect scapegoats for his rise to ultimate power. Bail watched her closely, thought quietly, and then confirmed that he agreed with her beliefs. So then, he asked, what were they going to do about it? She looked across the room and told him that she would take all this information back to her apartment. They had a meeting in the following day, so she would propose that they do something during said meeting. After the fact, they could make a decision. Until then, she would hide this away and make sure no one else was aware of it. Bill thought this would be rather prudent and agreed, getting up and stepping out of the room, wishing her a good night. Senator Amidala would return to her apartment where Anakin was waiting. She was of course happy to see him, but now there was a great concern on her mind. The plans she read were much worse than she could have ever anticipated. Rex was on Mandalore, so she couldn't really gain a close perspective on these orders, but she knew that Rex was clearly unaware of them. He believed the inhibitor chips were just for controlling the clones, obedience if you will, just to make them more dormant, not to tell them to follow random orders. Padmé had yet to read through orders past number 43, but what she had already seen was horrific. This affected her mind more than she wanted it to. She hadn't seen Anakin in months. The war was excruciating on the mind. There were whispers that he'd been killed in combat, and now these executive orders. She didn't know what to do. Anakin picked up on her very on-edge emotions. She wasn't very upbeat or super excited. He asked if she was okay, in hopes that their relationship wasn't the problem. Well, she had answers, ones that completely changed his mindset as well. Padmé explained that there was an individual named Tyrannus, who was responsible for the creation of the clone army. He had a list of executive orders that completely changed the status of the galaxy, and she believed that those orders belonged to the executive power in the Republic, i.e. Palpatine. Anakin was first drawn in by Tyrannus, because a couple months before the Battle of Coruscant, he and Obi Wan learned that Dooku was Tyrannus, and he was involved with the creation of the clone army. Padmé's heart sunk even lower. She was kinda right. She believed that Tyrannus had given the Kaminoans executive orders so that they could be used against the Republic, and she was kind of right. Now she had her own questions about what Palpatine knew, but she didn't want to address them here in front of Anakin. They disagreed about the Chancellor because of how close Anakin and Sheev were. She understood why he emotionally latched onto Palpatine, but still, politically, he was gaining too much power, especially after the Scipio situation with the banking clans. Regardless, she twisted the conversation to focus on Dooku, and asked about when he learned of this. Anakin told her the whole story and how the Jedi Council refused to tell Palpatine about it. Even more ironic, as much as Anakin disagreed with it, he also didn't tell Palpatine. This left Padmé believing two alternative possibilities. Either Palpatine was in on the joke and knew about Dooku's involvement and didn't care, or he was simply too ignorant to see the potential threat with these executive orders and what they posed for the democracy. She begrudgingly believed that it was the former. Since her meeting with Queen Apolana, she had seen Palpatine's power grow more abundant as his interests seemed more self-focused rather than Republic-oriented. This concerned her greatly, but instead of allowing these plaguing feelings to ruin their night, Padmé told Anakin that she wanted to forget about it for the time being. They hadn't seen each other in forever, and it was time for them to actually enjoy the other's company. Anakin missed her so desperately, so he could care less about the conversation regarding Dooku. In his mind, it was out of his hands, but if the opportunity presented itself, he might bring it up to the Jedi the following day. Their night would go great. Both would be happy until Anakin's nightmares. These dreams would force Anakin to neglect the whole executive orders thing that Padmé referenced from the day before. His concerns now consisted of saving his wife and his new appointment to the High Council. Senator Amidala, on the other hand, had a much more exciting day of meetings inside various buildings, the executive and senate buildings as well as her own apartment. The one at home was the one she was most excited about. She held a meeting with her closest allies within the delegation. They continued their conversations revolving around their attempts to take down Chancellor Palpatine. His influence worried them, and they needed to stop it from destroying their democracy. Padmé, between meetings, was able to fully comprehend most of all the data given to her from the Queen's mission. Thanks to her studies and her time as a senator and queen, she was capable enough to finish it before the final meeting with the delegation in her apartment. When they finished their basic discussion, she revealed her previous secret mission and what it told her about Palpatine. There was something sinister growing, and then she showed off each of the contingency orders, especially the ones she was most concerned about. Some of these included capturing an entire population, planting the Chancellor into the ultimate role of power, and many other forms of absolute destruction. She worried for the Jedi, the Senate, and the local governments around the galaxy specifically. The delegation looked over their options, read through the datapads, watched holograms, and discussed everything they could about the decision they would come to. In the end, Padmé would be left with genuine disappointment. The delegation members revered themselves as more morally superior than Palpatine and his allies. They decided that instead of a quick fix to every potential problem, that they, in the following days, would like to personally address the Chancellor about these orders and even make them apparent to him. They believed his response could hold him politically liable, so they were eager to try and draw him into a trap. When her allies left, she sat defeated for a moment. All of her work in the last couple years to save the Republic and end the war had just come to a conclusion during that session. Her allies and even her friends were so dedicated to their moral high ground that they couldn't see the opportunity to throw away the oligarch of the Republic. Palpatine's power had gone too far, and with literal proof that Dooku was involved, they rejected her notions to try and stop him through whatever means necessary. The worst part is, Padmé wasn't even suggesting the implementation of Order 65. She was suggesting that they use an alternative order that called for the Chancellor's capture so that they could resume diplomacy. Instead of returning to the Senate or executive buildings, she canceled the rest of her meetings for the day and waited inside of her apartment. She knew that Anakin would come to visit her at another point during the day, and she hoped that his day was better than her own. When he eventually did return, that was clearly not the case, and it didn't make her feel any better about the decision of the delegation and what they were going forward with. What really did her head in was the fact that Anakin got nasty with her over literally nothing. They were talking about their days, and she mentioned that perhaps they were serving the wrong side. And surely after he confessed about the Council's decisions in the past few months and couple hours, that he would have seen her point. But no, he got feisty, stood up, and stormed to the middle of the room and turned around, calling her a separatist. This irritated her more than words could say, because why was he doing this? They were having a conversation. This wasn't how one should respond to a simple conversation. But regardless, they made up and he went to the opera with his friend Palpatine. Leaving her alone to her thoughts following that outburst and even makeup really made her consider her morals. She understood why the delegation members refused to go along with capturing Palpatine, but was she able to refuse having him executed? Her husband was being held back by Palpatine. Palpatine was the manipulator, and that outburst came from a place of frustration. But she knew better than anyone that Anakin didn't know their system. He said so on Naboo. Padmé was fed up with this. She hated the way that Palpatine influenced Anakin. She resented the complacency of her own coalition, and she couldn't stand the direction of the Republic. She felt validated in her own thoughts that joining the Separatists, or that being with this government at the very least, was the wrong decision. So now, basking in her thoughts alone, she decided that taking control over the future of the Republic should be in her hands. The next 24 hours would be slow and grueling, but she didn't want to hit Palpatine with the order while he was at the opera with Anakin. That wasn't necessary. She didn't want anyone to get harmed for no reason, especially Anakin. So she called the order in when Anakin was meeting with Palpatine the following day. It was the same meeting where Skywalker informed the Chancellor about Obi-Wan's fight with General Grievous ensuing. Padmé didn't know he was there. She was sitting inside of her apartment. Anakin had left for the temple, and she believed it had been enough time for him to get to the temple and get situated. In other words, she got distracted as a means to keep her heart rate at a low. She was very anxious about doing this. She had Fox's personal contact information from the hunt for Zero, but she refused to use it until now. Padmé wore an elegant green robe, one with golden edges as she settled into her seat. She picked up a communication device and looked at it. Across the city, Anakin's lightsaber was ignited, facing Palpatine, and she was completely unaware of this. Padmé turned the device on and toggled Commander Fox. She looked back down at the list that she was given by the spy and scanned the words for the executive order she wished to use. Her eyes landed on 65 and she took a deep breath. A voice from the other end of the communication called out to her, asking Senator Amidala what he could do for her. She spoke to Commander Fox, asking how he was, and he questioningly responded with, "Alright." He listened for her to say something, and silence sat between him and the communication. She then said the words, asking if he could initiate Executive Order 65. Commander Fox responded at attention, informing the senator that they would get right on the task. Commander Fox was in the senatorial district as it was, so he loaded up all of his men into LAAT gunships and called out all available units to meet him at the executive building. When the Coruscant arrived in force, Anakin was storming away into his own vessel, so that he could return to the temple. He didn't even acknowledge the gathering of Republic troopers. Fox ordered his men to go around the temple and prepare gunships, just in case the Chancellor tried to escape. 5 gunships lifted off into the air and prepared to surround the office, on Fox's word. He led the men around the corner at double time down the corridor, and left a good number of those men outside of the office. When Fox entered the chambers, Palpatine looked up with confusion. What were they doing here? He asked that exact question, and the first shot was fired without hesitation. Palpatine was clipped in the shoulder before every clone started to unload at him. He was so confused as he slipped behind his desk in a blur. He grabbed a saber from a drawer in the desk and looked out the window to see gunships sliding down in front of him. They also opened fire before he could even do anything, forcing him to slip back over the desk and throwing his hand forward, using the force as a dozen or so clones were flung into the walls, as more blaster fire erupted towards him. He blocked everything, blasting electricity at the gunship behind him, detonating, killing everyone inside and damaging a nearby vessel. The clones called for more reinforcements as Sidious slashed through the clones who were now closing in on him. Their bodies fell to pieces as he swung forward, lunging between them, allowing them to kill themselves for their own mission. He didn't have time to question this, and he needed to figure out why this was happening. As this fight was going on, men for the Coruscant Guard and 501st were called in for reinforcements, as Commander Fox's captain called in Order 65, so that they could get their reinforcements. Fox, inside the office, ducked away from Palpatine, firing everything he had at the Sith Lord. The commander was launched off of his feet, slamming into the panel for the door that led into the other side of the office. With every other clone in the room either dead or on the ground, 2 LAATs fired into the room, forcing Sidious to escape for the door as the walls and doors were shredded. Palpatine jumped out to be greeted by more clones, who now had their weapons at the ready after hearing a commotion. As Palpatine exited, they unloaded everything they had. Sidious was again clipped, this time in the back. He used the pain to fuel his anger as he used the force to lift the clones off the ground and fling them all in various directions. The new gunships on the landing platform unloaded their men from the 501st and Coruscant Guard, all of which still being in the area, as they all rushed towards the commotion. Commander Fox and the few survivors of the office rushed out, as Fox ran up and tackled Sidious, forcing his saber out of his hands due to Fox landing on his wrist. Palpatine hissed, using the force to try and crush Fox before he was filled with blaster bolts, but the dark side fueled him even more. He turned back and incinerated the clones that shot him, before whipping back around to see the pistol of Commander Fox looking him blank in the eye. Palpatine's saber ignited, and before it could be flung through Fox's body, he fired a single shot, ending Palpatine's life in an instant. His body slumped over, and the other clones, accompanied by Commander Appo, wanted to know what happened here. Fox fell back, out of pure exhaustion. Thank the Force they got their reinforcements, and thank the Force he called them in for precaution. By the time Mace Windu, Agon Kolar, Kit Fisto, and Saesee Tiin arrived after being told Palpatine was a Sith Lord, they'd be absolutely confused. When they asked for the commanding trooper, Fox informed them that the Chancellor had been executed for committing high treason against the Galactic Republic. When they moved on him, he also killed clone troopers, breaking another variety of Republic laws. The Jedi didn't even consider asking who gave them the order because, to them, it didn't matter. They were just confused. Also, not for nothing, they never came to the conclusion that someone could just issue an order to make the clones think there was high treason. Mace specifically tried to figure out what this high treason was, but he couldn't get a straight answer. Fox continued to go around the same circle of the fact that he betrayed the Republic. Eventually, both of them gave up and went their separate ways. No one was informed of what this high treason was, and Fox, now faced with the question, had a moment of slight clarity. The mission was complete, Order 65 was over, the Chancellor was removed from office forcibly. But now what? He contacted Padmé to fully understand what this high treason was, and she panicked. So, she said that Palpatine was found cooperating with Dooku? It was a total misspeak, but when she said it, it made perfect sense to Fox, and he ended the call. She noted that something different had happened, but she didn't realize her actions had completely altered the brain functions of Fox and the other clones who were given the executive orders. She just didn't realize the inhibitor chips had that power. Once the news went public, she was contacted by her friends within the delegation, all of them trying to figure out if she was responsible, and she truthfully didn't give them a straight answer. She didn't care anymore. She was tired of this moral high ground stuff. She'd almost been assassinated numerous times, she put her life in danger several more, and screw it. If Palpatine was in fact working with Dooku, then screw him too. She was a pregnant lady carrying twins, and she couldn't give a rat's behind what anyone thought of her, or what she did, or what it mattered. Maybe Palpatine was or wasn't a good guy, but she was sick of this melodramatic back and forth about the heart of the Senate, or whatever the Republic stood for. They allowed the warmongers to establish power. They gave Palpatine more control than anyone else in galactic history, and their little back and forth in private clearly weren't doing anything. Screw it. After that, she felt a lot better. If the truth came out, and she was wrong, so be it. If she was right, then good. Hopefully the delegation could bask in their failure to act. What a surprise! Who saw that coming? Anakin would learn about the death of his friend, but because he was completely removed from the equation, all he could do was be confused. It truthfully was the best way to handle it for him too. Publicly, all that was said, from those who killed the Chancellor, was he had committed high treason. That was that. People had questions, even many senators and Republic officials, but that was the only answer they were given. The Republic simply had to accept that Palpatine wasn't a friend of the people. Why? No one knew. He was an enemy of the Republic, and they were going to finalize this war without him. Fox would eventually reveal the idea of cooperation with Dooku, but that would get lost in the media coverage. Just in time for the news of Palpatine's death was the news of General Grievous's defeat on Utapau. While Anakin was concerning himself with things that most certainly wouldn't happen, the Jedi were trying to make sure the transition of power went smoothly within the Republic. The Senate gathered, and Padmé joined her colleagues as they voted into power no one. Instead, a joint session would be elected, consisting of members of each party, a neutral individual, a Palpatine loyalist, and a delegation member. It was a simple way to make sure everyone was happy on the flip side. No one super close to Padmé would become the delegation's representative, even further clearing her name from the death of Palpatine. The only individual who knew was Fox, and he was still under the belief that Palpatine was committing high treason by working with Dooku, thanks to his chips. The only others who thought that they knew were those who had their meeting with Padmé, but again, there was no definitive proof that she did it, because Fox, a very adamant Palpatine loyalist, was against Palpatine in this scenario. Perhaps those closest to Padmé doubted the ability of the inhibitor chips, but it further removed her from responsibility because of Fox being so adamant. The war would come to a conclusion rather amicably. There were issues from the Separatists regarding the end of Palpatine's reign, but once Fox made a public statement regarding the reason for Palpatine's demise, the CIS unified with the Republic almost immediately. Padmé may have accidentally told the truth about Palpatine and Dooku, but her slip-up assisted with the reunification of the full galactic government. She wouldn't be present for any of this, because she was giving birth to her twins, and Anakin could actually be present for the event, making it even more special for the two of them. They would leave Coruscant following the birth, and return to Naboo to be separated from the political events. Padmé took a leave of absence and left her colleagues with Jar Jar Binks. Some had harsh opinions on him, so damn it, they better like him when she came back. Anakin was made a master due to successfully finishing his mission, and he was permitted to leave, but he left Coruscant a couple days after Padmé did. An investigation would be started into Fox, and it would reveal the truth of Palpatine's alignment, and it turns out Padmé wasn't super far off. But she again didn't care. She was going to live her life by her own means, and she wasn't going to drown herself in the Senate's diabolical scheming with low or high morals. She didn't care. She wanted to be with her children and her husband, and that was that. Years following Order 65, she wouldn't hold such frustrations with the Senate, but she also wouldn't serve as a senator anymore. She'd be the advisor for the Queen of Naboo, whereas Anakin would step down from the Jedi Order after one of the other counselors accidentally walked in on him and Padmé canoodling. Was a little hard to explain that one, but he just stepped down and there were no issues, just a very peaceful separation. Luke and Leia would live normal lives growing up into a true family. They learned the Force, politics, and found their own little niches of interest. Leia would follow in her mother's footsteps, becoming Queen of Naboo, and while it would take time for Luke to find his own little niche, he would thrive in the local academy, and go off to become an artist. He changed his mind on the whole academy thing, but his parents supported him no matter his decision. The Republic, on the other hand, was vastly different situationally, but a broader executive branch allowed for more seamless transitions of power. The Jedi were continuing to do fine, and if it weren't for Padmé's decision to radically take power into her own hands, she wouldn't have had the future she had secured for herself and for her family. Our story begins inside the executive building, where the Jedi were struggling. Kit Fisto and Mace Windu were being pushed across the Chancellor's office as they held their lines in desperation. Mace's Vapod wasn't working nearly as well as he hoped it would. Sidious was channeling Mace's darkness and using it against the Jedi Master, essentially reversing the Vapod and throwing Windu back. Fisto, on the other hand, like his two friends, was outclassed by the Sith Lord. Palpatine was an unstoppable force. He slammed his weapon between Saber before launching Fisto across the chambers with the Force. Kit smashed into the ground and flipped over himself, before Windu countered Sidious. Their weapons connected, bashing into each other, as Palpatine elbowed Windu and sliced his bicep. Just as Fisto was re-engaging, he thought of Skywalker, wishing they had brought more reinforcements. But this triggering thought of Anakin wasn't just from regret of not bringing him, it came from the feeling of his presence. Why was he here? Kit dipped back, getting sliced across his appendage, and then losing his leg. His knee slammed into the ground with a stump at the edge of the remaining limb. Sidious then thrusted his saber through Fisto's neck, and twisted around, pulling the Natalan's head off his body and lobbing it at Windu. Sidious lunged across the chambers, and with his last wit, Mace pulled his weapon around and deflected a nearly lethal strike. He pushed back and stumbled, finding his own footing so that he could rely on the Force. The war had made the Jedi weak, and their complacency had surrendered them to this loss, as Master of the Order, Mace, would sacrifice his life for the rest of his order to protect them. Their weapons were thrown together again, and Sidious continued to target Mace's weak arm. He was using his non-dominant limb to hold off the barrage. The Sith Lord just played into this weakness, forcing Mace to dip away from a strike before leaping out of the way of another. He rolled across the floor and held his bicep, feeling the deep wound. His saber sat in his hand, and he backpedaled across the floors. Just as he got to his feet, he was launched backwards into the window. He ducked a strike as the massive glass pane shattered, the sound of which alerting the Chosen One, who swiftly moved through the massive chambers of the executive building. He walked in hastily, seeing an amethyst saber being forced back. Anakin knew how dominant Mace Windu was as a duelist, and for the first time he could see the Jedi Master truly concerned. This fight had taken so much from him, especially in the form of his friends, that had been extremely close to him over the past few years. Neither duelist noticed Anakin entering, as Sidious was in his hunting mode. He jabbed aggressively at Windu, who thrusted his saber forward awkwardly, forcing him to get slashed again, this time down his shoulder and across his chest. The cut started deep, but became more shallow as the slice got longer. Windu fell backwards and nearly out of the chambers. Anakin yelled out, telling the Jedi Master to watch out, his own saber igniting. The perception of this event had completely changed, and everything Anakin needed or wanted was thrown out of the window, literally. As a war veteran, his fight or flight kicked in. The red lightsaber was significant of what he had seen Maul, Savage, and Dooku do over the last decade, ever since Naboo. Seeing Sidious with the same colored weapon only enhanced his reaction. He lunged across the chambers and jabbed at Sidious, who delicately avoided and planted his saber behind his hip, keeping himself alive. He tiptoed off the edge and slammed his weapon against Anakin, who countered. Sidious told Skywalker to snap out of it. He was not the enemy. The young Jedi just defended himself before striking aggressively at the Sith Lord. Mace held his chest and slowly pulled himself up, using the side of the windowsill to do it. He filled his hand with glass shards as he did, but that didn't stop him from doing it. He quickly ignited his weapon and moved towards the duel going on the other side of the room. Skywalker had a light advantage by getting the jump on Sidious, and also not having been engaged throughout the duration of the duel. He was fresh. But the Sith Lord quickly took back his advantage, shoving Anakin over a desk and leaping on top of it. He stabbed at Skywalker, who rolled across the ground, using the Force to lob a chair at the Sith Lord. He cut through the distraction and leapt at Anakin. Their weapons collided again, and Mace moved around the corner of the desk and swung at Sidious. He defended himself, and Anakin was able to swing down aggressively, forcing Palpatine to throw his saber above his head. He swung out of the strike as the two Jedi used the Force and launched Sidious through the chambers and into an adjacent wall, leaving an indent. Anakin looked to Mace and said the word, "Together," and Windu smiled. Their weapons raised, and Sidious pulled himself off the ground. He looked at the Jedi and considered his options. He ran through dozens of his own contingencies, and decided on his best move forward. Two foes, one of which potentially being his greatest asset. He fired electricity at them, hoping to break Windu. By Anakin's surprise, Mace in the instant stepped in front of him, planting his wounded arm on Anakin's wrist, holding him back. Windu's undamaged but non-dominant arm stood before him, blocking the electric blast from the Sith Lord. As he confirmed Anakin's position, he pulled his injured hand around and pushed back towards Sidious with the weapon. Like grabbing an electrical wire, Palpatine couldn't release it. He was shoved back into the wall again, and Mace pressed forward. Anakin came around the other side of Windu, but holding back, watching the Jedi Master use every ounce of his concentration to rip Palpatine from his power. Sidious stumbled and released, before falling over. He looked at the two Jedi, now hunting him, before he decided to make a move, one out of survival. Skywalker could wait. His opportunity to win had vanished here, and he wasn't arrogant enough at this point to make a futile mistake to surrender his future empire. Sidious jumped out of the window. Anakin almost chased after the Dark Lord, but Mace stopped him, shaking his head. They could not pursue him. That'd be too dangerous for all of them. Plus, they had larger things to worry about. Anakin was confused. But the Master of the Order hypothesized that if Sidious was willing to surrender his Sith honor to escape like a coward, then there was a larger plan. How large or dangerous, he was unsure, but they needed to return to the temple to protect it. For now, he wanted Anakin to summon Senators Chuchi and Organa to begin an investigation on this location. He sent a duo of temple guards to investigate it with them. The two Jedi quickly hobbled their way back to their home. Sidious, on the other hand, was sending out executive orders as he walked slowly through an abandoned section of the executive building. It would be in these corridors where Commander Fox would meet up with him. Instead of sending a multitude of legions towards the temple, he needed the Coruscant Guard. Based on his calculations, the Jedi wouldn't be able to survive the purge. He assumed that they were going to attempt to undermine him with security footage, but that drive was completely corrupted before the duel even began, so that wouldn't work for them. It was one man's word against an order already widely distrust. At that, Sidious didn't plan on staying at Coruscant. He would have Masa Meda depict him as a martyr. The Jedi captured him, but he would return. The Coruscant Guard would see to it. While Palpatine had no need for his own private military, he took the most loyal unit of clone troopers with him to the Sith homeworld at Korriban. The Dark Lord of the Sith had his own plans for longevity, and they included making the Jedi suffer in the most unique way possible. He got giddy at the idea, but for now, he needed to focus. Sidious and Fox would enter an LAAT and depart for the docking yards. In the gunship, he received some Bacta for his wounds. They didn't turn him into a raisin, but he was a little scarred. He wore his dark robes, and when they reached the docking yards, fire could be seen from the Jedi Temple. Palpatine smiled, and the Coruscant Guardsmen loaded up into 2 Acclamator assault vessels. They departed from the capital to the Sith homeworld immediately. At the Jedi Temple, where the fires wreaked havoc, Anakin and Mace fled into the halls to do damage control. Sidious initially ordered the 501st to execute Order 66, so they were able to get across the city and attack the temple. Sindralic was also warned of potential threats, but they weren't able to fully ready the defenses in time. This mostly happened because the LAATs blitzed the temple, instead of the clones edge-walking into their assault. The 501st under Commander Appo moved with speed, knowing the importance of their mission. They fired at Jedi, and Sindralic, despite prepping the defenses, was forced to rally into a fighting retreat. The warriors of the temple found various locations to hold, but the home of the Jedi was vastly unprepared for battle. Luckily though, the warriors inside the temple were able to rally. The Battle Master killed off Grand Inquisitor in a tense duel, while the rest of the Temple Guard unit freed themselves and established a perimeter. Despite how positively the defense was going, Commander Appo and the men of the 501st set fires across the temple, effectively forcing the Jedi to retreat from the defensible locations. By the time the Master of the Order and Chosen One arrived, there was very little they could do. They had to focus on breaking down groupings of clones so that Jedi could escape. Professor Huyang was informed by Jocasta Nu that they needed help. Sadly, the Crucible wouldn't have enough room for every Jedi inside the temple, but if he could safeguard the children of the future, then the adults could find their way to the younglings eventually. Once Skywalker and Windu were regrouped with the rest of the Jedi, they were dispatched to the air. Anakin and Mace were two of the best pilots in the Order, both on Coruscant, and they needed to defend the Crucible so it could escape. Sindralak, Shak Ti, and Coleman Kaj would protect the interior of the temple for as long as they could with the Temple Guard unit. Getting Jedi into the air allowed for the Old Republic Jedi vessel to land and get every single youngling into it. The ship was way beyond its weight capacity, because a large group of members inside the temple were younglings, but every child under the age of 13 was able to get into the Crucible and abandon Coruscant with their Jedi escort. It would be during this valiant escape that Mace and Anakin would spot two assault ships departing from the capital. It led them to radio each other and question who that could be. Without seeing the Coruscant Guard inside the city, they had to assume that Sidious was up to something else. Where they had gone, neither of them could tell. The temple defenses were able to hold long enough for a fleet of Jedi starships to escape. Through various methods of assistance, every single living Jedi could escape the crumbling structure of their temple, and thanks to Senator Amidala, Chuchi, Organa, and Mothma, the Jedi were able to load into various civilian transports and depart into hyperspace. With starfighters protecting them from LAATs, ARC-170s, and V-Wings, the Order's transports were able to escape into orbit of the planet and depart for an agreed-upon location, one they all respectively hoped would save them. Their departure from their home, which was still burning to the ground, would be painful, but there was hope, because they had sent out their message to surviving brothers and sisters across the cosmos. They would follow Professor Huyang's trail, so that the younglings could regroup with their instructors. The new home was a past home, and nothing comforted survivors like the ancient ruins of the Tython Temple. It had been centuries, but the Jedi were back home, and they could collect their thoughts and try and make a change on what they had seen. Inside the capital, Padmé and her allies gathered together to discuss these rapid changes. She knew Anakin was safe, so Senator Amidala believed that this was their moment as a delegation. With Palpatine apparently off-world and the clones doing egregious things to the Jedi, they needed to act. She brought the members of the delegation of 2,000 together, telling them that they would split off from the Republic at this juncture. It would allow them a chance to externally review everything that had happened here. Representative Jar Jar Binks was being dispatched to Mandalore to meet with Bo-Katan to see if Mandalore would join their cause again. With the clones betraying the Jedi and therefore the Republic, and of course the added questions surrounding Palpatine's disappearance, this was their chance to take a stand. If the Republic continued to flail into obsolescence, then they would create their own coalition to challenge this failure of a government. The Clone Wars had taken enough. Now it was their chance to change history. In the Outer Rim, Sidious's miniature fleet arrived. He knew that Masameda would represent him well inside the capital. He actually hoped that Padmé or another senator would do something stupid. Challenging his rule with him in such a vulnerable position politically was self-immolation. The power players inside the Senate would be sympathetic to their missing leader, therefore making the opposition look like spiteful, uncaring rivals to a functional system. Do as I say, not as I do, essentially. Regardless of Sidious's ploys to remain in power on Coruscant, he had other plans on the Sith homeworld. The Coruscant Guard landed inside their acclimators, and marched out information following Commander Fox's orders. They lined up and awaited their Emperor's command. With the gathering presenting itself as the first true army seen on Korriban in centuries, Sidious felt the rush that must have inspired every generation of Sith before Bane. He walked out of the crowd, and with Fox and shock troopers following him, crossed the desert sands towards the Sith sanctuary. Palpatine smiled to himself as he inched closer. It was home, and he felt the call of the ancestors before him. They were calling out for freedom, and Sidious would give that gift to them. The clone commander escorting the Emperor was a little frightened, to be honest. He may have not had the Force, but something was awry. Sidious stopped before the gates and turned back to the commander and shock troopers escorting him, and told them to wait for his orders. The rest of the army may remain steadfast, as they already were. Sidious turned on his heel and vanished quietly into the abode of the Sith. He walked across broken terrain. The irony of Yoda being the last mortal being present here couldn't be understated. So close to destroying the Sith plan, yet too complacent to see the answer sitting before his very feet. Sidious looked at the pillars towering over him and grinned, before crossing beside a relic of the past. The tomb of a Sith Lord, one killed by his own apprentice, long before the establishment of the Rule of Two. Truly a shame, in Palpatine's mind. He stepped up and planted his hand on the tomb and spoke quietly to himself. Sidious's voice and words reflected one dictated for centuries before his own birth. He turned away from the tomb and walked to a platform. It was the same location where the apparition of Sifo Dyas appeared before Yoda. The future Emperor planted a Sith holocron into the floor of the platform and began his own ritual. Not far from him, Commander Fox started to feel slightly uneasy. Across the stars, on a much more lush system, the Jedi Order gathered together. A headcount had been established, but with new members showing up from various other systems, it fluctuated. There were about 5,900 survivors of the Purge, and truthfully, the hearts of the members were motivated. This meant that their efforts were not in vain. Many feared that the execution carried out by the clones would have seen far greater casualties, but more than half of their order survived the Purge and the Clone War. That was an achievement, and with strength in numbers, they could forge the future together. Among the Jedi to arrive at Tython were Counselors Obi Wan Kenobi and Yoda. There were other survivors of the Purge from the Council, yet they hadn't found their way home. Due to the timing of the execution being thrown off by Anakin's arrival, it was possible for others to survive the Purge. They all had the message sent from the temple. They were just searching for their way home. At the current moment, believing that his wife was safe from Palpatine, Anakin was promoted to the rank of Master. Windu appreciated him for showing up, even when he wasn't supposed to. But even more than that, he appreciated Anakin's honesty when it came to revealing who the Sith Lord was, regardless of how close he and Palpatine were before everything happened. Anakin was just happy that his initial motivations for leaving the council chambers weren't revealed. The Jedi now needed to strategize. The Senate was convening, and members of the council especially were tuning in. They couldn't properly counter Sidious without knowing what was coming. As per the delegation's desires, they upheld their stance, and when the Republic rejected to work against Palpatine, after Masameda claimed he was kidnapped by the Jedi, they broke away from the Republic. The delegation may have not been considered a powerhouse coalition, but it would hurt the Republic deeply with their secession. It was a move that had senators from across the aisle hurting, because they couldn't stop them, and now, even with Grievous's death, the Republic looked incredibly weak politically. And as an added salt in the wound for the Jedi's case, Rio and Bail were unable to convince the public that Palpatine staged the attack. They were all in the Chancellor's pocket, and therefore, they would erode the Republic in on itself. At the Sith homeworld, Sidious spoke in tongues, his hand holding onto an altar with blue smoke billowing out from under his hands. He laughed loudly to himself, but as his curse was taking place, something else was unraveling. Sidious had learned part of a ritual from his master, and taught himself the other half. He wanted to bring a legion of Sith warriors back to life, from the dead. It was starting to work. Clones outside of the temple fell to their knees and cried out in agony as their very souls were stolen from their bodies. This led to a mass panic from the men of the Coruscant Guard. They were loyal men and hadn't done anything wrong. Their only curse was serving the Dark Lord of the Sith with pure loyalty. As more of their brothers collapsed around them, they started retreating to the acclimators they arrived on, like that would save them from the curse of the Sith. Sidious let out a howling pain as he too was infected with the horrid stench of the Sith curse he wished to poison others with. Palpatine, despite raising himself an undead army, transformed himself into a ghoul. He was unaware of the potential reality, because Plagueis the Wise never completed the ritual on a large crowd. He only used it on smaller lifeforms as an experiment. Sidious had accomplished this with a couple clones before, and therefore believed he would effectively use this plan on an army, if worse came to worse. As he shredded the souls of the clone army to raise a Sith force from the dead, he too collapsed. Hours later, Sidious would rise again. His body was sore and his eyes were heavy. He felt his face and realized that something had changed. Sidious looked at his pale blue skin, seeing that he had terrorized his own body. In an effort to raise the dead, he turned himself into a monstrosity. He rose to his knees and looked at the temple surrounding him. Instead of it being concealed in darkness, it was lit, and before him there were several dozen Sith warriors. These varied from acolytes to marauders to assassins and even apprentices. The souls needed to resurrect a Sith Lord were not necessary. Plus, Sidious had no interest in bringing a challenger to this galaxy. The individuals around him knelt and praised Lord Sidious for saving them, for resurrecting them, and giving them a second chance at conquering the galaxy. He smiled heinously and rose, thanking them for preparing his temple for his awakening. Sidious told the Sith around him that they would make their move for the Jedi and destroy them together. This resurrected Sith army was not a fully reborn Sith military. It was equatable to the powers used by old Daka on Dathomir. They were reborn zombified creatures, ones that listened to their savior, not to anyone else. Their purpose was to serve until death. Sidious had brought them back in this hollow form, and they would do his bidding until the end of their existences. One key difference between this and old Daka's ritual was the Sith ritual didn't have to rely on a constant ritual in effect. Old Daka had to continue using her magic to make the undead hordes continue moving. These individuals had replaced their souls. They were more or less zombified, but functional without the hive mind. They could work on their own because their souls were replaced by clones. They were able to function because the clone souls gave them life force. In Sidious's eyes, this was the key indicator of the intelligence and brilliance of the Sith manipulation of the Force. He walked forward, his dark robes transformed under the changes of his skin. He now portrayed the look of a true Sith Emperor, reflecting the crimson robes he wore earlier during the war. Sidious marched out of the temple with his unit of Sith warriors, wearing his ethereal robes. When he exited, he looked into the darkness. The bodies of thousands of clones lay strewn across the grounds, and in their place, standing in formation, per his allies' commands, were the Sith. Sidious raised his hands and scanned his army, moving from side to side. He welcomed them back to the cosmos, explaining to them that the galaxy had changed greatly since their deaths, but in rebirth, they would see accomplishments not seen from any Sith Lord of any era. He ordered them to load up. Their first target was the Jedi Order. They would enact their revenge and destroy every single threat to them before marching on the Republic and reclaiming his throne. Before they left, Sidious was able to get intel on the current events. Per Mace Losing's orders, a clone planted a tracker on one of the dozens of Jedi vessels to escape Coruscant. The clones were not permitted to see the location, due to Order 66, but Mace had sent this information to his Emperor, along with a report on the delegation's secession from the Republic. On Tython, Grandmaster Yoda was leading a session with his High Council. They had all sensed the rising darkness in the galaxy. Order 66 was eclipsed by the raising of Sidious's Sith army. A part of this was due to the relative ineffectiveness of Order 66. With Jedi Masters Plo Koon and Stras Ali returning from Cato Nemodia and Seleucami, the Council was fully gathered. The missing spots for those who died on Coruscant or were MIA from other battlefronts couldn't be replaced at the current moment. Luminara Unduli was the only individual filling in, and she filled Mundi's seat for the time being in case he returned. Their group meditation was challenging, because what they sensed was so weird, as could best be described. It didn't simply just happen, it was forced. They felt an imminent danger and therefore designated young Skywalker with a pilgrimage. He would, as the Chosen One, guide the collective order away from their temple here. Professor Huyang would also accompany him on this directive. Anakin was unsure of his abilities, but they believed he'd be ready for this. They were asking Anakin, someone not familiarized with Tython, to bring their order across the planet to avoid whatever was coming for them. Sidious was on his way, but the survivors had time to escape. Palpatine had considered the idea of going to Coruscant, but the whole secession movement from the delegation created an even tighter loyalty to his cause. They sat under him as the true leader of the Republic, so for Sidious, he didn't need to worry about securing the capital. Mace Losing had done his job, which meant all Sidious needed to do was focus on where the only true threat in the galaxy was to his power. When the Sith army arrived at Tython, they spread across the temple grounds to find no sight of the Jedi. Sidious's warriors cut through the walls and doors to try and find any Jedi, but there was no sight of them. They were unaware, but scouts were perched up on the mountaintops over the temple, watching the Sith. These scouts reported back to the massive group of Jedi, dozens of miles away. Sidious could sense them, but he couldn't find them. However, there were tracks leading away from the temple. Those same tracks eventually disappeared as the Jedi moved through a hollowed-out mountain, but it gave the Sith a sense of direction. The hunt was set to begin. The Secession Republic led by the delegation of 2000 was now abandoning Coruscant. Padmé had already given birth by this point, and she was being transported inside of Tantive 4. She was pleasantly surprised by the twins, but she had a duty to uphold. As a testament to her determination and character, she forced herself through a call with various leaders of the Confederacy. She was able to bridge a gap between former friends of the CIS and members of the delegation. Her efforts were essential for setting up the peace treaty to be signed. At the same time as these various calls, Jar Jar had convinced Bo-Katan to get into communication with the systems from the old Neutral Systems Coalition. With the Republic slipping further into its own destruction, they were going to grow a new order. The best part for the delegation members was the readiness of the CIS to commit to an actual peace treaty. Many of the issues the Confederacy had with the Republic resonated with those loyal to Palpatine. His regime had destroyed what was left of the system following Valorum's tenure. Though, this commitment from the delegation proved how determined they were to end the war, bring peace, and reinstate a true system in the galaxy that benefited all people. Padmé was left exhausted following her meeting, but it was done. She had set in motion an action that could save the political world of the galaxy. She would collapse on her bed, with her twins and incubators beside her. Over Tython flew a Republic Y-Wing. Ahsoka and Rex were looking down at a large swarm of Sith troopers, and decided to fly away from it. They contacted Anakin's frequency, and learned that he and the other Jedi were several miles ahead of the approaching enemy. But with a sky view of the opponents chasing them, Anakin was able to lead the Order away from their current trajectory. In hopes to dissuade the Sith from following their current course, Ahsoka and Rex flew far west of the direction the Jedi were. Sidious refused to bite the bait, sensing the threat of the Jedi Order. They were close. The following few hours would see the undead horde moving closer to the Jedi. Being that they were all undead, they had very little concern for being tired or not. They simply continued trotting along, per their Emperor's command. Sidious didn't walk himself. He was hoisted along their path and carried like a king. He enjoyed the way these grunts served him, far more efficient than clone troopers in his mind. With reports from Ahsoka and Rex, the Jedi decided that the best way to fight the Sith army was to engage head-on. Their warriors, temple guards, knights, and masters needed to regather their energy, so they stopped their run. Obi Wan would assist Master Jocasta with finding a safe location for the Padawans and younglings. The removal of these members took a force of 5,900 down to 3,500. Similar to the Crucible, only Jedi over the age of 20 were permitted to volunteer for this fight. Their physical bodies should be of proper development to handle an engagement like this. Skywalker, Windu, and Plo assisted in the strategy preparation. Anakin refused to allow Ahsoka to serve, fearing for her life, but she and Rex had alternative plans for Skywalker's orders. They had a solid hour and a half to prepare for the undead horde, and the Jedi did everything within their power to be ready. These were survivors of the Clone Army, of the Droid Army, the Pirates of the Outer Rim, and more. Danger was what they chased, because they had to be brave enough to handle it. The Order vowed to defend the galaxy, and as it seemed that it was here, where a sect of their order had started, that it would also end. The fight between light and dark would crown a victor following this battle. The Jedi just needed to come out on top. The location of the coming conflict sat within the mountains of Tython. Beyond the valley where the temple was located were a variety of mountain ranges that used to be home to Jedi monks when the temple present was active. Nowadays, they were vibrant with natural life, and soon to be filled with death. The Jedi took a high ground position, and they set some traps along the walkway. These weren't much, but they would launch Sith from the walkway down the mountainside. The Council was hoping to locate Sidious so that Yoda and Anakin could confront him. Master Windu personally vouched for Anakin, wishing that he accompany Yoda. Windu would lead the rest of the Order with the other counselors. They watched the ground below the forest line and saw dozens of Sith warriors pass by them in a 3x3 formation, before it was revealed to be a lot more than just dozens. They were outmatched here, and somewhere beyond this group was their Emperor. The Sith eventually stopped, and before they could locate the Jedi, an attack wedge cut down the middle of their flanks. It was placed directly in the middle of the fight, which is where they strategically wanted to be. Mace and the Council would push left, where the majority of the Sith military force was, and the Temple Guard unit would hold off the rest of their force to the right. The wedge cut straight down the middle, as they planned, and the battle began. The sounds of hundreds of lightsabers could be heard igniting. Undead Sith retaliated with their own sabers. The combat was fierce and aggressive, unlike anything the Jedi of the current had ever faced in their lives. Outside of the line of combat, Anakin ran with Yoda on his shoulder, as they watched their brothers and sisters engage in conflict across the grounds. Yoda told Skywalker to move quickly. They needed to find the Emperor, and tragically, the Sith lines were very deep. Inside the combat itself, the Masters of the High Council took the lead. Windu, Kenobi, Plo, Shaak Ti, Kaj, and Stras Ali fought alongside each other. Their weapons bashed away at their opponents. The Sith warriors, though, kept coming. Their varied skill levels couldn't be calculated, due to how the lines were spread out. Sidious anticipated a counterattack, and he wanted the Jedi to get worn down quickly. This was exactly how it panned out. With knights and weaker masters holding the middle of the Jedi flank, the most elite of the Order were left with the heavy lifting. On the other side of the battle, the Temple Guard unit used their pikes to maintain proximity. Sindralik and an elite group of the Temple Guard unit charged in from another direction, blitzing the Sith on the far right side of the flank with a counter. It would effectively crush their undead defenses. Though, for the High Council, things were getting more challenging. With the counselors holding a very thin walkway, undead Sith were climbing around them. Some of these warriors slid down the mountain before ascending into the middle of the Jedi lines, while others climbed up before jumping down. So in the middle, where the Jedi morale was meant to be at its highest with their weakest members, to encourage the rest of the fighters, they were getting clobbered. These Jedi warriors traded out with Temple Guards that were starting to get freed up on the right side of the flank, thanks to Sindralik. Lightsabers continued to crush and cackle in the arena, as more lives were taken, and also returned back to the afterlife. At the end of the Sith flank, far left from the assault that started, Skywalker and Yoda found Sidious. His guard unit, the ones that awoke him inside the Korriban Temple, set him down. Their sabers ignited, and they charged up the mountain at the Jedi Grand Master and the Chosen One. Sidious stepped away and smiled in joy. The other Sith were continuing to move on, regardless of these two Jedi. The guard unit teamed up on both Jedi, but even the likes of the Grand Master and Chosen One weren't stopped by such preposterous maneuvers. Anakin backed his weapon into a Sith before taking their saber and driving it into another. Yoda's almighty power beside Anakin was unstoppable. He lifted himself up on one of their shoulders and fought off two opponents before slicing one down and killing the Sith whose shoulders he stood on. The Grand Master flung the last two Sith into each other before sweeping through them and killing each at the same time. He faced the Sith Lord, who stood pridefully, watching his future apprentice in the background. Anakin picked one of the undead warriors up with his metallic hand, crushing the other with a strike and then ripping through the last with a fatal blow. He turned back and rage could be seen in his eyes. Sidious grinned. This was exactly what he wanted. If Skywalker would strike him down in anger, then such rage could be used against the Jedi. Yoda clocked it before Anakin did, warning him to be wary, and Skywalker nodded, before Sidious ignited two sabers and prepared for this engagement. Back in the Great War between Sith and Jedi, the counselors were switched out with the Temple Guards from Sindralik's elite unit. They took point. They were still vastly outnumbered, and the Sith were cutting through their numbers, especially in the middle. Another group of Sith warriors had slipped down into the forest below their path, and about 200 of them rose up and surprised the Jedi on the back side of their flank. The counselors, who were already winded, directed themselves towards the undead group that flanked them. They were outmatched, outnumbered, but through the Force as their guide, they would survive the fight. On the other side, Sindralik and the Temple Guards attacked. Their offense was genuinely surprising for the undead Sith. They were promised a complacent and fearing Jedi Order, but what they saw were warriors prepared for combat. This was also due to the fact that a majority of these fearing Jedi warriors were in the middle of the flank, not on the front lines. With continuous counter-assaults coming down on the Jedi, their numbers started to dwindle in the face of adversity. They did everything within their power to maintain a presence, but they couldn't handle the never-ending numbers of this horde. What kept these Sith killed was cutting them into pieces. Luckily, every Jedi had a lightsaber, so it meant that every kill was a confirmed kill, which did help their morale. Far down the flank were Yoda, Anakin, and Sidious. Their four weapons crossed, and Sidious maintained his strength. Skywalker and Windu had time to reveal Sidious's powers during their great march away from the temple, so both Jedi were able to adequately prepare. Yoda leapt over Sidious, avoiding a strike, and Anakin powered his way into Palpatine's defenses. But the speed and ferocity of the Sith Lord was remarkable. They couldn't stop him, and he thrived off their realizations. The Grand Master edged his way in before slipping back, catching Sidious falling for what he believed to be an easy kill. This was Anakin's moment to strike, and he clipped Palpatine's hand, cutting off his pinky. An experienced master would have removed the arm, but they would come to find the pinky lost as a much more efficient strike. Without the ability to grip his saber as powerfully as he was used to, Sidious had more to worry about in his 2 versus 1. As the fight for the light and dark continued to play out over the next half hour, the dents in the armor were starting to show. The Jedi warriors were outmatched, and with some of their morale cracking, they started to flee down the walkway. This left counselors and the Temple Guard unit pulling off a fighting retreat. For the 3 duelists maintaining the fight on the other side, they could see the Sith breaking past a stop, and thus it created a loss of morale for the Jedi. But Yoda and Anakin both came to the conclusion that in sacrificing their lives to destroy Sidious, they could save the galaxy, a cause both of them got behind. They moved in. Sidious bashed at them both, almost losing his saber as it nearly slipped from his hands. Anakin pulled back and slammed down aggressively, before reaching out with his other hand, giving Yoda a chance to ascend his arm and leap into the air. Skywalker threw his saber against Sidious, and used his metallic hand to backhand the Dark Lord. Yoda swung down and completely blinded him, slashing him across the face. This was Anakin's chance to get it right. He swung through Palpatine's defense, forcing his saber from his hand and manhandling his smaller opponent. Yoda stepped back and watched the ferocity, and Sidious relished in it, until all of the anger Skywalker held within vanished. He swung up, forcing Sidious from his feet, and instead of a violent death, Anakin pulled Palpatine's hand back to his own body, making the kill of the Sith Lord done through his own saber. Back in the main fight, the Jedi rushed away from their attackers. The Horde felt like it never ended, and with the Jedi dropping numbers to an apparently more experienced fighting force, they had to retreat. But as they continued rushing away, the sound of explosions could be heard. Mace Windu looked up into the sky, spotting the Y-Wing from earlier. Its bombs detonated on the mountainside, releasing dozens of tree limbs, which were sent down the mountain and through the bodies of the Sith fighters. They were crushed and discombobulated, but it didn't end there. Another trap had a bundle of Jedi Padawans using the Force to throw massive boulders down the mountain at the Sith. With the Jedi stopping their retreat, they watched the Sith Horde fall into chaos. Mace rounded up the strongest of their fighting force. Before they could re-engage, a couple torpedoes were dropped, blowing the Sith from their position. The following combat would consist of a Jedi Counselor-led counterattack, one that would defeat the Sith Horde, freeing Tython and the galaxy from a true Sith threat. Yeah, Maul was out there, but he was as consistent with the Sith as Obi Wan was with the low ground. He was attempting his own path, and therefore not a concern for the Jedi Order, who despite their losses, celebrated their victory. A funeral service would be held for those they lost, their bodies being sent down the river outside the temple. Anakin would be championed as the true Chosen One, and rightfully a Master of the High Council. Though the woes of the galaxy were not yet finished, and would not be for some time. A Palpatine-loyal Senate would pose a constant threat to the galaxy, but without their Chancellor and his death never being confirmed, there was nothing they could do but go around in circles, trying to do what they thought Palpatine would have wanted. Outside of that, though, the delegation brought together the CIS, neutral systems, and anyone else willing to join. It was agreed that the Confederate planets and systems would pay reparations for the war, but they were more concerned with showing unity than displaying power. They all had to live in this galaxy, and the war was over. The worst part is, the Republic had a lot of power in this relationship. Militaristically, they were unstoppable, and no one from the CIS government knew about the reserve forces. The CIS Council did, but they were handed over for war crimes against the galaxy. Therefore, the Separatist Reserve military was left unknown for years. The one saving grace for this new coalition was the supply and economic power they posed. With Powerhouse Core System, Hosnian Prime, backing them, they were able to slowly get new systems from the core to join. It'd be a long and boring process, but it would eventually see the Republic collapse, and the new system find its home on Hosnian. The Jedi would be welcomed back by the Coalition, establishing itself at Hosnian Prime, and they would be grateful. The Chosen One, along with the Council, though, decided that Tython should remain their home. They would make a point to establish themselves as neutral from the politics at play, though with individuals like Padmé and Bail, the Jedi would be encouraged to have a voice within the system, as they believed the Order was truly incorruptible. Anakin and Padmé would find each other, and they would be able to enjoy having their twins, without concern of the Sith. The clone army remained a threat for a couple of months, but the executive orders were forced out of the Kaminoans, and it essentially led to the collapse of the Republic. Remaining systems saw that they had been played by Masameda, Dooku, and Palpatine, and turned against the system they stuck up for. The new coalition would have huge shoes to fill, but having found peace without total violence, their path was set to be bright. It would take them years, but they became the system that assisted in the reconstruction of the galaxy, an era that eventually led to great accomplishment politically, scientifically, and socially. The Jedi themselves remained unaware of Anakin's secret life, but the Council gifted him with the role of spiritual leader. In the absence of the Sith, especially once Maul was killed, they believed he was deserving of a role that should be passed down from generation to generation. His legacy would continue through this Jedi role. For generations, spiritual leaders would inspire the galaxy, and such inspiration would help the Jedi Order maintain their good faith and positive impact on the cosmos around them. Our story begins at the staging grounds of the Jedi Temple. The 501st was gathering before their march. Anakin sped his speeder across the cities and watched the LATs ferry clones out into formation. The fallen Jedi grabbed the control yoke and twisted it to the side, before landing right behind his troopers. He hadn't wrapped his mind around his own feelings about this attack yet. All he knew was that he had to destroy the Jedi to protect Padme. Despite how wild that sounded out loud, he didn't think about it. Anakin raised his hood over his head and jumped from the vessel before it even landed on the surface. He stepped through his troopers, none of them identifying him or calling him a name. They didn't budge out of formation, and the life of their souls seemed to be missing. Anakin didn't acknowledge this shift in his troopers. Even though some were lost amongst his morality, he knew he should. As he got closer to the front of the formation, he could hear Commander Appa's voice. He was a quiet soldier, someone who did what he needed to make sure everything went soundly. Luckily, not a Jedi inside the temple had heard the LAETs buzzing by. It wasn't exactly uncommon anyways, but the sheer number of troop transports should have alerted at least someone. As Anakin reached the front of the lines, he looked around. The personalities were dim, as if they were zombified, but it was late in the evening, likely tired. Anakin took a deep breath, not for concern about what he was going to do, but just in anticipation. He could feel his heart rate rise and spike. It felt like he was about to make a terrible mistake, but he couldn't help himself from continuing into it. He looked to Appa and told him that he was ready, which the new clone commander of the 501st nodded, suggesting that they march, to which Anakin nodded. Appa turned on his heel and shouted out a command, telling all the men to march up the steps of the temple. The company presented their arms on their shoulders and stepped forward. Almost robotically, Anakin did the same thing, a thought of regret slipping away from him as the echo of boots clouded his ears. They marched up the steps of the temple. Anakin prepared to do what earlier in the day would be considered unthinkable. His hand covered his lightsaber, but swung aimlessly the closer he got to the front entrance of the temple. Despite this, there was something else. As Anakin got closer to the spot where he last said goodbye to Ahsoka prior to their recent meeting, he could see a little silhouette wheeling out of the temple towards them. Anakin waved his hand to Appa, who raised his fist to stop the company from advancing. A group of troopers followed their commander as he joined their general to investigate this disturbance. Well, it wasn't any disturbance, just a friend paying Anakin a visit. R2 may have been Anakin's droid, but he did not follow Skywalker everywhere. The friendly astromech beeped timidly as he wheeled his head from left to right, before landing on Anakin as he swept left again. Anakin looked to Appa and the other 10 men behind him, as if to tell them to stop in their tracks. No words were spoken, but those were the orders that were followed. Anakin walked up to R2 and looked at the droid, who beeped at him again, repeating the same line of questioning that clearly wasn't heard before. He responded with a stumble in his voice. Every word was accompanied by a struggling stutter. He couldn't find the words to say to defend his actions, and R2 caught him red-handed. Though, despite the droid's attuned understandings, he didn't truly know what he caught Anakin doing. This action was clearly wrong, and it could be seen on his person's face. Hiding his face under the Jedi robes may have empowered him to enter the temple, but to do the unthinkable was something else. Skywalker stepped lightly towards R2 and kneeled before him, addressing him in a full name, and asking him to go away from here. There was no need to see what was going to happen. R2 wheeled back in a perplexed state, surprised to hear Anakin say something so insane. R2 clearly didn't like the tone, so he responded in frustration. The words spoken were a secret language between the two of them. The clones behind couldn't understand the astromech, and Anakin spoke so quietly that they couldn't hear him either. Their conversation was simply R2 asking what he was doing here and why these clones were following him into the Jedi Temple. Anakin looked for an excuse, but truthfully, he was a terrible liar. He always had been, and now it was biting him in the back. He tried to reason with his little astromech, but the droid got closer and beeped with a hint of intensity. Anakin tried to interrupt this rebellious line of thinking, but R2 stopped dead in his tracks and stood straight up, retracting the front wheel and sifting through his data bank. R2 was known for having a terrible memory bank, which was replaced pretty frequently by Anakin, but the astromech withheld some of that information from him, until of course, right in this instant. Maybe he was just a droid, but he was conscious enough to know that what Anakin was doing here was wrong. Maybe R2 didn't fully understand what his actions would be, or what they meant for the galaxy, but Padmé did. That was something Anakin could never take from R2, because the astromech wheeled his head around and opened up a hologram. Anakin's face flashed blue as a recording of Padmé presented itself in front of him. This was before their marriage on Naboo, but after Geonosis, and after another event that Anakin wasn't very privy to. Padmé spoke about Obi Wan's visit. He was instructed by the Grand Master to put an end to their relationship, and Padmé admitted that she had considered it, briefly. Not because she didn't love Anakin, but because she had seen the worst he could be. His actions on Tatooine weren't just irate, but also frightening. To live with someone capable of that, to consider matrimony with someone strong enough to bring such pain to others, was fearsome. Padmé could understand his reaction, because his mother was so important to him, but a massacre is still what it is. Whether it was founded in righteous revenge or self-proclaimed justice, it didn't matter, because that same power could be used against those less deserving, or undeserving completely. Padmé paused momentarily, and admitted, even before their marriage, that she loved Anakin with all of her heart. She was choosing him because she believed that he could and would better himself. His lesson with the Tusken Raiders would make him a better person, a greater Jedi, and someone that could inspire others, including herself. His wife left him with a message that spoke of hope, one that encouraged him to, no matter the severity of the situation, no matter the intensity of the heartbreak, to choose better than he had on Tatooine. If it were in her name, then it would epitomize everything she stood against. Padmé, through this recording, told Anakin one last time that she loved him, no matter what the future held for them. She promised that she'd be the voice in his corner, to stand with him through adversity, even without marriage. In this was a true love, one that couldn't be broken by a simple divide in their own dynamic, and with that, the blue apparition of his wife disappeared. Anakin held his hands under her body until the hologram slipped through them, and a stiff silence sat between he and the gift he was given in marriage. R2 was his wedding ring, and because his astromech was stopping him from destroying the Jedi, then perhaps it was a sign that Padmé wouldn't want this either, especially not in her name. Anakin smiled and patted his droid on the head and thanked him. Anakin realized that he was going to make the wrong choice, so he turned around as Oppo asked what they were going to do, and Skywalker called off the assault. One of the men in the squad of 10 stuck up for their orders, expressing that the Jedi had committed high treason. They needed to be stopped. Anakin shook his head, telling the trooper that treasonous individuals were dealt with. His actions did not account for the rest of the order. The clone shot back, demanding that Anakin stand down, so that they may fulfill their duty. Never had any trooper other than Rex called Anakin by his first name, and this resulted in a reaction. R2 wheeled away backwards, sensing the hostility in the situation. Anakin told the trooper that he would address him as Sir, and nothing else. The clone got up in Anakin's face and told him that only men willing to fulfill their duty were honorable of such a title. If he didn't want to assist them, that he was a collaborator and should be dealt with as a traitor of the Republic. Anakin told the trooper to stand down once more, and the trooper raised his weapon at General Skywalker and fired a shot. Within an instant, the echo rolled throughout the entire Jedi Temple. Anakin was alright. He used the Force at the last second to push the shot away. The other troopers looked forward and Skywalker ignited his lightsaber, cutting through the clone's weapon, before shoving him off of his feet with the Force. The other 9 troopers with Oppo raised their weapons, and the clone commander apologized. Anakin was acting in violation of Executive Order 66. He would be treated as an active threat and a traitor against the Republic. Another weapon raised, and Skywalker quickly whipped his saber around, defending himself as a few more shots blasted out. The clones either fell without limbs or without their weapons, nothing in between. Anakin didn't hesitate with his movements either. He swiftly stopped each of these attackers before backpedaling away. He yelled out at his men, telling them to stand down now. The Jedi were not their enemy, but more blasters raised, and Anakin ran, leaping behind one of the pillars as what sounded and felt like hundreds of blasters pelted the side of the thick pillar. Anakin was very lucky that these were a part of the reconstruction after the Old Republic. If it weren't for that, then he would be dead right now. The clones continued to fire, but Anakin made his own moves, rushing to another pillar and defending himself. By this point, the entire temple was aware that something was going wrong. Temple guards activated, as Sinjalak set into motion one of the many temple defenses. He was able to delegate control to some of his most trusted masters, so that he could defeat the future Sith Grand Inquisitor. They would have a ferocious duel inside the restricted section of the archives, but luckily for Skywalker, this would free up the temple guard unit to create some chaos and assist him. Anakin leaned against the wall, and as if the noise around him stopped, his eyes closed. He realized his own mistakes in the past hour. He thought back to that hologram, and he knew in one singular moment that instead of trying to make things right by following Palpatine's orders, he should have gone to Padmé's residence. He should have done that when he first heard Palpatine's voice inside the council chambers. Everything was so cloudy, and he gripped his face with an open hand. Frustration coursed through his veins. All of this lack of focus vanished when an explosion sounded, but it was a bunch of clones yelling in dismay. A temple guard gripped Anakin's chest and asked if he was alright. Skywalker jolted into the wall he was leaning against in surprise. What he didn't notice is a couple clones lobbed thermal imploders at Skywalker, and he didn't see them because of this trance. The temple guard dropped down from the ceiling and lobbed those bombs back at the clones, sending dozens of them into the air, as the other explosions sounded off in succession. The guard told Anakin to hold still. They would help him, but he rebuted, telling the guard that they were no match for the 501st. Under the mask, the Jedi smiled, knowing this, but also knowing that the footsteps of the Jedi Temple were a nightmare for attackers. It was designed as such. He waved a few hand symbols to R2, who was placed behind an adjacent pillar with an astronaut port in it. The droid followed the command, and more screams could be heard. The steps up the temple activated spikes, ones that killed hundreds of clones in one go. The rest of them continued pushing through their dead brothers and firing on the entrance of the temple, which had been closed thanks to Sinjalak. Anakin turned the corner to see his men suffering. Some of them survived the first trap, and he tried to get the temple guards to stop, but R2 was willingly following these commands. He could see the moral mistake being made by Anakin by protecting these clones. Whatever orders they were following were wrong, and sadly, Skywalker couldn't be the one to see it until it was too late. Truthfully, Anakin was struggling internally, because even this felt like the wrong thing, but he couldn't accept that it was more important to defend the temple. These Jedi hadn't done anything wrong. Mace had gone too far in his own opinion, but even that event was blurry in his mind's eye. The sound of dozens of lightsabers caught Anakin's attention, as secret portals inside the overhang released the temple guards. These overhangs were connected through a series of vents inside the main complex. This was one of the Battle Master's plans, ones that Sinjalak activated for this leg of the defense. With the Grand Inquisitor dying inside the temple at Sinjalak's hands, he would soon be with the rest of the temple defense force, though chances are he might not be needed. The few clones who got to the final level of the temple ascension were completely unprepared for the temple guard assault. Despite the best Jedi in the Order being spread out across the galaxy, this unit of 500 Jedi were designed to defend the temple. Sinjalak had trained all of them, and increased their numbers throughout the Clone War. They descended on the 501st clones and didn't give them a chance. The elite clone unit was unable to defend themselves, because of their awkward positioning. Some of the men were injured from the spikes on the steps, the others were destroyed in explosions thrown by their own men. The medics, and even good troopers without targets to hit, tended to the wounded. But because the guard unit was protecting the temple from clear aggressors, they weren't going to be merciful. It wasn't in their honor code to be. Their one mission was to defend the defenseless inside the temple, and they did that. Golden sabers sliced through clones. The fight was bloody. Some got into fist-to-fist combat. Others were killed in more explosions or cut down by seemingly vengeful Jedi. Anakin didn't commit to the combat, as he fell to his backside and held his face in his hands. What had he done? This went back to the executive office, to leaving the council chambers, to telling Windu, to even agreeing to this mission or joining the High Council. Every action he had made in the last few days left some sort of effect, and now everyone inside the Order and inside of his own clone unit had to pay for it. As he was trying to console himself, a heavy arm picked him up, without even struggling. Sindralic told Anakin to hold himself together. They had to be ready for whatever else was coming for them. The temple guard that had been by his side helped Anakin into the temple, with R2 following closely behind. Sin then joined the rest of his men as they slaughtered the 501st troopers. It was unfair. They had the advantage, but one simple trap and a blinding counterattack stripped the clones of all of their strengths. Of course, many temple guards fell, because they were outnumbered, but they were prepared, which went a long way. Their morale was even higher, and they made sure the clones were crushed physically and morally. It was a brutal attack that cost everyone on both sides. The rest of the brawl became a blur for Anakin. The lights of the temple faded out, mostly because everything was red on the inside. He couldn't focus on anything. All he knew is that there was darkness in his mind. He felt paralyzed, perplexed with actions he made with a semi-clear conscience. Actions that made him a true hypocrite. Only now did he realize. It wasn't the Jedi way, but he slaughtered Dooku. It wasn't the Jedi way, but Mace couldn't stop the Sith for good. All of his training emerged in his mind, as if Qui-Gon himself were presenting the facts before him. The lies and deceit of the Sith had plagued him for his entire life. Surely Palpatine would promise him what he wanted, if he just did what Palpatine asked. It was the perfect plan, and Anakin was none the wiser to the grooming he had received. It was too late now. He couldn't go back and undo it. He just listened as blasters roared and gunships exploded. What he didn't know is the Jedi activated a multitude of other defenses. Among them were counterattacks made by highly talented guardsmen that only Sindralic knew about. The Jedi Honor Guard took down LAATs and helped the rest of the temple security protect the uppermost layer of the temple grounds. The Honor Guard was different from the regular temple guard. These were the most elite temple guards that no one except for the High Council knew about. It wasn't a perfect execution, but it was a damn good one. Sindralic led his men against the clone troopers, who without Oppo, Anakin, or their third and fourth in command, retreated. Commander Fox from an LAAT tried to regather the 501st, but he would be among the first killed in a number of blitzed LAATs. Either an honor guard would use the Force or electric judgment on a gunship, or they would use the Force to launch each other into the vessels so that they could kill the pilots and jump to the next ship. It wasn't all perfect. Some Jedi were shot out of the sky when they were going towards a gunship. A few didn't even land on their targets, and so it wasn't the greatest show of protection. But they won. The Coruscant Guard and 501st were in absolute shambles, trying to gather reinforcements, but the temple deployed an EMP. It was established over 1,000 years before, and they'd modified it and built it up throughout the High Republic, as the city built up. The Jedi used this to protect themselves, and despite the base of tech being old, it did the job and completely neutralized any call for reinforcements for the clones. The survivors of both initial attacks were left alone, without support, to retreat back into the city. The temple guards would prepare other traps as Sindralic confronted Anakin. Their discussion wouldn't be all that great, because it would include Sin learning about the truth of Anakin's actions inside the executive building. But in concern over their sanctuary, Sindralic believed he needed to act, because he was technically the highest ranked Jedi inside the temple at the moment. He, despite distrusting Anakin in this moment, had Skywalker, Coleman Kaj, Pablo Jill, Shot T, and 4 members of the elite Honor Guard join him as they moved on the Chancellor. Their objective was to kill Palpatine, and Sindralic made it especially clear to the Honor Guard that if Anakin moved against any of them, to kill him instantly. This was the brilliance in Sindralic's plan. If Anakin acted out, then that would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Even with Order 66 in effect, they left the highly defended temple and moved for the Chancellor's office across the city. Similar to the previous 4 Jedi who entered the executive offices, they didn't hesitate in their attack on the Sith. Lightsabers ignited, and they charged him. Palpatine was forced to defend himself with his remaining saber, and the engagement began quickly. Anakin was a little slower than his peers in the battle, because, like his actions against Mace and his own troopers, it was like he couldn't stop himself. He was confused, acting against someone he thought was right, but maybe he wasn't. It didn't matter. The sound of clashing broke his lack of focus. He joined in, but Palpatine was still in his head. Despite not moving his lips, the Sith Lord was actually fighting for his life, physically and inside of Anakin's head. He needed Skywalker to join him here, so that he didn't mess this up again. Anakin clearly didn't know about the Honor Guard mission statement, so he wasn't inclined to fear turning on these Jedi, like he didn't fear turning on Mace. The weapons continued stabbing and slashing. Thanks to actually being on guard, Sindralic was able to display his skills, switching in and out of forms as he needed. He took the brunt of the fight against Palpatine, with the other Jedi filling in behind Sindralic. Anakin stopped mid-fight and rubbed his head. One of the guards almost swung for his neck, but some royal guards for Palpatine entered the room and stabbed Skywalker, and it reacted by attacking these royal guards. Just behind him, Pablo Gil was cut down, and Coleman Cash continued fighting despite his friend's death. Sidious held on really well, even without the advantage that killed the 4 counselors. He was a very talented duelist, sizing up Sin, Shaak Ti, and some of the Honor Guards. He blasted electricity at one of them before sending his blade against Sin. Palpatine was constantly spinning around in a circle to defend each strike coming at him. Anakin, on the other hand, bodied the royal guards that stabbed him even though he wasn't clearly attacking the Chancellor. When their bodies fell, he uneasily bobbed his head from side to side. He was like lightheaded. He still couldn't wrap his mind around any of this, and it felt like he was losing control. There was a winding echo inside of his head, as if Palpatine was trying to lure him into a trance, and Anakin was fighting it with all of his heart. As he felt like he was losing this combat against Palpatine, he fell to his knees and grabbed his head. The lightsabers swirling around on the other side of the room were frightening to hear in this state. He couldn't even see who was winning. Sindralic shoved Palpatine back against the desk as Shaak Ti slammed down, missing as Palpatine fired electricity back at her, landing the hit. But Coleman cut the Sith Lord's hand off and Sindralic stepped back before beating up on Palpatine's saber and swinging down below with the final strike and cutting the Sith Lord in half. The Honor Guard Jedi turned and prepared to execute Anakin, but they stopped when Shaak Ti called their names. Sindralic identified that he killed Palpatine, as the others with him checked in on Anakin. His head was clearing now that Palpatine was dead, but that didn't mean he was feeling perfectly better. He remained on the ground as the others tried to help him up. Anakin was still uneasy, prompting Sindralic to order the Honor Guard to bring him back to the temple and get answers from him about this attack. Skywalker would find himself in a medical bay, forced into a medical high. The Jedi may have acted semi-immorally towards this, but they needed answers, and the Honor Guard, like the regular temple guards, knew better than to rely on their code for something that affected all of them. By using this high, they were able to get information out of Skywalker, because his own guard was down. As was mentioned before, he wasn't a good liar, but he was good at not talking about something. That came in clutch with everything he kept a secret from the Order. But now, the most damning things to Anakin's reputation were his betrayal of Mace Windu and almost executing Order 66. Additionally, they were able to learn that Palpatine had been in his head for almost the entirety of the last 2 hours or so everything Anakin faced was just a psychological torture for him, because despite him being in control, there was a voice echoing inside of his head the entire time. At the same time, across the city, the Jedi were able to play their card. The Sith Lord would have been able to villainize the Jedi, because they couldn't defend themselves if they weren't around. Now the Jedi could show Palpatine's true colors without him there to defend himself. But this came after a very important discovery, one that ripped through clone lines, just before another attack on the temple came. It was Order 150, the executive order that completely shut down the inhibitor chips. Of course, when the Jedi confronted Republic executives and senators inside the executive building, there were problems with the Jedi, like why did they kill Palpatine, or break into his office twice? This was a huge problem, and it would bode an even larger one for the Republic itself, because the war was almost over and the Jedi had just killed their leader. But that was what they weren't understanding. Palpatine was a two-faced maniac, someone who controlled both sides of the war, so that he could have the most beneficial turnout. None of his act was true. He wasn't a hero, he was a monster. Without fully sufficient evidence, it would start a whole nother thing. It would take weeks to fizzle out, but the Jedi would win the case because they did end the war, though their public distrust would be higher than ever, and it was already bad before the incident, but killing Palpatine was like driving a nail into the coffin. In the meantime though, before that came to a resolution, more problems were facing the Jedi Order. On the morning following Order 66 and the eventual rollout of Order 150, surviving Jedi from around the galaxy would return. These were members who didn't die at the hands of their clone brothers. Many of them were traumatized Padawans. Luckily, for the survivors, there were more of them because the clones were no longer following Order 66. So yeah, there were stragglers out on planets across the galaxy that would have died despite surviving the initial execution of the Order. These young, traumatized Jedi would return to a locked-down temple. Everyone was on edge, but Sindralik, Shaak Ti, and Coleman Kaj were sorting it all out. They hadn't left the executive building by this point, but leadership did return to the temple. Yoda and Obi-Wan were able to regather in deep space, then back on Coruscant. They were immediately informed about the Anakin situation, getting the full rundown on site. This created a small fraction between the two of them. Yoda was very upset, the most he had been in decades, because Anakin betrayed one of his good friends. Mace Windu died for nothing, and his death echoed the beginning of tragedy that affected several more Jedi around the galaxy. Anakin's actions completely set up those Jedi and set them down a path of turmoil. Obi-Wan could see this, but there was a deeper manipulation that they hadn't noticed, and not for nothing, from Kenobi's perspective, the Council could have been a little more involved early on. It didn't really matter at this point because what was done, but still, it should at least be acknowledged that this was a collective failure on the part of the Jedi. The Honor Guard and Terra Sunube who commenced the interrogation were split down the middle too, ironically. It created a divide between them. Some believed that Anakin, a member of the High Council, should have had the wherewithal to understand what was happening. He may have been the youngest member on the Council, but he was 23, and Mace was 24 when he joined. Would Windu betray the Jedi at such a young age? Many believed he wouldn't have. The other side to this argument was that Anakin was clearly manipulated by Palpatine, and that was confirmed by the voice inside of his head during some of these events. This was even documented well by eyewitness accounts. While Anakin never claimed to have Palpatine inside of his head at Windu's betrayal, he did confirm that it wasn't necessarily needed because Palpatine was right there, talking to him. So, the other people who defended Anakin believed that he was a victim of grooming, something that every single one of his instructors should have taken seriously. Had they done that, it would have never gotten this far. Anakin may have been able to expose Palpatine during the war, in a case that they had actually confronted this problem. This became a hot topic of discussion between the surviving Jedi Masters. Anakin was not allowed to be involved in these discussions, but he was the catalyst of Order 66, though there was a deeper problem that started to echo outside of these discussions. It didn't come from outside the temple either, because these very discussions became rumors and eventually topics of debate amongst surviving Jedi. Due to Sindralik and a number of the best Jedi in the Order representing themselves against the Republic, Jedi warriors were not near the clones. They were not assisting in the peace process. They had won the war, and they were forbidden from interacting with its conclusion. They got to make their cake and watch everyone eat it for them. Not the greatest thing ever. They were ostracized for killing the Chancellor, even though they ended the war. It was a bit sick in a way, because the Jedi weren't doing well as a result. But despite holding up in court and surviving a purge, the Internal Order was communicating about this Anakin case. It started as a rumor, before eventually being confirmed by people on Coruscant when the battle happened. Some of those were the aforementioned eyewitnesses for his breakdowns behind the pillar. So there were two sides starting to form, even though none of them heard directly from Anakin himself. He wasn't allowed out of the medical bay, so these discussions became a focus of conversation inside the temple. They couldn't do anything else because the Jedi were being targeted publicly. They were holding up in courts, but nothing was going forward, so it was just a long waiting process to see if the Jedi would come out on top. This conversation inside the temple revolved around the reason of all of this starting. As the days went by, their debates became heavier. Some Jedi suggesting that Anakin should be removed from the Order for his betrayal, others going as far to suggest that they put him in the carbon freezing and lock him away, others suggesting the death sentence for him. So in this split, who do you choose? Many Jedi respected Master Windu, and many respected General Skywalker. Were his actions justified? Clearly not, and almost everyone agreed on that. Every single Jedi believed that Anakin was in the wrong for betraying Windu. But the reason behind his actions was the debate. Was Anakin just a selfish prick with little regard for anyone else? Why did he march on the temple? but many had interacted with Anakin before and they knew he wasn't a terrible person. He clearly made a mistake or acted on impulse. He wouldn't kill the Jedi if he actually marched on the temple, would he? Eventually, these topics started dividing people within the Order. A simple disagreement turned Jedi against one another, because despite the topic of interest being so minute, it clearly affected everyone, because the Purge could have purged them all. This is because the topic realistically wasn't just about Anakin. It was about how Order 66 affected members of the Order. Those who didn't lose someone close to them were more inclined to take Anakin's side, because they hadn't truly felt the effect of Order 66, while those who lost a master or a friend were more likely to side against Anakin. With only 3,500 Jedi dying during the Purge, there were actually more individuals who stood against Anakin. A schism was bubbling, and surviving counselors tried to stop it from going further. Yoda pulled Shaak Ti and Coleman Karash from the hearings, so that they, with Obi Wan and himself, could put an end to this. Anakin was allowed to leave the temple and his medically induced high so that he could be with Padmé. This was not so he could be with Padmé, but so he could get away from the temple during these deliberations. For him, so much was a blur, and he couldn't really be mad at anyone. He was still coming down from the high, but so much mixed together. He missed the birth of the twins, but he wasn't exactly upset about that, because Padmé survived, which is all that really mattered to him. Even with the joy of having twins, a surviving wife, and a seemingly happy home life, he couldn't help but feel regret over his actions, especially against Windu. He did so much, and went out of his way for nothing. The entire 501st was shredded, Ahsoka and Rex were traumatized beyond belief, clones were slipping into depression with Order 150 because they realized their actions, the Republic was demonizing the Jedi, and the war was over without any hint of jubilee. Just one tragedy after another, and part of him felt like he was at the middle of all of it. That was really devastating for Anakin. He was pretty unaware of the internal debates inside the temple, so that didn't plague him like the rest of it did. But if he knew, it would have hurt him deeply. For weeks, this back and forth would continue. By the time the Jedi actually freed themselves from Republic scrutiny, everything had changed. They won, but at what cost? No longer could they attribute their success to themselves, because two of their best members almost destroyed the collective order. The debates inside the temple weren't finished though. More than anything, they were more hostile now. The council lost its grip, because in these hostile deliberations, the Jedi had come to the conclusion that had the council or Obi-Wan stepped in, none of this would have happened, which did give some validity to the Jedi that took Anakin's side. If the blame was levied against the council, then in all fairness, technically, it confirmed that Anakin was groomed and manipulated, thus not making him totally at fault. But none of the words would truly matter, because at the end of the day, these were Jedi not affected by Order 66, trying to defend someone who caused lifelong trauma by acting erratically. It bubbled over to a brawl, and then it bubbled over into a skirmish. The council stepped in at the sight of the brawl and stopped the skirmish, but the line in the sand had already been drawn. They had betrayed themselves, and with the war over, the peace beginning, and the Jedi fading from the public spotlight, they destroyed themselves from the inside out. Anakin, returning to the temple, would yet again be a catalyst for the Jedi. He spent the longer part of a few weeks inside of Padmé's residence. They were enjoying having the twins, and preparing to return to Naboo. He was actually going to the council to resign and abandon the Jedi Order. After having spoken with Ahsoka, following her traumatic event inside the Venator, he couldn't bear to have any more potential control over the Jedi. His time with the High Council was clearly a mistake, and he needed to right those wrongs by stepping down. But despite his good intentions, he started something that needed to be resolved. When he entered the temple, he could sense the tonal change within the Order. The survivors, those who stood against Anakin, confronted him the moment he entered it. About 13 Jedi stood before him and demanded to know why he was here. A confused Skywalker tried to explain it, but these Jedi, after having watched their peers die to clones, didn't want to hear it. The question was basically rhetorical, but they didn't ask it as if it were. So, no matter what he did, he would only dig a hole deeper for himself. And with their wounds still fresh and their minds still frustrated from weeks of getting nowhere in deliberations, they ignited their lightsabers. Anakin put his hands up as if to suggest that he wasn't instigating anything, but just being here was more than enough for them. He stepped back before members of the opposition group, the one that defended Anakin, ignited their weapons. As a counselor, still, Skywalker tried to get them to stop. He tried to reason with all of them, but this was the point, and a battle began, where a survivor swung for Anakin and another Jedi defended him. The opposing sides started to engage each other. Lightsabers echoed out and bodies slowly started to fall. Blood was drawn and revenge was lurking for many of these survivors. Anakin tried breaking up duels before getting blasted in the nose with the hilt of a lightsaber. This turned him into a very unhappy person, which unluckily for him meant he pulled his own saber and countered the Jedi that attacked him. When the counselors eventually arrived, it looked like Anakin was starting a Jedi civil war, one to shred the Jedi apart and take part of it for himself, but he was simply acting more like a Jedi by defending himself and those who stood by him. The counselors too readied their weapons and joined the fight. Some Jedi were going for the kill, others were trying to disarm their opponents. None of it was pretty. Yoda and Anakin ended up in an engagement, after Skywalker disarmed another Jedi and used the Force to shove them to the ground. This was a duel between Grand Master and Chosen One. The Jedi beside and around them continued to fight. Regardless of this, Yoda attacked because he thought Anakin was an aggressor, and Anakin fought because he was still trying to defend himself. All the ambiguity about his actions against Mace had been undone by the revenge sought by those infused with trauma from Order 66. Yoda and Anakin traded blows. Skywalker wasn't a true competition for the Grand Master, especially without the dark side, but their weapons continued spinning. Anakin was able to match Yoda's speed and precision, but mastery and experience were not on Anakin's side. There was only one Jedi to ever defeat Yoda in a spar, let alone in a duel, and Skywalker would not be the second. Yoda shoved Anakin back into a pillar, and Skywalker rolled around, blocking another strike before Yoda used the Force to launch Anakin off of his feet and send him spiraling towards the stairs, where he landed. The other Jedi continued to fight, as temple guards, honor guards, and counselors stepped in to stop the fighting. It slowly fell apart, but Yoda, after getting to Anakin to force him to surrender, learned the truth. Yoda had won, but at what cost? There was no fight, there was no competition, because it was manufactured, and a typically aggressive Anakin was only being defensive. Yoda turned and looked at his order. The weight of his own actions, that of his council, and their centuries worth of failure bubbled up into his chest, and it bursted. The Grand Master staggered at the sight of dead Jedi, killed by other Jedi, and he felt all of the staggering in his heart. His hand landed on his chest, and his other hand raised to his eye, to wipe a tear from it. Yoda was shameful and hurt. His greatest failure had been realized here, and he dropped immediately. Anakin grabbed the Grand Master before he hit the ground, and tried to understand what was happening, but Yoda couldn't speak. His loss was complete. Palpatine had at least won in one way. Within moments, Yoda would be claimed by the Force and die in Anakin's hands. The fighting would continue for another couple minutes before all of it finally stopped. Anakin would lay Yoda in a casket and inform the Order that he would leave. His presence wasn't worth their pain. But unexpectedly, several of those who defended him would announce their own resignation from the Jedi Order. The entire structure had been devastated. One tragedy after another pushed the Jedi into self-destruction. The Council would stand with the survivors, and after a somber and silent funeral for Yoda, those who resigned would leave, never to be seen again on Coruscant. Unluckily, and also kind of funnily for Anakin, many of these Jedi wanted to follow him. Their arguments had been proven correct in their eyes because Skywalker didn't ever act with hostility when threatened. They wanted him to start a new order, but he didn't have such aspirations. Instead, they vowed to follow him and protect him. If he demanded them to leave, then they would go. But many of these individuals, after deliberations, debates, and conflict, wanted a new path. They saw Anakin as the true future of the Jedi. While the order that remained on Coruscant would survive, it would forever be tarnished by the reputation of the Clone War and the schism that followed it. Anakin and his defenders would go to Naboo, where they would live in the meadow. Skywalker obviously lived with Padmé in the Nibiris, but over the coming weeks, while he wasn't tending to his marriage or his children, he would humor these Jedi. They actually found Naboo quite pleasant and eventually found home in the natural lands, up in the mountains near the lake. They didn't build any structures, but they cemented themselves to the Force. Anakin was still hailed as a leader of sorts. They weren't fully loyal to just Anakin, but they willingly understood that Skywalker gave them a chance to be better versions of what they thought they were. None of them realized that he would have killed all of them, which is the true irony in it. Eventually, it would become a formed sect. and they would be their own unique order. This would be completed after Ahsoka finished off her initial mission to Mandalore. She and Rex would kill Maul, and then they too would find home on Naboo. The clone armies had their own dealings after the war because of 150, but the public never blamed them for their actions. All of that blame went towards the Jedi Order on Coruscant. Anakin's sect wouldn't rival the actual Jedi, but they would continue as if they were an extension of the Jedi Order. They were loyal to the Force, and by being in nature on Naboo, they were able to find themselves. Skywalker, in its truest happiness, was able to guide many of these members on their own journeys, while also contribute to his family life without interruption. It became the perfect balance for him and his family. Eventually, he and Obi Wan would reunite. It was a difficult time, and many Jedi on both sects understood that things went too far. They wouldn't group up into one true Jedi Order ever again in their lifetimes, but it would be for the better. They were able to end the war, defeat evil, and return peace to the galaxy. That was a triumph in all of their eyes.
Our story begins inside the Jedi Council chambers, where Master of the Order, Mace Windu, called an audible mid-session. They were speaking to young Skywalker about the Chancellor's appointment to the High Council, and their disagreement with it. While the Council itself was willing to allow Anakin to hold one of the most coveted spots within the Jedi Order, Mace could sense the stirring within young Skywalker. There was something more, and he knew that having Obi-Wan go to him privately would likely encourage this stirring to become more pronounced. The Jedi of the Chambers had agreed on the mission statement, to have the very close duo of Palpatine and Anakin to become a spy mission. They all believed Anakin could do it, and that's where they planted their trust. It was in their faith, not in Anakin himself. Mace was calling an audible on that part alone, because placing their trust in their faith hadn't exactly worked out for them throughout the duration of the war. They hoped that something would go right, but it didn't always work out that way. To change up this plan was a risk in of itself, and it relied heavily on Skywalker's response to it. Initially, this mission wasn't supposed to go on record, making it seem even more suspicious, especially if one was newly introduced to the Council. It was a mandate led by Grandmaster Yoda, who, not more than a few months before, suggested that they keep the secret of Tyrannus' involvement in the clone army from Palpatine. Anakin was standing right there during that entire conversation. It wouldn't be wise to bring Skywalker into their ranks, force a mission on him, and expect a 20-some-year-old to just be content with the idea of secretly spying on someone. It made the bureaucracy of the Council seem even more corrupt than it must have looked from the outside. Mace, an individual who joined the Council in his young 20s, could understand how jarring this might be to Skywalker, and Mace was a true Jedi through and through, so it would be even more shocking for Anakin. As Mace was about to announce his rejection of Skywalker's appointment to the rank of Master, he skewed around it. They accepted the Chancellor's decision, despite not agreeing with his disregard for Jedi affairs. Mace's voice switched up, as he rejected Palpatine's belief that he could intermingle with their decisions. Anakin listened carefully, as Mace told Skywalker that it was why they were going to bring him into their own investigation. His eyes scanned the room as noticeable shock filled some of the other counselors. Mace wasn't supposed to bring this up, and no one saw it coming. Perhaps not even Mace himself, judging by the change in his tone. He explained that the Jedi had operated in cooperation with the Senate for years. They had served with them in an effort to best provide for the galaxy. Mace told Anakin that there were a lot of things that went on behind the scenes that most Jedi and the public were completely unaware of in regard to Jedi and Senate affairs. He explained that over the past several centuries, the Jedi worked hard to make sure the Senate stayed out of their business, and yet it seemed like Palpatine was trying to scapegoat the Jedi for the war. Being that young Skywalker and Senator Amidala were on Geonosis, speaking to Tyrannus before the battle began, Mace suggested that Anakin take a stand for the Jedi Order. Skywalker listened to each word that followed, but he was unsure of where Mace was going to go with this directive. Master Windu framed the entire situation as the Jedi being in a bad place, and how they needed Anakin's help. The Chancellor's rise to power, and even his recent gained control over the intergalactic banking clans, worried the Council. Mace asked Anakin if he remembered the discussions they had a couple months back. Anakin remarked in a questioning voice, if it were the conversation about Dooku being Tyrannus, and therefore Dooku being the creator of the clone army? Mace nodded his head. Anakin asked, what about it? To which the Master of the Order quickly responded. He told Anakin that they couldn't reveal the nature of the decision at the time, due to him not being a member of the Council. but they believed that Palpatine was trying to use his power and influence over the Republic to steal the independence of the Jedi Order as a whole. If they revealed the information surrounding Tyrannus, Palpatine could use it against the Order and pull them further into his grasps. Mace explained that he knew how close he and the Chancellor were, but they wanted to understand more about his plans. Anakin visibly reacted to this. Frustration and almost a bit of disgust rolled across his face. Master Windu explained that this was their most desperate hour, and he was their only hope for ensuring they remained an independent body from the Republic. Anakin asked Mace why Palpatine might want this, and he shrugged his shoulders, never alluding to the idea that Sheev could indeed be Sidious. He explained that the Chancellor used the war to overstay his welcome, despite the Senate demanding it. Palpatine was also able to control more power than any Chancellor in Republic history. If he decided that he wanted to gain control over the Jedi Order, he might be able to forcibly exodus the Jedi from Coruscant if they didn't comply, which of course they wouldn't. Windu exclaimed that if they complied, they'd become subservient to the masters of the Republic. What good could a Jedi Order do if they were stuck under the stagnant bureaucracy of the Senate? People would suffer, worlds would be left without care. The independence of the Jedi Order was imperative for the longevity and continued prosperity of systems around the galaxy. Anakin looked down, his mind rolling through the statements laid before him. Master Windu explained everything to him so perfectly, yet his mind was like high tide. Waves of thoughts continued to circle around him until he stopped them. His eyes closed and he focused on what the Jedi were. Mace used a lot of imagery when describing how the Republic would place the Order into shackles. Most of this imagery invoked memories of what being a slave was like for Anakin, and he believed in the Jedi, despite his various disagreements with them. He believed in what they could be, and so he looked up, telling Master Windu that as a member of the Council and therefore a representative of the Jedi, he believed that this was a great idea. In Anakin's mind, he wouldn't be doing anything egregious, which is why he agreed to doing this. His job was to hang out with Palpatine for a few days or weeks and report on what the Chancellor said. He personally believed that Palpatine was a good man, but this mission to him wasn't getting information. Anakin did agree with the notion that the Jedi should remain independent as a sect, and being that he was on Scipio before Palpatine gained control over the banking clans, he understood why the Council was fearful. Anakin just looked at the Grand Master and Master of the Order and bowed, before making his way back to his seat. When he sat down, he forgot where he was. Firstly, these high council chairs were super comfortable, so much so that he couldn't focus on listening. Secondly, he was just thinking about the ease he'd have with this mission. Following the council session, Anakin and Obi Wan would have a small discussion about his feelings regarding the assignment. Anakin just told his former master to not worry about him. This would be a breeze, because in his mind, this wasn't really a spying mission. If Palpatine told him anything about securing the Jedi Order as a Republic asset, then he would tell Windu. But if not, then why be concerned even in the slightest? The lack of secrecy around this mission and the even less hostile tone it was presented in took all possible stress of the event off of his mind. Obi-Wan checking on him just came across like an anxious master, making sure he was okay with everything. Because Anakin assumed he was a Jedi Master because of his appointment to the Council, he just continued to live a normal life. Following his conversation with Obi-Wan, he talked to Padmé for a short bit, which wouldn't be hostile either. He then would join Palpatine for a talk at the opera. Skywalker was actually looking forward to this mission. He was literally hanging out with someone he liked spending time with. The two of them talked, and Palpatine alluded to the Jedi trying to spy on him, and Anakin, instead of breaking down immediately, just denied. He wasn't emotionally conflicted with the idea, so therefore, nothing to feel guilty about. Anakin was just simply listening and enjoying his time with his friend. He was a little perturbed because he hadn't gotten his chance to go to the restricted section to find out how he could save Padmé from his nightmares. But that was on his to-do list for the rest of the day. He would enjoy the opera, send off his little date, and then go to the archives for the rest of the night. Pretty simple deal. However, Palpatine had different ideas, because shortly after Anakin denied his current mission, he brought up the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise. The Chancellor used a very methodic approach, which entranced Anakin, despite the hypnotic opera being performed right in front of them. The tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise was a fun run-through. He enjoyed listening to the story, and it did pique his interest. But as he was listening, he rejected it immediately. His conversation with Yoda at the beginning of the day certainly left him unmotivated, but he wasn't going to turn to a Sith legend to find a path to save Padmé. That's why he had the Jedi archives. That's why he was a Jedi Master. He told Palpatine that the story was interesting and left it at that. They didn't need to go into any other details about the tragedy. After the opera, Anakin ventured into the archives, but it was very late at night. Jocasta Nu had already gone to bed, and she was the only Jedi archivist on duty who knew how to help new masters get into the restricted section. Her understudies weren't permitted by her until one of them became the lead archivist. It was another case of tradition for tradition's sake. Anakin found this to be a little annoying, but he did spend some time inside the archives, despite not being able to get into the restricted section. He figured he might as well look around preemptively, just to make sure there weren't any lessons he was unaware of. His rationale for remaining inside the archives was a memory he had of his youngling days. He could have sworn there was once Jedi healers, or maybe they were called Sentinels. He wasn't really sure, but he looked for about an hour and then sauntered off to sleep without finding an answer. In the morning, after oversleeping, Anakin had to rush to the council chambers for deliberations regarding the future of the war. He was able to communicate that General Grievous was found on Utapau. While the Chancellor suggested that he be the one to go, he expressed that he rejected the idea and told Palpatine that he was stationed on Coruscant to train a class of younglings. The Jedi around the room nodded in approval, seeing that Anakin was taking to his new role pretty well. Before an assignment could be given to another counselor for fighting off Grievous, Anakin expressed that to keep up the ruse, he would actually like to be given a group of younglings to train. He felt bad for lying, and he knew he might crack if asked about his students while completing his mission. Windu looked to Master Kit Fisto, who nodded, telling Anakin that they would discuss it in the following session. He smiled and leaned back into his seat, as the council came to the conclusion that Master Kenobi should engage General Grievous on Utapau, having had the most experience in combat with the droid general. This seemed, again, like a great idea. Anakin's talk with Fisto would have to wait for a little while, because Skywalker would walk with Kenobi to the loading docks where he would depart for Utapau. Afterwards, young Skywalker would return to the temple, where he would greet Kit Fisto inside of the archives, where he would explain that there was a class that Ahsoka was quite familiar with. Kit Fisto handpicked them because they should be pretty well acquainted with his style of teaching. That was actually very kind, asking if it was a class with Gunji in it, just to be sure. Fisto smiled, before running through the basics of the instruction he would have to give and how to handle a class-size lesson. As they finished their walkthrough, Anakin asked about the restricted section, and Fisto froze in his tracks. It was here when he realized that Skywalker thought he was a master the entire time. He quickly thought about what he would like to do, before coming to the conclusion that he would just give Anakin his own code. Seeing that he was handling this mission so well and with such humility, pushed Fisto to believe that he was responsible enough to have access to the restricted section. Hopefully, he wouldn't get in trouble for it, but it was worth the risk in Kit Fisto's mind. He showed Anakin how to open it, so they didn't have to hunt down Master Jocasta, who was in the middle of a one-on-one lesson with a struggling student. Best to not interrupt her. Anakin was very grateful for Fisto showing him how to open up the locked-down areas of the archives. Ironically, Anakin believed the code he was using was his own, but it was just Fisto's. No reason to burst his bubble. He was happy in completing his mission. Anakin had a couple hours before the younglings came in, so he went to visit Padmé first. She hadn't been visited by Obi-Wan, so she and Anakin just chit-chatted until they both needed to leave to do their own respective jobs. Early in the evening, before the sun started to shoot out highlights of orange and pink, Anakin returned to the Jedi archives, where he was greeted by his students. Biff, Gnodi, Gunji, Katuni, Petro, and Zat were all very excited to see their instruction mentor. All of them addressed him as Master Skywalker, as he gathered together a couple holocrons he took from the restricted section. They were based around healing, but these methods weren't exactly sanctioned by the Jedi Order, which is why they were in the restricted section. They were learned ways of healing others, but they were not force heal per se. Anakin didn't know that, he just saw the word heal and grabbed it. The students gathered around as he prepared his lesson on the fly. Right as he opened up the holocron, he got a call on his communication frequency. It was Master Windu, asking if he could inform the Chancellor of Master Kenobi's engagement with General Grievous. Anakin hesitated. He couldn't blow his cover by abandoning this class, but he also didn't want to fail Windu, so he agreed to do it. As their call ended, he contacted Palpatine and informed him of the situation. He was in class right now, but Master Kenobi was in an engagement with General Grievous. Palpatine expressed joy and wished Anakin luck with his instruction. Beneath his glimmering teeth were the fires of 1,000 suns. Palpatine was furious. Anakin, on the other hand, had killed 2 birds with 1 stone, and now had to clean up that mess. How did 2 birds get inside the archives? Anyways, he was back to his instruction. The ideas around healing were discovered long after the ancient concept of force heal. It was explained immediately as a holocron turned on. Skywalker read through the manuscript as the students watched the hologram of a Jedi Master, elegant in their look, described the elements of these constructs that the Jedi had created. The next hour or so would be really pretty seamless. Anakin would stick with his students, and the Jedi would wait for Kenobi's victory, as Palpatine would concoct the evolution of his plans. When the students left, Anakin returned to the restricted section with the holocrons. He and his students learned a relatively informational piece regarding the use of meditation to heal those around them. It wasn't like healing a wound or something like that. Rather, it was the use of harmonizing with another's heart and raising it. A spiritual and/or emotional healing, if you will. Anakin was looking for physical, so he darted back into the darkness of the restricted space and continued searching. His eyes scanned over dozens of documents, holocrons, books, and pages. He was desperately searching. He had been patiently and happily going along with the whole spy shtick, but he was starting to get stressed and frustrated. He didn't want to consult darkness, but maybe he should, because it would yield quicker results. As he was opening up another hologron, the building rocked, with what sounded like an explosion. This was strong enough to actually throw Anakin from his feet. He turned back and rushed to the doors and found a battle within the archives themselves. A single temple guard was spinning his pike around, slashing at the other guards who were with him. Anakin's lightsaber ignited as he demanded that the guard cease hostility. The other temple guards raised their weapons and created a pathway for Skywalker. Anakin pointed his saber in a commanding way, but the guard didn't care, throwing himself across the room. Skywalker blasted his saber in front of his face, as he backpedaled away rapidly. The temple guard swung both sides of his pike at Anakin, as he spun around them and out of the way, using the force to shove him over a table. Anakin told the other guards to break out of the archives and see what was happening now. Skywalker looked back over to the corner where he saw Sindralik dead on the ground. Anakin threw his head back and dipped under his strike, realizing that the guard had shanked the battle master and killed his students without much trouble. Sin never saw it coming, and Anakin didn't have the patience to understand why this individual was doing this. Their blades collided and held. Skywalker shoved down to the ground before dragging upwards, slicing the pike into halves, as he kicked the Inquisitor backwards into the bookshelf. He threw his blade at Skywalker, but he swerved out of the way, spinning on one foot, planting it into the ground before dragging the weapon back, disarming and then killing the treacherous temple guard. As Skywalker went to search for the other 6 counselors, Tin, Kolar, Windu, Shakti, Master Fisto, and Coleman Kaj, a rapid chase ensued across the city planet. Sidious was trailed on speeder by Masters Windu and Fisto, the only 2 survivors of their duel inside the office. Palpatine had changed his plans, and he was able to initiate Order 66 while on the run, giving the Jedi across the galaxy, but especially on Coruscant, the surprise of their lives. This is where he told Grand Inquisitor that Skywalker would not be joining them. Sidious could not worry about Anakin joining or not. They needed to succeed. The 2 Jedi behind him continued to press their chase, using what they were able to get their hands on as to not lose sight of the Dark Lord. Inside the temple, Anakin rushed out of the archives to see clones from his very own division slaughtering his brothers and sisters. From the corner of his eye, he could see younglings he just trained get swarmed and defended by temple guards and Master Coleman Kaj. Anakin ran into the field of combat, trying to reason with his men, but being forced to knock them out through various methods or kill them if worst came to worst. As he was saving what Jedi he could, he saw Master Shakti rise from the rubble of a fallen pillar, one knocked over into her personal chambers. She readied her weapons and pushed into the fray. The Jedi Temple was vastly unprepared for this encounter, but with a rallying of temple guards and counselors, one of the most elite clone units was left in shambles. Anakin tried to save as many of his clone brothers as he could, but he needed to stop them from killing these Jedi who had done absolutely nothing wrong. They were innocent children and teachers. They didn't deserve to die. Skywalker and the other Jedi Masters present were able to gather a resurgence in their fight to push back against the clones, getting them to call for reinforcements. Across the city and the streets of the upper levels, Windu lunged through the sky, avoiding electricity as Kit Fisto threw his lightsaber at Palpatine, who blocked the strike from killing him. The Sith Lord sped at Kit, but Windu landed, creating a shockwave that threw Palpatine from his feet. The Sith Lord whipped around, jabbing his lightsaber at the Master of the Order. Mace threw his hand up, and blocked with his saber in the other hand. His fist jabbed at Palpatine, catching him in the throat, as he rolled around blocking another strike and lining up next to Master Fisto. As the two Jedi were preparing to strike down the evil Chancellor, clone gunships rolled around the corner. Fisto told Mace to finish this. He would handle the clones. The Coruscant Guard may have been trained, but fighting off street thugs didn't prepare them for the incredible power of the Jedi, something they never saw in the field. The Jedi were an apparent talent, but without ever having seen it, the clones inside the city streets and at the Jedi Temple were left completely unprepared. Mace and Sidious re-engaged, their blades jabbing and crossing, their precision and speed unmatched, as Fisto ripped through the control panels on the gunships behind them. Sidious almost caught Mace, but he blocked it, spinning the saber around his back and using the momentum to shove his into Palpatine's stomach. The Sith Lord wasn't finished yet, though, as he launched all of his electricity at Mace. Master Windu ducked behind his saber, as his feet were pushed back against the streets of the city. He held on for dear life, as Sidious tried his hardest to make sure he died for his insolence. Kit Fisto behind the Sith Lord saw this, as he finished off the last gunship and swung down for Sidious. Palpatine wasn't able to stop Fisto in time. By the time he sensed him coming, it was too late. Inside the Jedi Temple, Skywalker used the Force to lob members of the Coruscant Guard against the walls, as the Temple Guard unit followed closely behind him. Their blades created a wall-like defense that was nigh impossible for the clones to break through. With two other counselors across the building and the full Temple Guard unit standing their ground, the clones of the 501st and Coruscant Guard were unable to fully stop the Jedi protection. Even better, the younglings and Padawans suffered very few casualties. At the end of the battle, the clones limped away, still trying to fight for a cause they didn't really believe in. Their minds were completely warped by the change of Order 66. The Jedi didn't know that, but they defended their temple, and once the last of the aggressor clones were pushed out, the temple was locked down and evacuated, in case of a potential orbital bombardment. The clones who were injured or wounded inside the temple were captured and put into the on-site prison. Luckily though, especially for the captured clones, there would be no incoming orbital bombardment. The temple would survive through the night, but there would be much explanation needed, a lot of which couldn't be even explained though. The Jedi didn't know what Order 66 was, or even how to discover its origins. Instead, they went with a route suggested by a very angry Anakin Skywalker. With time to think about everything and what Palpatine was trying to do, Anakin realized that he was set to become the next Tyrannus. The fact that Plagueis the Wise was a fake story to convince him to join the darkness was disgusting. Anakin had since come to the conclusion that Plagueis the Wise wasn't based on a real event, but Anakin suggested that the Jedi run with the Tyrannus story about him creating the clone army because they had validity that it was real. They could use the council session where he was assigned the mission to spy on the Chancellor as proof that they were trying to stop Palpatine. Everything lined up naturally to make the Jedi out to be the heroes of the day and of the Republic. Think about it. Anakin killed Dooku, Ahsoka captured Maul, Obi-Wan destroyed Grievous, and they effectively ended the war. What more could they want aside from their independence, as proven by the council session that was recorded? Anakin's mission to spy on the Chancellor would raise eyebrows, but the rationale was valid, thanks to support from Padme and the delegation of 2,000. Maybe they weren't married, but the Jedi were extremely grateful that they were at the very least good friends. Because after the onslaught of Order 66 and the trauma that now consumed the Jedi Order, they didn't need the Republic to turn on them. Palpatine had everything down perfectly. What he couldn't prepare for was a last-second audible made inside the council chambers. His biggest advocates inside the Senate would give the Jedi the hardest time, but the outsiders, ones who had their own issues with the Jedi, couldn't care less. And the reason for their lack of care was the fact that the war was over. When the cure to Order 66 was discovered, thanks to the Kaminoans giving it up, after facing a heavy embargo and a number of criminal accusations, Order 150 would allow the Jedi to return to Coruscant, since the only ones present on the planet were there for the Senate hearings, which were Mace, Anakin, Kit Fisto, Shakti, and Coleman Kaj. These 5 Jedi would be responsible for saving the Order from losing their independence to the Republic, but also establishing themselves as a neutral entity, one that served the galaxy in its darkest hour, saving it from the Sith. There'd be plenty of talks about the Sith and democracy once the initial deliberations surrounding the Jedi and the Kaminoans were finished, but most people wanted to celebrate. Those who reacted with stinginess towards the end of the war would eventually lose their seats to individuals who championed the beginning of peace. The Order would return to its mercy missions and continue to help out around the galaxy, wherever they could. Anakin would be officially made into a master, which confused him greatly, considering he thought he already was. But they were able to all laugh it off and eventually move on. The twins, Luke and Leia, would be born healthily and into a loving family. The twins wouldn't be separated, and Padme and Anakin would never leave their roles, though they were able to get some much needed time away from the galaxy to raise the twins on Naboo. Anakin called it a temporary brash vow when he informed the council. His seat would be kept until his return, as a new face would temporarily fill it. Ahsoka would find herself as a Jedi once more, and the clones would be protected from Kaminoan scientists and Dr. Hemlock, who the Jedi would also eventually expose to the Republic. When Skywalker returned to the temple about a year and a half after he left Coruscant, he would see a glimmering Republic, one that was facing new and positive changes, thanks to their efforts at the end of the war. New senators filled the halls of the Senate, and the Jedi had more outreach support and funding, as well as the fact that the galaxy was embracing peace. There were no chain codes, no subjugation, and no imperial rule. The Jedi had truly saved the galaxy from the Sith, and as for Master Skywalker, that was one of the most rewarding feelings in the entire universe.
Our story begins inside of Yoda's meditation chambers. He woke up from his sleep in a cold sweat. His eyes darted around the room and then back to the window, which was hidden behind some blinds. He used the Force to open them so he could see the city outside. He fell back to his bed. Yoda felt chills roll down his spine. It was like he was hit with a wave of night terrors, though he wasn't experiencing the visions that young Skywalker was experiencing across the city. The Elder Jedi Master got up and walked around the room, his mind thinking about the end of the war, and how close it was to coming. He then considered, if everything was going so well, something had to be awry. This night terror was a repeat of his vision from before, his fight with Sidious, sacrifice, and Sidious transforming into nothingness. Yoda considered the idea that if this Sith Lord was so elusive, then perhaps it was time to consider that not everything was as it seems. The council was spread out, and the Jedi were in a fragile position. He remembered what Kenobi said at the beginning of the war, about Dooku's claim that the Sith controlled everything. Dooku was dead now. There'd be no way to question if that was true or not. Yoda stopped, and thought momentarily. Perhaps it was time the Jedi stopped biting the bait. Maybe that was the key to this. Yoda was unsure though. It seemed like the right move to make. Each of the most successful Jedi in the Order were fighting on some of the most important battlefronts across the galaxy right now. It didn't initially seem like a Sith plan to spread the Jedi out, but the Battle of Coruscant came. They won, and the Separatists looked weak. Once Grievous was discovered, another Jedi or two would go to fight him. The Battle of Kashyyyk would happen within weeks or days, and there was no guarantee the war would be over before it came, so that meant that another 1 or 2 Jedi Masters would be sent there. Yoda sat down and stopped. He was overthinking everything. The night terror mixed with the stress of the war was eating him up. As Grand Master, it was his burden to bear. He was the one that needed to make the difficult decisions. His eyes closed, and he pondered what he would do to make sure the Order did not fall victim to the forces of evil. In the morning, Yoda would have a meeting with young Skywalker, an individual who wanted to know how to save others from death. But that's not what he said. The Grand Master answered Anakin's actual questions regarding premonitions in the Force, visions of pain, suffering, and death about someone close to him. As an individual who experienced pain, suffering, and death over the span of his last several hundred years of life, Yoda gave to Skywalker sincere and strong advice. What had helped Yoda with handling the death of his first teacher, to the death of his first student. These same exercises had been used when these travesties occurred across the galaxy, or when his last student turned to the dark side. Yoda was very careful with his words, and he told Anakin to train himself to let go of everything he feared to lose. Death was natural. It wasn't something that could be controlled. While Yoda believed the meeting was successful, Anakin didn't. He was looking for answers to questions he never asked the Grand Master. Now his concerns drifted. Perhaps there was another way to handle these visions. Following the meeting, Yoda would return to the garden of the temple to meditate, while Skywalker was gaslit and manipulated by the Chancellor of the Republic. Yoda's meditations were becoming increasingly difficult. He was struggling because the Force was out of balance, and his nightmares had been plaguing his mind for months. As Grand Master, the Order was his responsibility. The war was his burden, and as Grand Master, he needed to look after 10,000 Jedi, a galaxy at war, and a struggle that swallowed balance whole. In the following hours, Anakin would be given the seat inside the council chambers, and he would soon be assigned to his mission, one not meant to go into the records of the High Council. Following Anakin being told to take a seat, Master Ki-Adi-Mundi brought up an important point, one relating to the key system of Kashyyyk. Yoda thought back to the night before. He knew that they would discuss this battle today, and he almost jumped at the idea of going, but he suggested that another Jedi Master go and fight for the planet, with Master Luminar unduly. Mace spoke up, suggesting that his unit would be ready for battle. They had success at Anaxis not too long before, so Kashyyyk shouldn't be any problem for them to handle. It was decided, and the council was adjourned. Later on, Kenobi would inform Mace and Yoda about Anakin's reaction to the mission. Mace wasn't trusting of the situation. Anakin and Palpatine had a long history of standing by each other's side. It didn't matter what the Jedi did. Anakin would likely take favor with Palpatine at this point. Mace was distrusting of Anakin, but hopeful that he would do right by the Force and the Jedi, but still, having had no reason to trust Anakin. Kenobi tried to balance out the conversation by suggesting that Anakin hadn't ever let him down, and he wouldn't hear him. The three Jedi landed and Mace walked off, meeting with the chieftain of the Wookiees and his clone commander before going off to battle at Kashyyyk. Yoda and Obi Wan returned to the temple, and the Grand Master returned back to the garden. He said something on the LA-18, something that may have been too far, but maybe not far enough. He said that the prophecy may have been misread. He didn't want to think that young Skywalker would betray the Jedi Order, but at this point, the Force was so clouded, how could he not assume that he would? As these thoughts continued circulating, Yoda decided that he wanted to ask Anakin about his visions, to see if he could get some more information. He wasn't sure if this was something he should do or not, but Yoda was optimistic that they could have a productive conversation even after their previous talk and the mission assignment. As Yoda walked through the halls of the Jedi Temple, he continued thinking. It was uncommon for him to spend so much time in his head, but he almost couldn't help it. This was one of the main reasons why his thoughts were so frequently misconstrued. That, and of course, the mystery of the elusive Sith Lord. When he got to Skywalker's room, he rang it, and waited. After about a minute of waiting, he rang it again, and nothing came of it. How odd. Yoda decided that he would wander the halls until finding Anakin. He wouldn't. Skywalker was sleeping in Padmé's residence after going to the Opera House with Palpatine. Eventually Yoda did go to sleep, but the fact that Anakin never showed up was weird. Yoda did ask around too, but no one had seen him. When the next day began, Anakin was back inside the temple and acting as if he had been there all night. Yoda was inside of a small pod, floating through the corridors. He was inside the Great Hall on a catwalk, overlooking the entrance of the temple. The sun was filling the chambers of the Jedi and his eyes were closed. Anakin happened to be walking by when he came across Yoda. The Grand Master said his name as he walked by and he stopped. Yoda asked where he was last night, and he told the truth, informing him that the Chancellor invited him to the Opera House. Skywalker was a little nervous, hoping that Yoda wouldn't delve too far into it, but that's what happened. Yoda turned the pod around and asked young Skywalker if he would like to speak about it. Anakin nodded his head without saying a word. He didn't want to, but he couldn't really say no, could he? The two of them made their way to the garden, so that they could have some privacy during their conversation. Anakin was surprised Yoda didn't choose the council chambers, but perhaps it was better to feel the sunlight rather than be surrounded by the stiffness of the council chambers themselves. When they got there, Yoda got off the pod and told Anakin to speak away. Anakin stumbled over his words, telling Yoda that Palpatine had stories to tell and they were all pretty mundane. Yoda could feel it, like Palpatine was trying to do something to Anakin. Skywalker had a unique speaking pattern, everyone did. Anakin was Obi Wan's student, who was Qui-Gon's student, who was Dooku's student, and of course, that all led back to Yoda. Within these speaking patterns, there are elements of those who came before them. Yoda listened, he always did. So, he noticed that Anakin wasn't acting like himself. Yoda let Anakin talk away, and tell him about the show and how Palpatine dismissed his guards and his posse, and how it was just the two of them. It was really a peaceful night at the opera. Oh, and also, Palpatine's scouts found General Grievous on Utapau. Yoda looked up at Anakin and asked if there was something he was afraid to say. Unlike Palpatine, Yoda wouldn't force it. He would simply ask. For Anakin, this was a lot easier to handle and even reject, but it still didn't help. He folded immediately with Palpatine because he told Anakin what it was that Anakin was doing. With Yoda, he alluded to knowing. This to Anakin immediately set off alarms in his head. If Yoda and Palpatine could both expose him so quickly, then maybe Palpatine wasn't who he said he was. Yoda could see this happen before his eyes, and so he asked Anakin if Palpatine promised him something that seemed impossible. Anakin looked to the tree and nodded his head. He told Yoda that Palpatine told him of an old Sith legend. Yoda asked to hear it, and when it was told, from what Anakin understood, Yoda told the boy that this was not an old legend, nor was it true. It was a story of how Palpatine was able to overthrow his own instructor, and the truth was, darkness does not create, it destroys. The Sith take life, so if one was to create or save it, they would lose or destroy something else in the process. Skywalker asked how the notion of the Sith being Palpatine's instructor could be true, and Yoda, despite playing by a hunch, was able to figure out that Plagueis was not ancient. The Bane era of Sith was full of unknown names, individuals not recorded within the archives of the Jedi Temple. Yoda, being nearly 900 years old, had been to their homeworlds. He spoke with Bane himself. He knew their legends. Plagueis was either a generation or two removed from the most recent Sith Lord, and being that Dooku was killed, it seemed that Plagueis was the one who came before Sidious. There were obviously ways that this could be misinterpreted, but Yoda was adamant that this was the truth. All of this was his own interpretation. Anakin didn't understand. He didn't want to hurt his friend. Yoda applauded Skywalker for his resilience, because it wasn't his fault. Palpatine picked him because he was the Golden Boy. Palpatine prodded at him because he wasn't raised from birth as a Jedi. Yoda admitted that there were fallacies in their instruction of him, but they taught him as they taught every Jedi. The missing ingredient, the one the Council had neglected to see, was the fact that there was something in his ear telling him the entire time that the Jedi were wrong. Anakin looked down, trying to understand. Yoda looked from the tree up towards Skywalker. He admitted that the Council hadn't ever been perfect. They allowed a Sith Lord to become Chancellor. They lost a member to the Sith, one who became a leader of the opposition. They allowed the Grand Army to be created under their noses. They didn't see that Palpatine was the reason Anakin was so distrusting. There were mistakes in Anakin's Jedi life, but none greater than allowing Palpatine to have any sort of influence. Without Palpatine telling him he'd be the greatest Jedi of all, his ego wouldn't have grown to such extent. Without Palpatine telling him that the Jedi were liars or frauds or whatever twisted truth the Sith had, Anakin would be a passionate Jedi. Yoda spoke aloud after reflecting on all of their mistakes, trials, and even triumphs. He told young Skywalker that many times the Council, and even himself, acted for Anakin's benefit. He asked the Grand Master what he meant. Yoda looked up and told him that Ahsoka was his. That was done for Anakin. Many other times Yoda had gone out of his way to do what he wouldn't have done for anyone else, and maybe he shouldn't have. Maybe he should have asked, and so that's what Yoda did, telling Anakin that he completed his mission. He learned the truth about Darth Sidious. So, being that this was his mission, what did he want to do about it? Anakin's mind raced. It felt like a trap. It wasn't, but that didn't change what it felt like. Yoda gave him a choice, the choice to be a Jedi Master, essentially. Anakin saw the potential here. If Yoda was willing to trust him, then maybe he could earn that rank of Master and then access the archives. He could save Padmé. His mind then went to the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise, and what Yoda said in response to that story. Part of Anakin wanted to appease Yoda, hoping that he could receive some rank of Master. He asked Yoda if the two of them, together as one, could face Palpatine. Yoda nodded his head. This brought him back to his vision and his nightmares. They would need to be successful here. Yoda and Skywalker would depart from the temple in the early hours of the morning. The two Jedi moved through the halls of the executive building together. Anakin kept looking to Yoda, who only continued to give him reassuring looks. Together, they would do this. They walked into the Chancellor's office. Palpatine was in there by himself. He looked up and asked the two Jedi what he could do for them. It was such a pleasure to see two esteemed members of the Jedi Order visiting him so early in the morning. Without a second passing, Palpatine knew Skywalker ratted him out. He was running through plans on how to operate this. He told the Jedi that he needed to grab something from the other room, asking if they could be kind enough to be patient for him. They looked to each other as Palpatine scurried away. Anakin got down to Yoda's level and whispered to him, asking what they should do. Yoda was surprised Palpatine ran. He was coming up with his own plan on how to respond to that. He told Anakin to lock the doors, so Skywalker ran over and did it. When he got back, Yoda had his lightsaber in his hands, and Anakin copied it. They moved quickly. Palpatine's door was shut, so they assumed he was making a retreat. Instead, the doors opened and they heard execute Order 42, 66, 111, and 134. 2 lightsabers ignited as Yoda demanded he stop. Palpatine turned with a sinister grin as he turned the communication device off. His job was really simple now: stall. The 2 Jedi moved forward and Sidious slid between their strikes, not even igniting his lightsabers, and using the Force to throw Yoda into the console before focusing on Anakin. He swung ruthlessly, trying to hit his former mentor, but Palpatine avoided, using his skills to swiftly avoid everything. He pulled at Anakin, telling him to go deeper into the dark side, execute him like he did Dooku, slaughter him like he did the Tuscans, be filled with rage, let it consume his every move. It was so easy, right? Then he could have his revenge. Yoda heard all of this as he launched himself across the room, forcing Sidious to ignite his 2 lightsabers. He blocked the strike before sliding back and giving him some space. Palpatine mocked them, telling them that they never saw it. He then looked at Anakin, dead in the eyes, as he told him he should have joined the Sith. He'd learn what it meant to be a Jedi real soon, and that meant lose. Skywalker raged, swinging forward. Palpatine didn't have to make this fight go on any longer, but he would. The duel was ferocious, and while Yoda was a magnificent opponent, Sidious was just buying time. He didn't use all of his energy, and he was only playing defensive moves. This didn't mean the Jedi didn't get close to killing him. They did, a number of times, which is why this was a risk on his part. But he knew he could draw this out. Midway through the fight, Yoda stopped. He felt his head. The darkness was so apparent and strong. What had happened? Anakin was so focused on killing Palpatine that it didn't click. He bashed his blade against Palpatine's before he used one blade to swing below Anakin, which Anakin jumped over before being electrocuted and thrown to Yoda's side. Sidious told the 2 Jedi that it was time for them to see their greatest failure. He turned and cut an X across the window and jumped out. There was a craft waiting for him below, and he used it to get out of dodge. Before Skywalker could chase, he felt a terrible pain in his chest, and then they heard a commotion. Without their lightsabers slamming away at Palpatine was finally audible. Though that wasn't the end of it. Anakin got a communication from Obi Wan, as Yoda got one from Sindralik. Both messages eerily similar. Retreat from Coruscant. The temple was lost. The 2 Jedi looked at each other as they ran to the door to see what was happening, and when they opened it up, horror filled their eyes. The Coruscant Guard was moving through the executive building. Their blasters were set to kill, and they were shooting everyone. Senate guards, representatives, senators, it didn't matter. They were taking over. Skywalker prepared to charge in, but Yoda stopped him. Anakin didn't care. He told Yoda he needed to save Padmé before running out into the chaos of battle. Yoda watched Anakin throw some clones into pillars before they moved to surround him. Yoda moved in to assist. Across the city, the 212th and 501st entered the temple. They did an airborne attack. Without marching directly into the temple, there were bombs being dropped on it, with LAATs shooting at Jedi coming out on foot. Of course, these gunships dropped off thousands of men before encircling the temple. The center of it was bombed, and once the troopers entered it, they turned the temple into a no-fly zone. The only escape was through the bottom of the temple. It was initially a successful defense. Kenobi, Sindralik, Saci Tin, Agan Kolar, Fisto, Shak Ti, and Coleman Kaj were defending the temple, but slowly their numbers dwindled. The temple guard had a traitor who was killed by Sindralik, but because there were 2 divisions of clones and bombs hitting the temple with LAAT cover, the Jedi were rushing to defend their young. That perhaps was the biggest flaw in the defense. The temple guards and council members did the most they could, but it was a blindsiding attack from 2 of the most elite divisions in the Grand Army. At another location in the city, the Senate building, the senators had a much worse fate. Commander Fox led an assault into the main chambers of the Senate building, and they had one objective, well technically 2, but the main one was dealing with all Republic government personnel. It was a slaughter. None of the senators' guards or Senate guards could stand up to the Coruscant Guard. Despite them being assigned to Coruscant for the duration of the war, they were still clones. It was horrid. Not far from the Senate building, Skywalker and Yoda were retreating. They may have cut through a majority of the Coruscant guardsmen, but they are being overrun, especially near the landing platforms because air support as well as heavy artillery was landed. ATTEs, ATRTs, and ATAPs were situated across the landing platform, just to make sure there wouldn't be any escape. Yoda also made it clear that they needed to defend the survivors and get them out of here, which was true. The full day was chaos. Palpatine vanished into the shadows, his plans in operation. He knew what he was doing and played everything very carefully, as well as ordering Grievous to execute the Separatist leaders, sparing Newt Gunray. Grievous took honor in this, which is why Gunray was contacted after he watched all of his allies die. His next order was to go to Mustafar and turn off all the battle droids. Grievous was a loose cannon. Sidious did two brilliant things. He made sure the Separatist leadership was crippled, and then he turned the Survivor against his own movement. Truly brilliant. Now Grievous would be left with no military and no support. He was as expendable as it was. Palpatine retreated to his abode on the far side of Coruscant before flying back to Morabon, where he would continue his plans. As night fell in the city, Skywalker moved to the Senate building with Yoda. The Order had been accounted for by the survivors: Saesee Tiin, Obi-Wan, Kit Fisto, and Shaak Ti. There were close to 700 survivors from the temple. Who knew how many others were in the galaxy? They were regrouping on Ossus. It should be a safe place for them there. A transmission was sent galaxy-wide before the temple crumbled. As the two Jedi avoided detection from the new authority, Skywalker searched for Padmé. He and Yoda didn't talk about anything yet, but Yoda respected Anakin's wishes to come here. He only agreed to do so because every survivor from the temple was accounted for. They couldn't really go back either because the structure itself was nothing but debris. Anakin sped around the corridors before running into Padmé's office. He was so hopeful that he could find her. Yoda slowly followed him in before closing the doors behind them, just in case any guardsmen came by. Skywalker looked at her dead bodyguards. Captain Typha was against the wall in the corner of the room, but no sign of Padmé. Anakin was panicked, hoping to find a sign of her. Yoda from his position could see a leg sticking out from behind the desk, and as he spotted it, so did Skywalker, who ran around and broke down in tears. There she was, but she was gone, taken from him. Sidious was right. He never should have chosen the Jedi path. He got to her side and held her dead body, trying to do anything, as if checking a pulse would bring her back from the dead. Yoda came around the corner and saw what he feared. He looked down at the ground with a frown crawling across his face. Skywalker said that this was all your fault. Yoda looked up and watched Anakin unlatch his lightsaber from his belt. Yoda shook his head, telling Anakin not to do this. It wasn't true, and he knew it wasn't. Anakin became frustrated. He laid Padmé down softly as he got to his feet and ignited his weapon. Yoda had a split second to react, as he ignited his weapon and defended a strike from Anakin. Skywalker told Yoda that he trusted him. He thought that choosing the Jedi would be right, but everyone was dead. Yoda leapt back as he defended each strike. Anakin spewed out more falsehoods as Yoda kept his guard up. He pushed Anakin back and held his ground. Young Skywalker looked down with a permanent scowl. Yoda told Anakin that the dark path wouldn't bring them back. Skywalker said it would have kept them safe as he lunged across the room and slammed his butt against Yoda's, who spun under the swing and spaced out. He tried giving Skywalker a chance to stop, but he wouldn't. He was getting more aggressive. Yoda didn't want to turn on him, but Skywalker wasn't giving him a choice. Anakin pressed harder, and then Yoda slid past him, as Anakin tripped and body-checked the wall. He looked back over at Yoda, who deignited his lightsaber. Anakin moved from the wall and rolled his shoulder, telling Yoda that this was... He saw Padmé's dead body from the corner of his eye. His lightsaber dropped from his hands as he looked over and realized that Yoda was right. Darkness did this, not the light. Anakin fell to his knees, and tears slipped from his eyes. He apologized to Yoda, who came to his side and put his hand against his shoulder, reassuring him that they would be okay. Everything would be okay, and telling him that this was not his fault. This was not his burden to bear. Anakin was an emotional wreck, and Yoda told Skywalker that together, they'd bring harmony to not just the Force, but to his heart. Anakin was so confused. He didn't know where his loyalties lay anymore, Jedi or Sith. Did it matter? Both were responsible for this, and both caused this to happen. The two Jedi would spend another hour leaving the Senate building, and then departing to Ossus. Sidious's plan to wipe out all the Jedi may have been a failure, but he crippled them. His initial plans were to use Order 66 and 134 to vilify the clones. Order 66 to turn against the Jedi, and 134 to turn against the Senate. With Order 42, he essentially placed Commander Fox in charge of everything as the interim chancellor. Fox, being the clone commander he gave the orders to, was of course the clone who relayed the orders to the entire galaxy. Sidious believed that in killing Padmé he could turn Skywalker against Yoda. In this circumstance, either Yoda would die or Skywalker would escape, loathing the Jedi. He didn't believe there was a strong enough bond between Yoda and Anakin for the Grand Master to save him. The intention of making Fox the interim chancellor was so that Sidious could return and take control of the failing government that was to come. Palpatine assumed the Senate would crumble under Fox's leadership, but it didn't. What actually happened was the crippled Jedi leadership returned from Ossus to take the clones out of power. They almost waged a siege in the Senate, but instead, they found an order to cripple Palpatine's plans. It was a complete accident too, but with Executive Order 150, the Jedi were able to free the clones from their eternal hell and take control over the Senate. The whole point of this takeover was to end the Clone War and restore the government. Had the Jedi stayed in the shadows, Palpatine could have taken over, but they didn't stay in the shadows. Instead, they returned a semi-functional democracy to the power of the people, a people who resented the Jedi but hated Palpatine. As a result, the Jedi vanished from the front of the galaxy and returned to Ossus to rebuild their fallen order. Anakin and Yoda would continue to expand upon their relationship, and Palpatine redirected his efforts. There was one key order that Palpatine used to ensure his longevity. The Order of 111 was to capture and seizure of all Kaminoans, so he brought every single one of those cloners to his Sith homeworld so that they could begin working on his next plan. This was a combination of different ideas that Palpatine had been going through into the post-Clone War era, but this would be his only way to wipe out the Jedi and take control over the galaxy. He was very disappointed that Anakin didn't turn against the Jedi, and even more so frustrated that he couldn't use the failure of clone leadership as reason enough to return. One failure was enough to learn from. Sidious would return. 4 decades later on Ossus, inside the Grand Master's meditation chambers, he woke up from his sleep in a cold sweat. His eyes darted around the room and then back to the window, which was hidden behind some blinds. He used the Force to open the blinds so he could see the natural world outside. He fell back to his bed. Anakin felt chills roll down his spine. It was like he was hit with a wave of night terrors. The Elder Jedi Master got up and walked around his room, his mind thinking about the end of the fight, and how close it was to coming. He then considered, if everything was going so well, something had to be awry. Anakin sat down and stopped. He was overthinking everything. The night terror mixed with the stress of the fight was eating him up. As Grand Master, it was his burden to bear. He was the one that needed to make the difficult decisions. His eyes closed, and he pondered what he would do to make sure the Jedi Order did not fall victim to the forces of evil. Yes, Anakin Skywalker, Grand Master of the Jedi Order, was following in his final instructor's steps. Yoda had taught him much before his passing. The bond between former Grand Master and Chosen One was tight, all the way up to Yoda's final breaths. The Senate and the Republic were one. They were a strong body of government. General Grievous and any droid forces, gone. The Sith, still elusive, but known about. Skywalker's 2 students, Ahsoka Tano and Ezra Bridger, ran into one of them. The male Sith was killed. His student was not. Anakin believed Baylan was right. It was just a cycle, one in which the past was repeated, though neither Ezra or Ahsoka fell victim to an Elder Maul. His student Talon retreated into the grip of Sidious, the one who convinced Maul to serve him once more. The Sith used Morabond for the longest time before hiding in a place the Jedi would never find. Exegol was safe. The Kaminoans worked until their lives deteriorated into dust. The Sith Eternal picked up right where they left off, and Sidious had himself a couple of clones, ones that could be used against the Jedi. When his student returned, he was proud of her for surviving the Jedi. Maul was expendable, the future was not. While the Sith were preparing to wipe out the Jedi, Master Skywalker walked out to his order on Ossus. Jedi Archivist Obi Wan Kenobi was beginning his first instruction of the day with Professor Hiang. It was a lovely class size, the biggest one seen since Skywalker was a student. The order had grown to 1,500 members in the last 40 years, and it was a strong order, though the Council of this era was working dedicatedly to track and find the Sith. Maul was one accomplishment, but there was still more to go. Skywalker could sense Sidious, and the fact that he was having night terrors proved to him that the end of the fight between Jedi and Sith was upon them. Ahsoka and Ezra spoke to the Jedi Council about their attack against Maul. It wasn't incidental. Ever since Order 66, the Jedi went from hated to neutral to respected again. They were allowed back in the galaxy, and they actively helped those in need. This is where Ahsoka and Ezra came in. As the Grand Master's students, they were on a diplomatic mission to Raxus, one of the lead planets in the Republic. While they were there, they caught 2 Sith sabotaging the fuel reserves, ones that would have detonated an important diplomatic talk, one that would have likely severed the Outer Rim from the Republic itself, had it been ignited. Ezra stopped to fix it while Ahsoka chased after the Sith. She held them off until Ezra got there and they worked as a team to defeat Maul, before injuring Talon and scaring her off. They believed from this incident that the Sith were going to cause another galactic divide, this time between the Mid-Rim and the Outer Rim. Anakin shook his head. He leaned back and looked to his peers. Palpatine was too smart to do this. It was clearly a distraction. Though what remained a question was how they might find the Sith. Ezra expressed that there was a name referenced by the two of them, one saying something like Eziola, Exegol, or something like that. Master Kestis spoke up, saying that while he was on his many journeys, he and Seer found Sith texts referring to the ancient hideout of the Sith. It required something called a Wayfinder to locate it. Anakin remembered. There had been an expedition to find a Wayfinder, but they never got anywhere. Kelleran Beck killed Ochia Bestoon, a Sith hunter who was trying to get a hold of a Wayfinder so that he could find Sidious. Anakin's two former students bowed before leaving the discussions as the council spoke about how they would like to approach this issue. They came to the decision that a new expedition would begin. Hopefully, they could find the location of the Sith. When the discussion ended, the council moved from their main location. Skywalker walked over to a sensing stone. It wasn't the same as a seeing stone on Tython. Rather, this was created on Tanalorr, a stone that could protect the Jedi Temple from natural attacks, or in other words, an attack of which the Sith bombed or used a storm against, whichever. Anakin leaned against the stone and looked out over the valley. It was beautiful here on Ossus. The Jedi Order had grown so much since relocating here. Anakin reflected on how Yoda may have handled this. The Grand Master and the Chosen One were the tightest duo after Order 66. Their work together gave way for a reborn order, but it was also through this bond that Anakin could heal from his grievances. Yoda understood, and he reflected with Skywalker. They worked on their attachments, how to let go, but also how to let in. Something the Jedi had forgotten to do. Let in their emotions. They are not negative. This Jedi Order was still very similar to the one of the Clone War, but there were many more emotions involved. They were watched over, but they weren't forbidden. The attachments that were focused on or watched over were possessive and selfish emotions. It was these emotions that caused the most falls to the dark side. But the Order, like Anakin, healed with time. That's what it took. There were individuals tempted to leave, and some of them did, but the majority of them remained and were taught how to let in and let go. It was like breathing, and eventually learning how to let in the feelings and let them go was a core of their order. In the following days, the council would be dispersed amongst the stars with squads of 4 Jedi Knights and Masters. Anakin was the only one who didn't go, but that wasn't intentional. He was taking a class of younglings to Ilum so they could gather their lightsaber crystals with the Professor and the Grand Master. It was nice to have a class of such size. The Order felt like it had returned. Also, yes, Anakin did consider leaving the Order for another romantic relationship, but he found all the connection, love, and emotion from those around him and from teaching again. The Order, after such trauma, really embraced each other. On Ilum, the students ran into the ice caverns to complete the ritual that had been repeated for centuries. Anakin and Huyang spoke with each other quietly, before Huyang returned to the ship. The cold was freezing his circuits. Anakin just thought to himself. He'd been having visions lately, and they were troubling. He believed he'd be forced to sacrifice himself, which he was fine with, to eradicate the Sith. Anakin wasn't worried about death. He accepted it was natural. He learned how to heal with it and be okay with it when it should come. The troubling side was the fact that the Sith had plagued his entire life. It was time that they were dealt with and removed from the galaxy. When the younglings came back out, he walked them to the shuttle and they entered, before leaving and returning to Ossus. In hyperspace, they were taught how to construct their lightsabers. It was a joy for Anakin. He helped them himself, but he also loved teaching them how to build their blades. When they returned to Ossus, they ran into Master Kenobi and showed him their lightsabers. The aging Jedi Archivist was very pleased, as he congratulated the class on their successes. Before Anakin could get ready to make his own mission, he was contacted. Kelleran Beck discovered the secrets of the Sith. He was on Dathomir, on a completely unrelated mission, and he found trails of the Sith in the old home of the Dathomiri caves. Anakin asked what this meant, and Master Beck didn't know. He just told the Grey Master that the Sith were doing something with the people of Dathomir, but he had found a Sith Wayfinder, something he knew that the Jedi were looking for. In an effort to keep things grounded with the Order, Anakin made sure everyone knew what the Council was doing for 99% of their missions. It's the only reason Kelleran knew to call Anakin, aside from the fact that there were remnants of the Sith here. Anakin quickly took his personal starfighter with R2 and departed for the ancient witch homeworld. When he arrived,
He could feel the swirling of darkness. Kelleran was looking through everything here. He had found some other clues that might be important, but what Master Skywalker saw was terrifying enough. The Wayfinder was left here because the Sith didn't need it. Maul didn't even mean to leave it here. It was just a mistake on his part, and Talon didn't know where he kept his Wayfinder. The Sith had coordinates so they could go to and from Exegol without a Wayfinder or having to share one with the other allies they had. It was just an easier way to conduct missions on behalf of Sidious. Kelleran showed Anakin dials full of blood, something that was kept under a painting of Duchess Satine. This screamed Darth Maul, and Anakin deduced that this was likely his lair. But why would he have a secret lair if he was working with Sidious? Kelleran hadn't had time to go through it, but there was a journal, one in which Maul highlighted his disagreements with the work of the Sith on Dathomir. He supported the dark side, but some things were going too far, even for him. Another entry showed that he feared that he was losing his grip over his student. Talon was highly influenced by the Dark Lord of the Sith. His last entry said that he feared Palpatine planned on replacing him again, and how he had his own plans for assassinating Palpatine. Kelleran looked at Anakin and asked what it could be that Maul was so afraid of. He shook his head, not knowing. It could be any number of things, but the Jedi had their way to Exegol, and they also knew the Sith were up to something terrible. The Jedi Council was called back to Ossus. Kelleran and Anakin brought all their information home as well. When the council assembled, Anakin informed them all that they had their pathway to the Sith homeworld. He wouldn't force anyone who wasn't ready to go, but only the most ready Jedi should join them on this mission. Skywalker told them all that he would lead them into the belly of the beast, asking who would follow him. Council Masters Cal Kestis, Balin Skull, Shak T, Kit Fisto, Revis Evander, Caleb Doom, Kirik and Phila, Farron Barr, and Gunji all stood up. While this mission wasn't limited to council members only, Ahsoka, Ezra, Seer, and Shin were accompanying them. Each of them were Jedi Masters by this point as well, though for a number of reasons some of them either opted to stay out of the council or were never offered a seat. Anakin asked these Jedi if they were sure that this is what they wanted to do, and not a single one of them hesitated. Skywalker understood and told them, for light and life, this mission was going forward. He took the Sith Wayfinder and walked first into the T6 Jedi shuttle. He plugged it in and R2 followed him in, tapped into the computer and whistled, ready to go. The Jedi all prepared themselves and lifted into the air. Obi Wan stood by a number of young Jedi, all of which looking to the ship leave their system. One of the children asked the elder Jedi if they would come home, and Obi Wan smiled, putting his hand on their shoulder and telling them that the Force would guide them. They were doing what needed to be done. The T6 shuttle eventually ripped out of hyperspace, following the coordinates of the Wayfinder. Skywalker sped the ship through the red honeycomb zone, whipping the ship from side to side as he sped past debris. The course was being charted as the Sith who found it did thousands of years before them. Skywalker eventually pulled out and exited in the Exegol's atmosphere, and told the other Jedi that they had arrived. He piloted the ship down to the surface of the planet, and they landed outside of a massive structure. Skywalker got up and looked at each of the Jedi. He was getting an idea of where each of them sat. Would they be alright? He could see confidence from their eyes as he passed them, and walked to the edge of the ship. Skywalker told R2 to wait with the ship, and the droid did, never having any anxiety with that specific phrase. The 13 Jedi followed their Grand Master out of the shuttle, and towards the towering temple of the Sith. Palpatine was in there. It was time to kill him. As they entered, they could sense the strength of the dark side. It was emanating out of every crevice and crawling across the very floor they walked. Many of them had visited relics of the Sith, in attempts to find them, so it wasn't like they never felt this before, but this was different. There was something truly evil about Exegol, and it was because this is where the Sith were. The Jedi continued forward, keeping their eyes peeled, looking for any signs of hostility, but nothing showed itself. They moved into a large crevice in the floor, and Skywalker led them onto a large lift. It carried them down even lower into the temple. Unlike temples belonging to the Jedi, this one went down, not up, and it kept on going. When they reached the bottom, they could feel the darkness growing. Anakin told them to be careful. They were close. He could feel Palpatine. His disgusting presence had been haunting him for decades, and finally, they could extinguish it. As they continued forward, they could see Kaminoans. Instead of standing tall, they were hunched over, enslaved for 40 years of work, all so that Palpatine could exact his revenge, and once the Jedi were gone, he could move on to his next stage of the plan. He realized over the years that his greatest enemy was the Jedi. They would pay. Upon seeing the Jedi, the Kaminoans ran to them, and as they did, a double-bladed red lightsaber ignited and was thrown across the chambers, cutting every last Kaminoan down. The Jedi stopped. 14 lightsabers ignited as Skywalker took point. From the shadows came a red Twi'lek, one who faced off against Ezra and Ahsoka before him. They recognized her, but as she stepped forward, she told the Jedi they were fools. From around the Jedi, 4 dozen lightsabers ignited. They were outnumbered and surrounded. Talon smiled as her master, Darth Sidious, walked up from behind her and told the Jedi that it was good they surrendered themselves here. Going to their home world would have been problematic if their best warriors were present. Now their order would fade into obscurity, and he would slaughter every last one of them on Ossus. Sidious lowered his hand, and in one motion, every single Sith lunged at the Jedi. They quickly moved to defend themselves. Luckily, these Sith acolytes were spread out across the chambers, some of which in areas where they couldn't defend themselves. Skywalker moved in front, not even thinking about Palpatine. They needed to stop these acolytes before going after the head Sith. The Jedi broke into formation, using each other like a square formation. They slowly moved together before spacing out. With this many Sith, Skywalker told them to break free. Similar to how the clones targeted Jedi during Order 66, the Sith did here, and luckily for the Jedi, they trained exactly for that. Cal, Reva, and Caleb moved out as they drew a group of Sith. Baylan, Gunji, and Seer slid themselves towards the lift they arrived on, as Shin, Ezra, and Shaak Ti broke off together. The next group of Jedi consisted of Farron, Ahsoka, and Fisto, who took on the largest grouping of Sith acolytes. Master Kirik and Phyllis stayed by Anakin's back, and they fought side by side. Their blades matched the speed and ferocity of their opponents. Sidious was tied to Skywalker. He was the reason Anakin had his nightmares, so he knew how powerful Anakin had become. But what this connection didn't tell him was that Skywalker mastered every single lightsaber form. He moved in and out of his favorite forms before sliding into his first mastered form. Skywalker slowly moved from defense into attack as he used all of his physical strength to dominate these warriors of the Sith. Though what became increasingly weird was how every single one of these acolytes were Zabraks, like Dathomiri Zabraks, just like Darth Maul and Savage. Anakin and Kirak stayed together as the other squads of Jedi struggled. They were being overwhelmed. As Anakin and Kirak cut a hole through the Sith flanks, he told the Jedi Master to break free, and Kirak listened to Skywalker as he moved to assist the squad suffering the most, which was Baylan's squad. Anakin was left in the middle by himself. 3 acolytes charged him, and he masterfully sidestepped, before backhanding one of them, as he sliced one down the middle. Skywalker backed up, parrying a strike as he switched into Form 6, as he leapt over the last opponent, throwing his reverse grip lightsaber into the one he backhanded before dragging his blade across the ground and blinding the final Sith and striking him down too. Anakin looked over. He could see the Jedi struggling. Despite Baylan's squad struggling the most, all of the Jedi were in a position of peril. Anakin started to move towards them to help, but Talon dropped down in front of him, igniting her weapon and swiping upwards, almost catching Anakin in the jaw. He was wrong to turn his back on Sidious and Talon. The Jedi and Sith toiled. Anakin felt as Yoda once did. He was blinded by his compassion for his Jedi, the weight of the role of Grand Master keeping him from focusing on his fight with Talon. He snapped out of it, trusting that his Jedi would be alright, as Kirak engaged with the Sith. Anakin defended himself, spinning away as Talon pushed him past Sidious. The Dark Lord of the Sith laughed. His voice echoed out in the chambers of the Sith as Skywalker was pushed into the lab. He stumbled back, dropping under a swing before using the Force to launch Talon across through a bacta tank and into a pillar. He looked over to Sidious with a scowl, asking him what he had done. Sidious smiled as he put his hands together, telling Skywalker that he cracked the code. In desperation, he made an alliance with the witches of Dathomir. Their kind may have been extinct, but Morgan Elsbeth was useful enough to him until she wasn't. Sidious walked towards Skywalker, telling him that they sampled blood from every Dathomiri Zabrak and every witch from the Singing Witch clan on Dathomir. Their blood and their DNA was extracted to make Force-sensitive clones. A twist on Sith and Dathomiri magic. Ironic, isn't it? Skywalker couldn't save his precious wife, but Sidious could create Force-sensitive clones. He turned his head in a mocking way, and before Anakin could attack, he was thrown from his feet. Skywalker rolled and looked over, seeing Talon and 3 Zabraks with their hands raised. It took a whole lot to move him from his feet. Anakin grabbed his blade and moved in. The Sith attacked him, and he did everything within his power to kill them. Sidious stood with pride as he watched the Jedi fall apart. First, Baron was killed, then it was Gunji, and following him it was Seer. Their numbers were dropping faster than they were killing Sith, and Skywalker could feel it. Every Jedi death was like a scar across his heart, but he couldn't lose focus. This fight was impossibly uphill. He stumbled before gaining his footing and using the Force to lift the 4 Sith from the ground. Without channeling the dark side, he ripped from them their ability to use the Force at all, before he launched them outwards, using their own energy against them. Talon and the other 3 were thrown into the sky and left to their own merits, a fate that'd be finished in their fall from height. Skywalker rolled his lightsaber in his hand as he raised it towards Sidious. The Dark Lord grinned, spinning himself forward with the ignition of twin crimson blades. Anakin blocked the first strike and slammed his blade against Palpatine's. They locked eyes as Anakin towered over him, shoving him back. The Sith Lord bounced around Anakin, who perfectly countered each strike, then Skywalker moved into Form 7. He slowly mimicked each of Palpatine's moves, as he kept himself together, matching speed and strength. Across the chambers, Ahsoka's group and Ezra's group reunited and they fended off the Sith together. During their fight, they watched the Elder Kit Fisto get slain, before Shaak Ti too fell. The Jedi were dropping in numbers and the Sith continued coming. They needed to mount together, as Cal led his group back to them, and the Jedi grouped up as one. They were down to Kirak, Cal, Baylan, Reva, Caleb, Ahsoka, Ezra, and Shin. They forced their way together, making sure to cover each other's backs, but the fight wasn't getting any easier. They still had dozens more Sith to get through, and their eldest members, aside from Kirak, had fallen victim to the Sith. Skywalker was on his own, and they were too. They needed to help him out, and by doing that, they needed to help themselves. Ezra had an idea. He smiled with a wink, before using a burst of the Force to launch a couple of the Sith as he ran forward. He noticed that these Sith moved similarly to a beehive. When there was the most movement, they tracked it. This should give the Jedi a chance to single out their adversaries. Ezra moved forward, blocking a strike as he used his hand and shoved a Zabrak away from him. The Force was his ally. The other Jedi saw their opportunity and moved in, singling out their opponents who were now distracted by Ezra's quick thinking. Skywalker, on the other hand, locked blades with Palpatine, before wrapping his metallic hand around Palpatine's wrist, squeezing it as hard as he could before launching Sidious across the chambers and into a tank. Anakin walked forward, dragging his blade across the ground, and then Sidious launched lightning at the Jedi Grand Master. Anakin lifted one hand and looked Palpatine dead in the eyes as he took in all the evil energy and absorbed it. Palpatine crawled backwards as he watched Anakin close in. He tried everything he could do, but Anakin wasn't done. Similar as he had with the other Sith, he focused all of his energy. Now that he had a chance to do so, he could zone in on Palpatine without distractions. Using all of his strength, he ripped the ability to use the Force from Palpatine's grip, and then without even budging, he told Sidious that his Sith Empire would die with him. Skywalker lifted Palpatine up into the air effortlessly, and dropped him into a bacta tank. As a Jedi, he couldn't kill an unarmed man, but that didn't mean water couldn't. Sidious felt the cold, cooling water wash around him as his skin trembled, and Anakin simply closed the lid, taking a large boulder left behind from Talon slamming into a pillar and ever so lightly dropping on top of the bacta tank so he couldn't escape. Sidious flailed around hopelessly as Skywalker ran away, leaving Palpatine to a fate only right for someone as evil as him. When Anakin got to his Jedi, he ignited his blade once more and joined them in their fight. As he got there, Ezra was circling back around, and with one solid strike, Anakin blindsided 4 of the acolytes, before a student joined him and they cut down the remaining Sith trailing him. Once it was finished, the Jedi looked to each other. Their losses were numerous, but their resolve was balance. R2 would bring a number of caskets for the fallen Jedi, and they'd be able to be brought away from this terrible, terrible place. When the Jedi got back to their shuttle, they could hear screaming, as if the Sith Eternal were dying out, fading into non-existence, just like their religion. They won. Skywalker turned back to see the temple. From what he could describe, it looked like it was crumbling in on itself. He lifted off, and they returned to their humble abode on Ossus. Of course, there would be a funeral for those who passed on, each of their bodies being burned and their lightsabers buried. It would be a celebration of life, because these Jedi made the ultimate sacrifice for the galaxy. Grandmaster Skywalker would commemorate their lives with a speech, one that would last for generations. The nearly 100-year-old Grogu was in attendance. It would be his order one day, an order in which he would be the Grand Master of. But Skywalker knew it would be an order that belonged to all of them. His words cultivated the minds of the future generation of Jedi. The galaxy was safe, but it wouldn't forever be that way. It was up to them to fight for light and life, like those who died before them, like those who made the ultimate sacrifice. It would be their burden to ensure their memory never faded from existence. It'd be their mission to be Jedi true of heart and strong of character. It would be this Jedi Order that wouldn't fall silent on dusk, rather, the one that always brought the galaxy a new horizon.
Our story begins in a contest within the Tower of the Invisible Hand. Obi-Wan was thrown to the ground and Skywalker pressed an offensive against the aging Count Dooku. His blade parried and defended each coming strike with relative ease. It was at the end of the Clone War, and this right here would be the defining moment of the war. Dooku swung his arms wide and quickly shuffled up the stairs backwards. As he moved up, he could see Kenobi on the other side of the staircase, ascending and cutting through super battle droids. But Count de Sereno saw no reason to sacrifice his potential victory to Anakin. He spun his lightsaber around, parrying Kenobi before shoving Anakin back to the ground. Obi-Wan prepared a vicious strike that could finally end Dooku's side of the war, but there was no time for that. Dooku lifted the Jedi Master off the ground and flung him across the room. He smashed into the banister, and the walk was crushed, forcing him down on top of Obi-Wan. Anakin got up from the ground and charged in, throwing his lightsaber aggressively at Dooku, who slyly stepped away, parrying the strike and flinging Anakin's weapon into the wall. He could sense Skywalker's anger rise. It's what his master wanted, but now, for the first time since their rivalry had started, it's what Dooku himself wanted. He watched Anakin's tone change with the defeat of Obi-Wan, and now Dooku would certify his victory and change the trajectory of everything, this time with his own intention fulfilled. Dooku was thrown back around, and he could see the fury of Skywalker bearing down on him. He ducked out of the way and slipped a kick that would have thrown him from the catwalk they were on. As this duel progressed, he could sense Palpatine's own satisfaction. It was like a cloud blurring his vision, but he cut through it with precision. Anakin pushed Dooku towards the caved-in part of the walkway, which Dooku handled with focus. He swung his blade down, forcing his and Anakin's weapon into the railing, and when he looked up, an elbow clipped him in the jaw, and he stumbled back. As he did, Dooku looked at his advantage, and took it. Skywalker's growing rage would be of advantage to Dooku. He told Anakin that he had fury and he had anger, but he didn't use it. His weaknesses would expose him. Skywalker launched his weapon at Dooku, who parried immediately before shoving Anakin backwards and backflipping off the broken walkway. He could see that Anakin was now relishing in his apparent command over the battlefield. Skywalker spun his lightsaber in his hand and leapt forward, swinging down as he did. Dooku threw his lightsaber forward and dropped his hand out from under it. Anakin's swing crashed down into the ground, and Dooku drove his lightsaber into Anakin's hip with his non-dominant hand, catching his blade as he did so. Anakin slipped down, but he still found the strength to swing at Dooku, a cut that would have removed both of his legs. Dooku came back to the moment. He almost got a little too ahead of himself. He looked to Sidious with a wink, and then back to Skywalker. He told the boy to use his fury, to use his strength and strike him down. Anakin rushed Dooku, who used lightning to shield himself. Anakin was blinded by the light, but he defended himself before leaping at Dooku again. Their blades interlocked. This was the moment, victor or loser. He dropped himself back and blocked two immediate strikes before driving the power counter that removed Anakin of his lightsaber and of his robotic arm. Dooku looked down and pitied him, before electrocuting Skywalker until he was left unconscious. As he was doing this, he locked eyes with Sidious, who started to get impatient. Palpatine tried to release himself from his binds as he demanded answers from Dooku, but the second he used the Force to try and free himself, he was electrocuted by the chair. Dooku shook his head, waving his finger from side to side. Anakin and Obi-Wan were unconscious. The Count contacted Grievous and told him to abandon Coruscant for Stygon Prime. Grievous responded with excitement. Sidious inside the chair, using his Sith voice, demanded to know what he had done, or what he was planning. Dooku tilted his head with a confused but angry and somehow yet even maddening smile. He asked if Palpatine didn't like being lied to, or better yet, not knowing the truth, or the end of a plan. Did he like it? Sidious told Dooku that as soon as he got out of this chair, he would slaughter him, and make his death the most painful one the galaxy would have ever seen, and would ever see. Tyrannus got into Palpatine's face and shook his head. This was his destiny now. Dooku controlled the rest of their lives, and he planned on making sure it all went according to his plan, no one else's. He reminded Palpatine of the first rule of the Sith. Sidious tried to pull back, but he couldn't, as his body, like Anakin's, was filled with electricity. When Palpatine was left unconscious, Grievous walked in with his Magna Guards. Dooku reminded him of the plan, and the droid general nodded with anticipation. He clenched his fist, telling Dooku that the galaxy would bow before them, and Dooku just bobbed his head slowly and silently. When the three of them woke up on Stygon Prime, they were all in one main chamber. Their arms were tied behind their backs, their legs tied to the floor, and each of these restraints were force prohibitors. If any one of them tried to do something, like Palpatine did on the Invisible Hand, they would suffer. Dooku wasn't in the chamber when they woke up though, so Anakin quickly asked Palpatine and Obi-Wan if they were alright, and they nodded, asking where they were or how they got here. No one knew. Obi-Wan asked Anakin if he was okay. His forearm had been removed during the previous engagement, and he had forgotten. Skywalker told Obi-Wan that he was a lot better than Dooku would be. As the last word left his mouth, the floor electrified, and they all cried out in agony until the doors opened, and their electrocution stopped. Dooku smiled with a sense of youthful energy. He asked them how their naps were with a delusional tone. He stepped into the room, tapping the floor, telling Skywalker that it wasn't very kind to insult the host. He sat on the steps that led into the room as he said this. Obi-Wan asked him what he wanted from all of this, and Dooku asked Sidious, as he called him by that name, what he wanted from all of this. Silence filled the air, as all eyes were drawn to Palpatine. Dooku rolled off the step and walked to Anakin, getting down beside his face and asking if he knew that his most trusted non-Jedi ally was a Sith Lord. Not just any Sith Lord, but the one who attempted to kill Senator Amidala numerous times, the one who had started the Clone War, who had helped Ahsoka get removed from the Jedi Order, who had called the shot that got Fives killed, or, oh, what else? Got Maul set up enough to drag Ahsoka away from him yet again? Isn't it funny how these little things work out? Anakin's anger and fury slipped from his body as he looked at Palpatine, asking if it was true, and the Sith Lord tried to find an answer. He was just as shocked as anyone else, that Dooku would be so erratic. No one had seen Dooku like this before, not even Palpatine. Dooku looked at Obi-Wan and sighed. He told him years ago on Geonosis, and Palpatine was right there, mentoring Anakin on how to not be a Jedi. What a shame. Kenobi had such promise, but never looked further than Sith equal bad, so Sith must lie, right? Very barbaric. Qui-Gon always spoke so highly of Obi-Wan. It was a shame that he had no concept of what true admission was. They could have been allies, or ended the war together, and now, nothing. Dooku then sat back down. He didn't have anything else to say. A deafening silence covered their minds, and Obi-Wan asked what Dooku wanted from them. The Count looked to the walls of the room, moving from corner to corner to corner, before finally revealing that he wanted his life back. He was fed a lie, one that enslaved him for 13 years. He gave up everything he had to transform the galaxy into a better place. He wanted to be the saving grace, and the truth is, he destroyed everything. As he had foreseen, not with the Force, but with the natural order of things, Palpatine would rise to the role of Emperor. Dooku's own dreams for a free galaxy would exist, but it would be in his worst nightmares that they didn't. There would be no Jedi, no mega corporations, and no Republic, but there would be an Emperor, a military doctrine, and a galaxy enslaved by the Sith. The two Jedi looked to each other as Palpatine spoke up, telling Dooku that the war was lost anyways. Holding them here, or killing them, wouldn't fix anything. His life belonged to him, because without the Sith, Dooku was nothing and no one. All of his economic status came from abandoning the Order, but all of his political status came from Palpatine's knowledge and help. Without it, he would have never had a word worth speaking. Dooku laughed a bit. Sure, in Palpatine's deluded mind, there was only him and him alone, but this wasn't Palpatine's story anymore. Dooku narrowed his eyes, and told them that they would sit here with him and watch. He stopped and took a moment before revealing his plan. They eyed him without blinking, and he finished his statement. They would watch the end of the galaxy. The Separatist Council and government were already dead. Grievous and his droid armies were given control over everything and anything. Whatever Grievous decided was best would be. The galaxy surely would enter a dark age, and that's what Dooku wanted. To upset the status quo of everything and silence the legacy of the Sith and the Jedi with one swift strike. There would be varying reactions from the individuals who heard the message, but the one who piped up first was Palpatine, telling him that he wouldn't have the gall, and Dooku nodded. He wouldn't have when he had first met him. He wouldn't have before he was forced to betray Ventress. He wouldn't have before Qui-Gon's death, He wouldn't have if he didn't know that Palpatine wanted to use that fight on the Invisible Hand to kill him. Palpatine asked what he had gained from any of this, and he watched Dooku's back slump over ever so slightly. There was nothing to gain from all of this. He lost everything. His entire life was thrown away in service to one master or another. He didn't get to live the life he wanted to with the Jedi, though he had to admit that it was considerably better than the life he had been living here. As a Sith, he had no one but Asajj, and she was taken away from him. That was his friend, the only true one he had, and now she was dead. Dooku explained that he had nothing to gain from any of this. They all had something to lose, though. Obi-Wan attempted his diplomacy skills, suggesting that there were other ways around this, and Dooku cut him off. There was nothing more that could be said. He had an opportunity to join him on Geonosis, and decided not to. He would live with the consequences of his actions, and that was final. Dooku got up and left the room. The two Jedi and the Sith Lord settled in. There'd be no escape, and the silence in the room was deafening. Obi-Wan could feel Anakin's anger, and he tried to quell it, but there would be nothing to stop that. He turned to Palpatine and yelled at him. Sidious sat silently, wondering why everyone felt the need to yell at him lately. He just blankly stared at Anakin as his outburst continued on and on. When it finished, Palpatine told him that he wasn't as special as he made himself out to be. This was obviously a bit petty from Palpatine, because he had been focused on giving Skywalker the reins of the Sith, but that wasn't an ego boost he was willing to give right here and right now. Obi-Wan had leaned his head against the wall while Anakin and Palpatine bickered. He just wanted to help, but Anakin wouldn't hear it, and truthfully, despite his better judgment, he couldn't help but accept those terms. Anakin's anger was validated, because his friend and mentor just revealed that he attempted to kill his wife, the one Obi-Wan quote-unquote didn't know about multiple times. Obi-Wan just closed his eyes and tried to find harmony as silence again washed over the room. The three would be fed at some point, but they wouldn't see Dooku until the next day. He was within the Spire, as the Stygon Prime prison was referred to, and he just simply avoided the three he captured until he felt like saying something. Outside of the prison, General Grievous was smashing any sense of civilization in the galaxy. Dooku told him to do what he wanted to, after killing the Separatist Council and government, so for him, his greatest foe was the Jedi and the Outer Rim sieges, which he had every intention to blow up in the Jedi's faces. The war was going terribly for the Separatists, and Grievous was disappointed that the reserve fleet wasn't revealed to him sooner, but Dooku told him that they'd been building it just in case they lost the war, or the Battle of Coruscant. They didn't make Grievous aware of it just in case he was captured again, which, fair enough. The droid general released unrelenting assaults across a multitude of planets in the Outer Rim, pushing the Jedi back almost immediately. What had initially been standoffish battles between clones and Jedi became overwhelming odds for a severely depleted clone army that was suffering from assaults of an overbearing Separatist reserve army. On Coruscant, the Jedi had made a move on the Senate, especially with Palpatine's disappearance, and they aided Mas Amedda, the acting leader of the Republic, with how to combat the rise of the Separatist insurgency. When they realized the opposing government was wiped out, they feared that Palpatine, Obi-Wan, and Anakin were also killed. They would need to approach the rising hostility with everything they had. Inside the Spire at Stygon Prime, the three were awoken when the doors opened and Dooku walked in, with a stream of light of the hall blasting their tired eyes. Palpatine didn't sleep much, mostly because of the way he killed his master. This was the first time he had truly slept in years, because what else could he do? The cell was dark until a deep crimson light emanated from the walls, and Dooku told his prisoners to wake up. Dooku again sat on the steps of the cell. He looked from Jedi to Sith, and he asked them how they slept. Anakin lunged forward, getting restricted as he did, and then slipping back down, as Dooku waved his finger once more. He told Skywalker that he'd be wise to just listen. The hint of madness was covering not just Dooku's voice, but now his eyes and his facial expressions. His mind was lost, and they were paying the price for it, seemingly. Dooku asked Anakin if he felt his life had any meaning. Did it? Skywalker tried to speak up, and every time he did, he was cut off by Dooku saying, "Did it?" He would eventually repeat the same static conversation type with Palpatine and Obi-Wan. Despite him finding a new energy, something more tantalizing was torturing his mind. Dooku's elbow landed on the step behind him, and he told them that he felt like his life had no meaning. The three of them looked to each other out of confusion, and then confirmation as he told them why. Tyrannus was a nothing, a cog for a meaningless war in a meaningless life for a meaningless conflict between two ancient religions that hated each other over different interpretations of the same thing. He pointed at Palpatine as if he were in a drunken stupor and told him that he was angry at everything all the time for no reason, and that was tiring to be around. He then tilted his head to Obi-Wan and pointed at him, repeating the same line, but instead of anger, it was hopeful. Then Anakin Skywalker. He scoffed at him, turning a blind eye because at the end of all of it, Dooku hated Skywalker with every fiber of his being. Silence rocked the room again. No one knew what to do, say, or think. What exactly were they supposed to do, say, or think? They were trapped with their enemy, and their captor seemed to be losing his mind. Dooku picked up on this, and he told them that there was nothing for them to do or say. This was a life they had given him. In a way to deny his own responsibility for his own actions, his blame shifted outwards. He told Palpatine that without his false promises, and Sidious cut him off, rising up with his cuffs and telling Dooku to stop talking already. There was no point to his ramblings. His death was coming and he was frightened like a child. Except children of the dark side do not fear, they conquer, so he was a wasted soul pondering the existentialism of the end of his life. Dooku nodded his head. That he was. All in service of the higher power, had he forfeited everything, and wasn't coming to grasps with what was, very clearly, the end of his journey. Obi-Wan tried to rectify this. He tried to tell Dooku that it wasn't too late. He could make good of his intentions and fight the darkness within. His life wasn't over until he believed it was. Despite the time being at the end of the road, he was the only one in control over how much time he spent and where he spent it. Dooku shook his head. He had his control now that those who deserved to pay the most suffered. He got up and stumbled out of the room before the door shut, and silence rolled over the three once more. Instead of basking in it, after about an hour, Palpatine would pipe up, asking the two Jedi for their opinion on the matter. Anakin told Palpatine to eat the broadside of a cannon, and Obi-Wan shifted up and spun himself around. The two of them were facing each other from opposite sides of the room. He asked Palpatine what he would gain from that. The Sith Lord looked down and didn't really know. He was bored to death. They'd been in here for what seemed to be days, and they hadn't interacted with anyone aside from Dooku twice, who was getting more incoherent the more he came in. Obi-Wan told the Sith that his tortured student was reeling from the suffering he had finally consciously realized Palpatine inflicted on him. Palpatine rubbed his chin, listening to Kenobi speak. Something was so odd about this forced interaction. Sidious hated everything, but despite him still hating Obi-Wan, here, in this moment, he needed something. But he couldn't do anything. He had tried to escape, and that was most of the reason for him sleeping. He got electrocuted and sent to the Shadow Realm again. So, Palpatine gestured forward. What good did that do? Obi-Wan rolled his eyes and leaned back against the wall. Dooku had always wanted to live a life of conscience, like Qui-Gon. The difference is, Qui-Gon would have never joined Sidious. He wanted what was best and always found it through the Jedi Order. Dooku tried to go the easy route, and through it, he realized that all of his life had been a waste. Anakin's ears perked up at hearing that. A waste? He questioned Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan nodded. He was just trying to interpret it. He always observed, and he had heard a lot of stories about Dooku after joining the Council, and especially when he was Qui-Gon's apprentice. He understood who Dooku thought he was supposed to be. He lived a life of trying to be someone he wasn't. Despite his motives and ideas being at the helm of his decisions, in the end, they were never his. Always manipulated, contorted, or controlled by someone else. In such case, it would be Yoda, the Jedi, and eventually Sidious. Palpatine relished in this for a moment, but truth be told, since there was no way of knowing how things would end for the three of them, most specifically himself, he couldn't really relish in it. Palpatine wasn't afraid of death, but he also wanted more for himself. He wanted the power to control his own destiny. He just basked in it for a moment, questioning himself mentally, until Obi-Wan's voice cut through the cloud of his mind. He asked Sidious, as he called him by name, if he had lived his life fully, or would he become deranged when he was knocking on death's doorsteps like Dooku. Palpatine wanted people to suffer, but he only cared about their torment in relation to him. If they suffered so he could grow in strength, rise in power, or feel satisfaction, then it was all the worth it. Killing his father was satisfying. Torturing Maul was growth for him in strength. Killing Plagueis for his rise in power. And here, because he had nothing to benefit from any of this, for the first time did he feel no satisfaction for his actions. The three of them could feel it. Grievous's droid armies were slaughtering thousands by the hour, whether they be Republic troopers, local militia, clones, Jedi, government officials, or citizens. There was death everywhere. Typically, as Palpatine had throughout the war, he relished in it, but here he couldn't, because there was nothing for him to gain from all of their deaths. Sidious, Obi-Wan, and Anakin looked to each other, and they returned to their silence. They would continue to speak to each other about deeper topics like the previous one for the next couple of weeks. They wouldn't have any interaction with anyone. They would be permitted to leave for calls of nature and bathing, but it was done under strict supervision with their force restraining cuffs. During this time, they would only interact with sentry droids and each other, as Dooku had fallen ill and wasn't speaking to anyone. During these few weeks and eventually months, the galaxy would start its descent into darkness. The Jedi had activated the strength of their full order, deploying any and everyone available to the front lines to protect the Republic. They did well, initially, but battle droids had one advantage over the clones, aside from numbers. They didn't need rest. They could recharge quickly, they could resupply faster, and they didn't have morale. The fighters of the Republic had their morale stripped from them, and the galaxy slipped further into a new dark age. Droid forces crushed any sign of resistance in the Mid-Rim, and they established a beachhead, figuratively speaking, on Kid and Nemodia within the core. They were weeks away from crushing the rest of the Republic. The Jedi Order had lost counselors, and they lost thousands of warriors in this fighting. Everything was as desperate as it could be. The only benefit was the droids were completely controlled by Grievous, and they were running out of troopers exponentially. The only reason they hadn't won yet is because the Republic could legitimately fortify the core, whereas the rest of the galaxy was continuously losing contact with it. It was horrible, and inside the spire at Stygon Prime, the three Force Adepts waited for Dooku to return, if he ever would. By this point, their dynamic had shifted, because it was forced to shift. Anakin hated Palpatine, but Obi-Wan and Sidious had found a common ground. Not that they liked each other at all, well, maybe a little, because their personalities meshed well, when it wasn't all hope or all die everyone die, but their conversations started initially deep, but they grew outwards because what else could they do? Anakin was worried sick, literally and figuratively, over Padmé, and if she had survived the siege of the core or whatever else was happening in the galaxy, because they could feel it. Obi-Wan was comforting. Palpatine didn't know how to be, so it was just awkward whenever Palpatine tried to be somewhat easygoing, which he wasn't really that much. Plus, it wasn't really easy for Palpatine whenever Anakin got physically ill, and regurgitated all over Palpatine, intentionally, because it happened every time he had to regurgitate. Truth is, it wasn't just his worry over Padmé. It was the fact that this tear in the Force and horrendous attack on the galaxy literally sickened each of them. They could feel the death and destruction, as if literal wounds of the Force were being created in different locations around the galaxy every hour, every day, every minute. Anakin did the least amount of speaking, as a lot of his own development for the past few months was internal. He just sat there and listened to Obi-Wan and Palpatine wax poetic about who knows what. Their conversations were truthfully really interesting, even to Obi-Wan, but they never really liked each other. The entertainment was more than enough for both of them to get along, which is all that really mattered. After months of silently waiting for Dooku to show up, assuming that he had died, he stumbled into their cell in the early hours of the morning. He had a handkerchief in his hand and coughed into it every so often, revealing little droplets of blood every time he did. The Force was killing him, and with his own mortality sitting right in front of him, he decided that with the galaxy mere weeks away from total collapse, he would end his time with the people he brought into Stygon Prime. He looked at each of them, his face wearing marks of aging skin and his somewhat protruding bones. He told them that he regretted so much of his life. Had it been in the service of others, like it would have been had he remained a Jedi, he would have felt some sense of completion. Even in his mind, he wasn't sure if he should have given the reins over to Grievous to create an era of darkness or not, but he was sure of his regret. He had blamed them all, but maybe in the end it was up to him. Blaming his master, his boss, was the easy way, but maybe it wasn't the most factual way. Dooku dedicated his life to the wrong things. He sat there observing their curious expressions. Their faces had changed much since the Battle of Coruscant. They were more mature, but filled with the completion of sorts. All the while he had been lamenting his past, raging to himself about lost time in the pursuit of nothingness, and here at his own end, he found it. Dooku looked to rivals and enemies and didn't see companionship or friendship, but bonding and connection. He looked off and told them that he had made a mistake. Many of them, actually. His eyes looked to Kenobi. He had many years to meet him before Qui-Gon's death, and didn't. To assume he would join him after never having met was in poor taste. They could have and should have had more connection. To Skywalker, he realized that, in reality, as much as he hated to admit it, they were pretty much the same. They were manipulated by the Sith. They were treated right by the Jedi. Maybe it wasn't their preferred method of treatment, but it was, nonetheless, a kind and tough love. Not everything we need comes in the form we want it. Now, Palpatine, the great deceiver, the devil incarnate. There had been many thoughts on Dooku's mind for the past couple months. Chief among them was killing Palpatine in cold blood. A man who was evil from birth, but subjugated into calmness and camaraderie. Though there was something sick about it. If Dooku charged Palpatine's locks, they could kill Anakin and Obi Wan in the process, and he wasn't sure about wanting them dead or not. All he knew is he felt incomplete. His eyes scanned those who were locked in his cell, and he told them that at the end of his life, he regretted so much. He still did, but instead of ending on that note, instead of denying himself his own peace, he would release them. He had wrongly blamed each of them for his own decisions, because at the end of the day, he held the blade that killed Yaddle. He was in control of the creation of Grievous and the Separatists, and he was the one who killed his best friend, Sifo Dyas. Yes, Dooku and Anakin were more similar than either cared to admit, and with their release, he wanted their assertion of their life lived to their fullest. Dooku's own cognitive abilities were slipping out of control, but he knew that in his heart, this was the path he wanted to go. Their release would come when he flatlined in the coming hours. Before that, though, he sat with them. The tension that filled the room when they had first woke up after the invisible hand had vanished. They were intense. They were warm. Maybe not friends or allies, but they each found attributes of the others that they grew to respect about them, which was a lot for someone even as cruel and evil as Palpatine. When the restraints dropped, Dooku had passed away in his sleep. Before his eyes, the last of his work could be seen. It was the attack on Coruscant, a second strike made by Grievous. It was the largest gathering of forces ever seen, and the galaxy, the one that could watch, watched eagerly to see what befell their galaxy. As the restraints released from the three captives, they rushed to the door and out of it to grab their weapons, because who knew what would happen next? But as they each retrieved their lightsabers, they could hear the news reports from behind them. It didn't matter what they did. Their elongated rivalry, at least the one between Jedi and Sith, wouldn't change what had been set into stone. Their weapons didn't ignite. Anakin had plenty of reason to kill Palpatine, and well, Palpatine kind of had a reason to hurt and kill the others, but what would he gain from their suffering? And the answer is nothing. Obi Wan stepped between the two of them, as he redirected their attention towards Coruscant. He looked at Anakin and reminded him of who he was, and then he turned to Palpatine and took a deep breath. Oh boy. A Sith could strike him down now. Surely, Sidious was cruel enough to break their several-month-old bond. So, Obi Wan stepped towards Palpatine and told him to not fall back into the old ways. They could still right these wrongs. There was still something to be saved. Palpatine's finger hovered over the ignition switch, and he looked into Obi-Wan's eyes. His knuckles creased around the edge of the blade, and he wanted to. But what would he gain? Palpatine placed his lightsaber on his belt and nodded. It was time to go. When they arrived at Coruscant, the Republic Defense Fleet had been breached. A separatist battle group was crushing through Republic defenses on the surface, which included turbo lasers, anti-aircraft cannons, and even a few artillery pieces added after the first Battle of Coruscant. The Senate building was leveled, and Grievous was directing the rest of the fight from outside the planet's atmosphere. Republic reinforcements continued to pile into the battle, as the Invisible Hand, now fully repaired and even upgraded, fended off attacking Republic Star Destroyers. Even the might of the Republic 1 destroyers couldn't break through the defenses of his dreadnought. Through the smoke of combat, Obi-Wan stood behind Palpatine and Anakin, who held their hands on the control yokes and pressed forward through the firefight. Their eyes landed on the heavily armored battleship. They were here for one thing: revenge. Well, not that, but Sidious was. They were here to end Grievous and free the galaxy. As they approached the massive ship, they were intercepted. Sidious mounted the rear cannons and fired away, using what little he had at his disposal to help Skywalker out. Their ship cruised through the field of combat and hovered over the new Star Destroyer, before dipping down and spinning into the hangar bay after blasting the shields. The shuttle had yet another happy landing, and the three Force wielders abandoned the ship together. They were still wearing their prisoner outfits, but they moved with speed. Even the elder Sidious, who kept pace with the two younger Jedi. When they got to the bridge, they found a dozen Magna Guards and General Grievous. He had been made aware of their infestation on his ship, and he prepared a trap for the Jedi. At the point they entered the bridge, the Invisible Hand was locking onto the Jedi Temple to assist with the ground attack and cripple their morale once more. They had gone through the atmosphere after realizing the Jedi had breached their ship. Sidious, ironically, was the first to tell Grievous to stop what he was doing, but the cannons fired and the temple was leveled. 3 lightsabers ignited, Anakin on the left, Palpatine on the right, and Kenobi in the middle. Grievous was a little confused, but he didn't think much of it. He lowered his hand and the Magna Guards moved in. 4 per opponent. There was an immediate issue. Due to the lack of movement for the last several months, they were really tight and their bodies, despite the Force being a guide, weren't ready for this combat. The muscle memory slowly crept back into play, but Anakin, Palpatine, and Obi-Wan were all helping each other out. Kenobi using his defense to take on more guards than not, while Anakin and Sidious used their aggression to take down the guards caught in the fray. Behind them, a group of B-3 battle droids showed up to execute the Jedi, as Grievous called them all. Sidious saw this and threw his hands forward, blasting a wave of electricity that fried the droids in their path before they could get to the bridge. Anakin then lunged at Grievous, but the droid general was ready, igniting a lightsaber and blocking the strike before clocking Anakin in the throat with his metallic fist, forcing Anakin to drop to his knees as he held his lightsaber over his head to defend himself. Sidious closed the door by breaking it, after destroying the droid reinforcements, as Obi-Wan beat back the last 3 Magna Guards. Palpatine turned back and used the Force to launch Grievous off his feet and into the window, where he fell back, giving Anakin a short period of time to get back up and fight. Obi-Wan was shocked with an electrostaff, and as he fell to his knees, Palpatine's blades bent over his head and cut through one of the guards. His quick attacks were incredible, even though they were slow due to not being active. Kenobi got to his feet and cut the last guard down with Palpatine, as they turned over to see Anakin and Grievous fighting on the front of the deck. Skywalker jabbed forward, but his aggression wasn't doing him any favors in the rusty battle. He was clawed in the chest and flung backwards. Sidious and Kenobi lunged in, as the ship rattled from explosions, as another duo of Republic Star Destroyers approached the vessel. Kenobi was thrown into the ground as Palpatine got to his feet before Grievous, jabbing his lightsaber aggressively. Grievous was pushed back but caught himself, igniting another saber and cutting through Palpatine's blade. But the Sith Lord was quick, spinning under a strike and using the Force to ignite a Jedi weapon. He parried a strike, but Grievous' strength shoved him into the glass window, as Obi-Wan jumped up for Grievous to swing back and block him, throwing him across the bridge. Kenobi landed hard, and Skywalker got to his feet to join Palpatine as the bridge continued to rock from side to side. Grievous needed to make a dastardly escape, so he moved to the exit, but the doors were destroyed, so he turned back to see the same opponents, now all gathered up once more. Obi-Wan told Grievous that this was the end of his rule. The ship rocked some more, as the Neimoidian captain told them that the ship had been destabilized. They were going to crash. Grievous wheezed, igniting 2 more lightsabers and deciding that he had to hope he survived the incoming crash. Their blades all collided. Grievous showed off his Jedi hunting prowess as he collided blades with 3 blue lightsabers, his collection having obviously grown since Dooku's handing over of the droid army. Sidious blocked, spinning behind Obi-Wan, who moved in with Form 4, before dashing to the side in Form 3. Palpatine's jab was almost perfect, but Grievous defended himself, as Anakin blasted down on a defense, a strike that would have worked if he was fully active, as he once had been. As they continued using each other to their advantage, the ship started to tilt to the port side, forcing their duel to take them to the other side of the ship. Their strikes and blasts were all useless until another explosion rocked the ship, propelling Grievous into the wall and giving all 3 Jedi the advantage by flinging them towards Grievous. Their blades all passed through him at the same time, as they slammed into the wall and each other, and everything went dark. In the coming hours, light would be revealed when citizen militia would uncover the bridge, hoping to find and kill General Grievous. But instead, they found Kenobi, Skywalker, and Palpatine. The troopers helped the survivors out of the wreckage, as Kenobi made a comment about making it 2 happy landings. Anakin didn't find as much amusement in this as Palpatine did. As they got to the ground and watched the Separatist fleet slowly lose control over another definitive victory at Coruscant, Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Palpatine turned towards each other. Skywalker readied his weapon, and Palpatine didn't even notice. His eyes were still on the chaos and destruction around them. When he looked back over, Skywalker ignited his weapon and pointed it forward, asking if Sidious would surrender, and then he looked down, shaking his head. Didn't think so. Obi-Wan followed this with the ignition of his own lightsaber, but Palpatine wasn't going to fight. He told them that he wasn't going to surrender, but he also wasn't going with them, for he now knew the true meaning of oppression, and his taste for inflicting it had vanished. The two Jedi looked to each other as Palpatine used the Force to pull a vulture droid from the sky and use it to vanish off into the distance before the Jedi could do anything to stop him. The Second Battle of Coruscant would, like the first battle, be the turning point of the Clone War. With Grievous's death, the droids were left under the command of their tactical droids, that now without any true leaders, had no true motive. Some of them decided to go and find their own homes, by going out into the Outer Rim and enslaving slavers like the Zygerians or the Hutts. Other droids would continue to fight, sometimes with the galaxy or with other droid factions that grew in the aftermath of Coruscant. For the galaxy that remained, it was a time of chaos, followed by more chaos. The remaining 1,500 or so Jedi would try and make amends and heal the galaxy, but it wasn't possible just like that. Anakin, following everything, would go and return to Padmé, who had survived her pregnancy, the war, and the Second Battle of Coruscant. She and he decided to stay far away from politics, combat, or the coming darkness. Despite how gloomy everything looked, they made this decision for their own mental health, and for the protection of their children, one named Leia and the other one named Anakin, because Padmé didn't know or believe that her husband would come back to her. It was alright, because the children would thrive with their family away from the chaos. Leia and Junior would have a great life, despite Anakin keeping tabs on Obi Wan and Ahsoka, who he also saw before they left Coruscant. Even though Ahsoka was not a Jedi the last time they met, she became one in memory of her master who she believed perished. Maul was kept in stasis inside the Jedi Temple. He was just kind of forgotten about when the temple was leveled, so he's not alive anymore. Ahsoka served with the Republic and the Jedi until the end, and she would join Obi-Wan and the last surviving counselors, Mace Windu and Shaak Ti, as they try to restart the Jedi Order. Obi-Wan would have an unnerving experience to tell his friends about, the one where he and 3 others, never meant to be hanging out in the same room together, were forced to understand each other. Palpatine was lost to time, and he wanted to keep it that way, which he would. The Sith to him were dead. His actions would haunt him, but through the Force he would find his own sense of harmony, until the end of his life. The Jedi Order, with the guidance of Mace, Shaak Ti, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka, were in good hands. They would be the guiding light forward, and despite the masters of the 3-member council focused on their order, they also understood the gravity of their position as Jedi. People were hopeless, and it was up to the Jedi to reinstate that hope. In the weirdest way, Dooku had laid the seeds for the beginning of something that would change the galaxy for the better. While he would never see it, it would be through Obi-Wan, the Jedi he should have befriended, and the Jedi he had befriended, Mace Windu, that Dooku would have what he wanted. It would all come to fruition. The natural order of decency and connection and community would take generations to rectify. But the Jedi would restructure the roots that were needed to maintain the galaxy from total collapse. And this was done with the help of clones, droids, and whoever else they could get to aid them. It was a tall task, but the Jedi rose to the occasion. All the while, they moved themselves back to Tython, a longtime home of the Jedi Order, one where they would once again find their own balance. At the end of the next century, an elder Grandmaster, one named Ahsoka Tano, would speak fondly to an order of 2,000 on Tython. She had lived to see the worst and also the best of the galaxy. While she would never be a part of the future that was to come, she wouldn't be forgotten, just like those she hadn't forgotten. The legacy of the Jedi would transcend time, as the Sith once again, but forever now, vanished into the history books of time, never to be resurrected or have influence on the galaxy ever again. Ahsoka's passing of the torch to the next generation would be the decision that would see the Order exceed their mandate and bring community back to the people of the galaxy.
Our story begins inside the Jedi Council chambers. An elite unit of clone troopers have been discreetly transported to the Jedi Temple. In the waning days of the Clone Wars, the Jedi believed it was time to act on the status of the galaxy. However, there was one issue. They needed to deal with the Chancellor of the Republic before actually doing something about the war. Everything went through him, and with him out of the picture, the Jedi might be able to bring peace to the galaxy. The Council discussed the implications of such actions a number of times. It felt like the wrong move, but it needed to be done. The Chancellor had too many emergency powers, so many in fact that if the war ended, he could transform their democracy into a dictatorship. This is what the Jedi feared the most. They knew there were things that he was keeping from them, and his lack of transparency made them fear for the worst. It was bad enough that a couple months before, the Jedi unveiled the truth about the creation of the clone army. The thought had been passed around their chambers more than once. If Dooku created the clone army, who was his master? They both had to have some sort of political sway, and the answer kept leading them back to Palpatine. There also would be no better time to do this, Obi Wan and Anakin were on the other side of the galaxy fighting a siege. Obi Wan had been one of the few council members vocal about not betraying Palpatine in that way. He was more so hopeful that the council could task Anakin with a spy mission, believing Anakin would choose the Order over Palpatine. However, that was just wishful thinking and the entire council knew it. So they brought in an elite unit of clone troopers. Mace had seen their work during the Siege of Anaxis and believed they'd make the perfect unit for handling this particular job. If anyone in the Grand Army of the Republic was willing to do unorthodox missions, then it was them. The Bad Batch entered the pristine chambers of the High Council. It was unlike anything they'd ever seen before, and it was immediately brought to their attention. They were being ordered to take down the Chancellor. Immediately, this rang of high treason. Hunter was the first one to pipe up, asking why they would target the leader of the Republic. As the Jedi believed, he was behind the Clone Wars. Tech stood silently by Hunter's side, siphoning through information on his tablet. He believed that there was potentially a sensibility to this. However, for them to commit such an act, it would put them at the highest list of hit targets for the Republic. They needed more reasoning than just orders to follow through with it. The Jedi displayed all the information they had, and truthfully, Tech could theoretically back it up. However, due to Echo being in the room, and having learned about his former squad mate's passing, he asked if this related to the death of clone ARC Trooper 5s. The Council had forgotten about that case, but they informed the squad that the Chancellor assured them that the inhibitor chips weren't a problem, and that there was something else. It was an infestation or virus found on Ringo Vinda. The clones were inoculated for it. The Jedi had no reason to believe there was foul play there. Tech denied those statements, suggesting that the Chancellor was wrong. The inhibitor chips were controlling devices. They made the regs more dormant than the Bad Batch. It's why they had such freedoms. Tech also said that the inoculation was a blank, there was nothing in it. He didn't want to assume anything too large here, but he did believe that if someone wanted to control the clones, it wouldn't be out of the question that the inhibitor chips could be used for that. The Council looked around to each other. That was a thought they hadn't even considered. What if the Chancellor was covering up these inhibitor chips so that he could use some sort of executive order on the Jedi? Tech didn't believe that was entirely far-fetched, but the rest of the squad had the thought of treason on their minds. Hunter said that they could monitor the Chancellor's movements, but executing him or assassinating him seemed above their pay grade. They weren't assassins or bounty hunters. The Jedi agreed with that, but they were looking for an efficient team to do something on behalf of the Republic and the galaxy. Hunter turned to his squad before telling the Council that they could make a deal. They would track the Chancellor for half a week. If they found anything suspicious, then they would pull the trigger and deliver all the information to the Council. The members of the Jedi Council turned to each other and agreed to this compromise. The Bad Batch were given their ease of access out of the temple without being seen by anybody else. They were all divided on the issue. Tech and Wrecker were the most willing to do it. Crosshair was very neutral, while Echo and Hunter believed this to be treasonous. Crosshair was split, mostly because he didn't want to disobey orders, but these orders were against the person who technically outranked the Jedi. Tech and Wrecker were okay with taking up the mission because it was just that, a mission. Wrecker did float between being okay with it and not being okay with it, but Hunter believed that Palpatine wasn't a bad person, so he believed that for them, they could use this as a break. They could monitor the Chancellor for a couple of days, report back that nothing had happened, and then return to the battlefront. This did dampen their respect for the Jedi, but it was a time of war. They understood the sacrifices that needed to be made for the betterment of the galaxy. They trailed the Chancellor for the next couple of days, and instead of their recon being simple, the plot thickened immediately. The Chancellor was planning something, and they were struggling to understand what it was. There were intercepted communications, and Tech was able to match the voice of that voice to the leader of the Separatist movement. But truthfully, no one believed that Palpatine would be interacting with Dooku. It seemed wrong, so they continued digging. They followed Palpatine to his various locations. They saw that he never slept, not even a single second in a single day. This was literally impossible. There were few species in the galaxy that could avoid sleep for that long, and humans from Naboo were not one of them. Crosshair seemed to be getting a little paranoid at the sense of everything unfolding in front of their eyes. Palpatine wasn't just an ordinary individual. There was something terribly evil about him, and he wanted a chance to kill the Chancellor. Very quickly, the opinion of the Bad Batch shifted into that mindset. It was no longer why the Jedi were suspicious. It was now, what was Palpatine that the Jedi were so afraid of? They couldn't have done this themselves, because cities would have sensed them. With the clones, it wasn't as apparent through the Force. Not that Palpatine believed the Jedi would do something so ridiculous as it was. The clones continued tracking Palpatine until eventually, they got bold enough to strap a bundle of explosives under his ship. They informed the Jedi that they'd be moving forward with the protocol. To aid them, a bundle of Jedi Masters would be by to pick them up after they assassinated the Chancellor. The Jedi would give the Bad Batch as much protection as need be. They were also warned. Palpatine would be extremely dangerous, but the Bad Batch was quick to act. One night, 3 days before the Battle of Coruscant was set to take place, Clone Force 99 snuck into his residence. They moved around the halls quietly and went to his ship, the same one they'd been tracking. Crosshair figured out that once the ship exploded, he would need to ensure the kill, so he placed a number of deflector panels on the walls so he could make the perfect shot. The clones were quick to get the job done before fleeing to their lookout location once more. Once they were there, a bundle of Jedi gave them their cloaks to hide in and had a getaway ship ready to go. On the edge of the lookout were Wrecker and Crosshair, one to blow the bomb up and the other to confirm the kill. It was very quick sequentially. Palpatine walked into a shuttle, reported by a laser tripwire embedded into the ship's ramp. Once the target was confirmed, the engines heated up and the bomb went off, blowing a hole in the Chancellor's residence, killing royal guards in the process. The bomb that destroyed the Chancellor's vessel also had EMP inside of it, so any and all cameras in the area would be shut down and lose any unsaved data. Thanks to tech, they knew that no one would be able to trace any potential shots from the lookout. Crosshair kept his eyes pinned, and a lightsaber ignited. Out from the wreckage walked a Sith Lord, one with his face ripped down the middle. The fear that crossed the sharpshooter's body was unreal. He pulled the trigger, and right as he did, he could see Palpatine's gaze look him dead in the eyes, before dropping dead. The information from tech informed Crosshair that Palpatine's pulse had stopped. He was dead. The clones ran from the lookout and were transported back to the temple for safety. The fallout from this mission would be insanity. No one knew what happened, and Clone Force 99 proved their effectiveness as a military unit. They apologized for their refusal to do the job initially, but no apologies were necessary. They were good troopers. They were right to initially reject the mission. It seemed uncanny without having seen what Palpatine was. Based on Crosshair's report, the Council understood that Palpatine was Sidious, and they had just saved themselves from a near catastrophe. The Senate fell into complete and utter chaos as the Jedi went to lend a hand. Clone Force 99 was pretty much off the records, and they were able to enjoy serenity inside the Jedi Temple for the following days until war struck the heart of the Republic. They'd be on the front lines with the Coruscant Guard in defending the surface of the planet. It had been so short after Palpatine's death that the attack from Dooku and Grievous felt like the entire assassination of the Chancellor led back to him. However, things were different now. Because Sidious was out of the way, Dooku had every intention to win this war. He brought everything he had, but the stakes were even higher for the Republic. Their leader had been killed, and Palpatine was now a martyr to the men who fought for the Grand Army. They returned to Coruscant and fought like it was their last battle. The war for the heart of the galaxy was one that lasted more than one day. It was a siege, because the Separatists brought as many vessels as they could, some of which coming from a reserve that no one knew about. This caused two major lapses in strategy on the galactic battle map. The Separatists risked their forces at Megiddo, Keda Nemodia, Felucia, Seleucami, and a number of other key worlds so they could win this battle. The Jedi on each of those previous worlds were able to claim victory the moment the siege on Coruscant began. The second major lapse is Dooku hadn't realized that Palpatine didn't tell him everything. Republic shipyards were stocked up with new battle cruisers, as well as the extra amount of fleets that were stationed inside the core in case Dooku tried to overtake Sidious. Palpatine planned for everything, and so he made sure all the statistics for the Republic military presence in the core were skewed. So when Dooku brought even more forces than he was supposed to bring, the Republic was more than ready. With Jedi returning from other parts in the galaxy, the Separatists were in for the fight of their life. Dooku was able to strategically hide inside the Invisible Hand, in the middle of their lines, so it was consistently protected. The Battle of Coruscant would result in the Senate panicking and selecting Bail Organa to lead the peace treaty process, not as a form of surrender, but as a form of end the war so they didn't get uncomfortable. This attack on Coruscant was the closest to home for many of the senators inside the Republic. It made the war real to them, and once politicians become uncomfortable, they bend, because all their manifested power becomes a shell of what it really is. The people on Coruscant were uncomfortable, and they elected to make a decision they wouldn't have made under any other circumstance. They would elect for peace once the battle was won, whereas Mas Amedda would continue the war the same way Palpatine would have. The Senate believed a decisive victory at Coruscant meant a definitive end to the war once they finished off the Separatist forces. Without a target to save on the Invisible Hand, Republic strategists didn't see the capital ship as a feasible target. It was too well defended. Anakin and Obi Wan were almost able to convince Republic High Command to let them go in, but it didn't happen. Instead, right before they sanctioned the mission, A Republic Star Destroyer lost control of its shields, and a malfunction inside the engine room caused the vessel to activate half of its hyperdrive engines, while also deactivating its regular engines. What ended up happening was something similar to Anakin's attack over Ryloth, but even more catastrophic for the Separatists. The Star Destroyer got a quarter of the way into hyperspace and it slammed into the Trade Federation cruiser. Once it connected, a burst of energy was sent forward from the Star Destroyer, causing a rip through the Separatist lines. This allowed the Republic to push an aggressive assault. The ground invasion crumbled out from under them, and the clones crushed through the remaining CIS forces as they found victory over Coruscant. The siege lasted for 3 days and cost the lives of hundreds of thousands of people, but the victory put the Separatists on their back foot. The gamble didn't pay off, and they were now paying the price for it. Key worlds fell out from under them, and to make matters worse, Newt Gunray and the Trade Federation backed out of the Separatist Council. It was a huge gap in their resources, but this only meant that the other council members had a choice: double down or leave like Gunray did. Luckily for the CIS, Dooku was a cunning negotiator, and he was able to swindle more support for his cause. He knew he technically was the last of the Sith, so he would hold that title with some semblance of pride. But there was one thing becoming evident to Dooku. He knew that the longer this war went on, the weaker he would become. The dark side had done a number on him in just 13 years. He didn't believe he could continue this fight for much longer, at least not physically. He could play the political game while Grievous handled the war side of things, which the general was fine with. Grievous would finally have his leash taken off of him. Cities kept Skywalker safe throughout the entire war. Now it was time for him to meet Grievous's blade. It no longer mattered to Dooku. There were no favorites. Obi Wan had his chance on Geonosis. Every Jedi could die. First thing was first though. Dooku had every intention of screwing up the Jedi. Because it had been less than a week since Palpatine died, and there was only a 3-day battle in between that, the Jedi didn't have time to get rid of the inhibitor chips or launch a formal investigation into Kamino, so now they were getting into that. However, because the inhibitor chips were still present inside the clones' heads, they couldn't do anything if a particular order came through Republic communications. Dooku sent out commando droids to get access to Republic comm chatter and transmit Executive Order 66 into their system. Didn't matter who it hit, as long as it could sow division between the Jedi and their troopers, the CIS could win this war. It took some time for this to get into movement, but the commando droids were able to send the order through right as the Senate was finished drafting up a potential peace treaty. The fallout of Order 66 wasn't terrible. With most Jedi Council members present on Coruscant, they were able to resist the attack of the clones. However, a couple hundred Jedi were killed in the attacks. Order 66 didn't go out to the entire Grand Army, but it did make its way to Coruscant, and it was something that aided everything for the Jedi. Order 66 was a sign that the clones could be controlled, and what could likely link Dooku to the death of Palpatine. The Jedi and Clone Force 99 were in the clear from the assassination, but there was a more pressing issue. The clones could be controlled with singular orders. Luckily, due to working with the Bad Batch, the Jedi suggested removing the inhibitor chips and starting an investigation into the Kaminoans. This was supported on both sides, and as the Jedi began their move into Kamino and the removal process of the inhibitor chips, Bail sent a message to the Separatist government. He informed them that Dooku was behind the creation of the clone army, and he wanted nothing but power for himself. The government realized Bail was right, and they quickly elected to remove Dooku from power, but it wouldn't work in their favor. Grievous would kill every single senator inside the government house on Araxis, and then Dooku would take control over the Separatist movement with little issue. This attack on the Separatist government told the Republic that this war wouldn't end until Dooku died, and without the Kaminoans fully supporting the Republic interest, the Senate made a vote. This decision came from two major factors. The Jedi investigation proved their accusation nearly instantaneously, so it was clear the clones were created by Dooku. While the clones didn't have their inhibitor chips anymore, it was simply clear the Kaminoans could not be trusted. The second reason is because Chancellor Organa found plans in Palpatine's drive for a TK Trooper program. Apparently, all the supplies for this program had been made, and they were still in production, something Palpatine had been doing under the radar. It was meant to replace the clone army, but if it meant the Republic had more troopers to add to their fighting force, then so be it, they can make do with it. Bail and the Senate used the martyrdom of Palpatine to prop up public support for the TK Trooper program, saying that they needed to fight this war. It's what Palpatine would have wanted, so millions of young men and women joined up with the Republic and were quickly prepared for combat. To assist with this, bounty hunters used at the Kaminoan facilities were brought in to assist the rapid training in the Second Republic military. For those elite enough to pass the tests, they'd become TK troopers, whereas everyone else would become regular militia troopers, pretty much the most expendable unit. The Republic had their tier list, sort of like the Separatists did. There was Republic Militia, the TK Trooper, and then the Clone Trooper. The Militia and TK Troopers were basically B1s, just expendable human meat shields to protect the clones, who were the core of the Republic military. Due to his closeness with the Jedi, Bail gave more political leverage to their corner. They were fighting to end the war, and he trusted them. This wasn't favorable in the eyes of the Senate, but the Jedi didn't care about political power. As the war heated up once more, the Jedi continued digging up information on their former Chancellor. At the same time, elite units of clones would be shipped off for recon and sabotage missions. The most integral piece of this was the Bad Batch. Due to their work over in Naxxus, Mace wanted to accompany them on these missions. There was only one reason Mace was accompanying the Bad Batch with them on all these missions. He was there to protect them from General Grievous or Count Dooku. Luckily, as the war picked up, Grievous wasn't anywhere near these foundries. Dooku had actually become rather sick. The cough-up blood type is sick, the type of suffering one must atone to for having committed themselves to the dark side. Due to this, Dooku was bedridden and losing his strength consistently. Grievous was unaware of this, but Dooku was preparing to do something too. He remembered a tale his master told him, and he attempted to do some dark magic, in hopes to prolong his life or at least find a suitable apprentice. Windu and the Bad Batch were saving the Republic war effort single-handedly. They were finding droid research facilities and discovering that the Techno-Union had since blindsided the Trade Federation, wiping out its leadership and stealing its droids and supplies. Wat Tambor then took over all their supplies and funneled it into creating new battle droids, ones that be able to do more damage than B2s and be mass-produced like B1s. These machines were technological terrors, but with the help of Echo and Tech, they were able to hack into the database and steal the information. Afterwards, they destroyed the facilities and foundries or wherever else they were. It was just a continuous process, but it didn't mean the war came to an end. Instead, the Clone Wars became a stalemate. This was entirely due to the response from the Separatist military. They had millions of battle droids in reserve, and with General Grievous off his leash, the Republic had to deal with the most vicious leader the droids had. Skywalker and Grievous did engage in a couple battles, but similar to fights between Obi-Wan and the droid general, they never went anywhere. Anakin was also torn. Ahsoka rejoined the Order after delivering Maul to the Temple, where he still was. This technically made Anakin a Jedi Master, but on top of that, Padmé had given birth to Luke and Leia, and because the war was being prolonged, he wasn't able to be there for her. He did consider leaving the Jedi Order, but he felt a genuine responsibility to the people of the galaxy. Also, Padmé discouraged it. She'd be safe, and the children would be taken care of. No need to worry about that. The perspective of the extending of the war for the clones was much different than it was for the citizens, politicians, Jedi, or civilian troopers of the galaxy. The whole vibe of the war had changed for them. Initially, they were bred to be soldiers, to fight and die for a republic they never met. Now they learned they were bred for a proxy war, and that ruined everything for a lot of them. Their brothers spent 3 years dying for nothing, and now they were forced to fight for the republic for real. Their energy was gone. What made matters worse for them is that this new war had no end in sight. They are now bunking with civilians, where their brothers once lay. It was horrendous for them. At least the TK troopers didn't have an ego. Most of them were good to the clones, but it didn't change the demeanor from them. They felt like they were being replaced because they couldn't replace themselves soon enough because of the Kaminoans. For lack of a better word or even explanation, they felt more expendable than ever before. They were simply drones, being thrown into the battlefield. Some of the clones wished they hadn't adopted emotions and attachments. It would have made things easier. Some of them wished they died at Geonosis or other battles during the war. All of them wished that the war ended at Coruscant. But the Jedi were mobilizing harder than ever before. So at the time many of the men of the clone army felt most desperate, they had more support than ever before. The Jedi were always with them, but now there were citizens laying down their lives for clones on the front lines. TK and militia troopers didn't compare to clones in the slightest, but they took the brunt of casualties. The clones were very appreciative for them at the very least, but there was a dissonant feeling for many of them. The Jedi leaders tried to keep the morale up, and it was because of the Jedi that the clones were able to find value in their lives once again. As the Clone Wars made its way into its 6th year, Mace Windu and the Bad Batch were able to finally locate Count Dooku. Commando Squad's been trying to find him for years. He was constantly on the move, and it was mostly because he no longer stayed in his castle in Sereno. Dooku purchased a super yacht so he could keep his luxury but also avoid the war. Grievous by this point was holding all the military power, and he did see Dooku as useless, but it didn't matter to him. Grievous could deal with him once the war was over and won by him. Despite Grievous's cocky attitude, the war wouldn't be ending in his favor. The CIS were on their last legs, and this was due to the collective push made by the Republic, but the Bad Batch and Windu were perhaps the architects of the Separatist collapse. Without high-quality foundries or research facilities creating new and better weapons, droids, and ships, the Separatist war machine crumbled. It wasn't like they didn't try and stop them either, but Clone Force 99 was simply too elite, especially with the likes of Mace Windu accompanying them. The Marauder wouldn't even land on Dooku's yacht when they found it. They'd simply bomb the ship from a distance and confirm the kill once they saw Dooku floating through space. Because Clone Force 99 wanted to make sure they didn't leave any stone unturned, they let Tech and Crosser search the wreckage to see if they could find any information on what Dooku may have been planning. As this was happening, across the Outer Rim, a battle was commencing on the ground at Utapau. Masters Kenobi and Skywalker were able to intercept General Grievous. He was planet hopping at the moment, which for him was pillaging supplies, destroying civilization, and then moving to another system. He was simply trying to jump ahead of the Republic and avoid them. But thanks to Republic scouts, the two Jedi were able to cut him off. They would engage with the droid general in a massive duel. This fight would span the entire staging ground for the Separatists. Their lightsabers would speed against each other, and it would result in Anakin taking a critical blow from Grievous, before the droid general ferociously fought against Kenobi. The two longtime rivals could finally end it here. 6 years of combat. As Obi Wan seized the upper hand, Skywalker came in with a perfect strike to help Obi Wan defeat Grievous once and for all. As the Republic led by Skywalker and Kenobi fought against the Separatists on Utapau, Clone Force 99 was able to uncover something for Windu. They learned that Dooku planned on using an old Sith from Morabon to essence transfer into. The only thing Dooku didn't understand is that the very process of doing this would be his undoing. He knew he was sick, but there was a reason Palpatine never intended on using the ancient Sith for essence transfers. The Sith individual would steal his power and strength and then use it for his or her own gain. Sidious preferred cloning because it was a much more logistical means to achieving his end goal of immortality. Dooku was always a step or two behind Sidious, and this was yet another example of it, because Sidious never wanted Dooku to catch up. The Count spent 3 whole years believing he was taking Sidious's master plan and using it for himself, when it was simply something Palpatine constructed to lead Dooku away from the entire cloning idea. It worked, but it meant that as the Republic claimed its final victory over the Separatist movement, Windu would have to face down an ancient Sith. On the Sith homeworld, Mace would be ambushed by a Sith Lord from the past, one resurrected by Dooku, and he engaged. Their blades sped together against each other, each of them looking for their chance at victory. The Sith had returned from eons of rest, resurrected by an incorrect Sith spell. They fought across the landscape of the Sith homeworld. The Jedi Master launched himself at the Sith, going into a wall before he retaliated, and then levied an offensive attack against the Sith Lord. Mace was able to leap over the Sith and strike him down in one swift and decisive motion. Windu looked up and held his deignited lightsaber and turned to see the limp body of the Sith Lord. The clones called out to him and told him to get to their location. The Sith temple was crumbling. The Sith were destroyed and it was time for them to go. Mace ran up as the temple fell into pieces behind him, and he leapt up, grabbing Wrecker's hand as he pulled him into the Marauder and they pulled away from the Sith homeworld. The destruction of the Sith would accompany the failure of the Separatist movement. Grievous wasn't the last defeat, but his death, along with that of Dooku's, would lead directly to the crumbling of their movement, run by droids. Clone Force 99 would be recognized for their heroism throughout the extended period of the Clone Wars. The Senate itself was able to piece together a semi-functional government in the rebuilding period of the war. The worst part of the 6-year-long Clone War is that in the previous 3 years, the entire Outer Rim was torn to shreds. So not only was the remainder of the Separatist territory before the Battle of Coruscant in ruins, but everything else from the last 3 years of combat was too. The criminal empires that were united under Maul were torn down by Grievous, similar to how he did with the Dathomirian witches. The Outer Rim was worse than ever before because of this, but the Republic was able to work its way into helping out. Positive growth for the Outer Rim meant positive growth for the Greater Republic. This was entirely due to the fact that the Outer Rim was under Republic jurisdiction, with battles taking place on those key worlds, so the expansion was kind of forced into their hands. But Bail Organa was built for the role of Chancellor in a time like this. He used the volunteers from the war to protect the Outer Rim interests, and he had droids from the war reprogrammed so they could be used in the rebuilding process. It was very difficult, but it would pay off in years to come, probably after Bail and this entire Senate committee passed away. The Bad Batch were heralded in as heroes, but as their time in the spotlight continued, they'd be assigned their little sister. There was a girl that had been worrying about them for the past 3 years. Omega would finally be able to be freed from Topoka City, and the Bad Batch would have their new challenge of taking care of their little sister, an undertaking they would take on with great joy. The Jedi were able to see their own failures, and despite them doing right by the galaxy by killing Palpatine, it felt like they were in the wrong for having aided to the prolonging of the Clone Wars. As a result, they decided that Coruscant should no longer be their home, and they jumped to another core world to continue growing their order on Tython. Anakin wouldn't stay in the Order, after missing out on most of the first 3 years of Luke and Leia's lives. It was a hard transition because he didn't want to leave the Order, but it is what was best for him and his family. The Jedi would also be a huge help in the aid the clone army received in the post-war era. They headlined bills to help the clones get protection and credits, allowing them to retire from the active duty and become free people. It was the greatest reward, especially for Generation 1 clones who spent 6 years fighting a grueling war. Despite the terrible casualties that came from the war, the galaxy was without the Sith and Palpatine. There was no Empire, and the Separatist movement faded into history books. The Republic would rally behind Organa as they transitioned into this new era of peace.
Our story begins in transit to Naboo, inside the Senator's glimmering starship. Padmé and Anakin had spent about a full day together on Coruscant before making a rash decision to abandon the capital. The two lovers had been separated for months, and upon their reunion there was growing tension. Both were stressed, the whole situation with their new child, and of course, there was the end of the war that was lurking over them. They hadn't gotten into an intense exchange about politics yet, but they were being plagued by the onset of external influence. The issue for Padmé, at the moment, was her struggles with the delegation members. She, Mon Mothma, and Bail Organa were responsible for the first steps into building a coalition to stand against the impossibly powerful Chancellor. But the issue is, at least for Padmé, things weren't going in a positive direction. She was overworking herself as a pregnant woman, and sure, that meant something in regard to honor, but truthfully, it wasn't worth it anymore. She needed to rest herself because these cohorts of hers weren't pushing themselves to stand up to Palpatine as much as she was. These were behind-the-scenes discussions that Anakin wasn't necessarily privy to. In an unhealthy manner, Padmé needed to walk on eggshells when it came to addressing Anakin's friend, because he couldn't see the damage he was actively doing to the Republic. Anyhow, Padmé didn't want to be around the toxicity of Republic politics. The previous night, she suggested that they return to Naboo, and after an understanding and mature conversation, she and Anakin agreed to leaving Coruscant. Padmé, the following morning, addressed the Jedi Council, and they were forced to oblige because they couldn't rely on Ahsoka to do this mission for them, and Master Kenobi was necessary for something else. It also wasn't like they could explain to the Senator that they were actively spying on the Chancellor with Anakin, regardless of her position's stance towards Palpatine. On the other side of things, Anakin had the entire drama of the High Council, and the Chancellor doing his head in. He felt morally wrong for standing against his friend, which isn't something he wanted to do. In his weird predicament, he was serving on the council as a member without the rank of master, and waiting ever so eagerly for the secret mission to spy on Palpatine to end. Getting away from Coruscant would be the best thing for him, because he wouldn't need to completely dismantle his relationship with Palpatine. The situation was sticky, and just getting away from it would alleviate some unnecessary pressure. More or less, for the two of them, this was a vacation away from their problems, so that they could deal with a completely different set of them. Their trip through hyperspace would be quite nice though. They didn't talk much, but they watched a couple of movies and enjoyed each other's company, which was much more enjoyable than trying to rush things. Though the important conversation for them was their grievances with abandoning their responsibilities. Anakin may have disagreed with spying on Palpatine, but it was his duty. Padmé had an entirely different assortment of them, among which was loyalty to her constituents. In all fairness, to herself, she'd been putting her life on the line ever since she became a senator. She was sure the people would be understanding if she did a month or so of work from home. The unspoken thing that remained present on their minds while being in hyperspace was whether or not they should go public with their relationship. It was a very important step, but for the moment there was no reason to stress themselves out more. Just keep it simple stupid until they knew what they wanted to do with the whole war thing and everything else. Upon their return to Naboo, they would head straight for the villa where they planned on raising the singular child. You know, sometimes it doesn't hurt to get an ultrasound. Thanks to the vast wealth held by the Nabaris, it was very easy to acquire more buildings for the secret couple. Anakin and Padmé would spend their time with their favorite family members before catching some rest. Anakin and Padmé's dad, as she and Solo would talk by the water. It was very nice, and just what both of them needed.
One doesn't realize how stuffy the air is on Coruscant until they get to Lake Como, Space Italy. The following day would be all about shopping and building little things, and yelling at IKEA instructions because you were sitting on the part that you were looking for, and so on. It was great fun. They'd also do some painting in the room, because nothing's healthier for a pregnancy than huffing spray paint. Back on Coruscant, the Jedi had to course correct. Palpatine was forced to tell the Jedi about Grievous's location by using a clone commander, which would dispatch Kenobi to Utapau. But the issue remained. Firstly, where was Anakin, and how did Palpatine want to go forward with his plans? Obviously, Anakin had to go and vanish off to Naboo, which only annoyed Palpatine. He was furious, actually. It was incredibly hard to use his dream manipulation from across the galaxy, not to mention, what was he going to do about Order 66? Well, Sidious was a brilliant master manipulator, and he planned to play the even longer game. He recognized that he wouldn't necessarily need Skywalker on his side to win, but he couldn't help but consider the possibility of a dynasty of apprentices. He was just given the information he needed. If Padmé was truly pregnant, and they were hiding on Naboo, then he would let them. In a scenario where he properly seduced Skywalker, maybe even turning him against Padmé, then he could have the child and the father, which created a legacy of loyalty that could protect him from the meddling of the Force. It would try and undermine him, because he used the dark side. This could be his opportunity to guard himself from the Force. So while wholesome activities were taking place a galaxy away, the Clone Wars came to an end. The Jedi were able to defeat General Grievous and win across various battlefronts. Each division of clones celebrated, and the Confederacy officially surrendered. Not to mention, the Council would be captured by Kenobi's forces, again thanks to Palpatine's direction. On the outside, this seemed like a really stupid idea, but Palpatine made one counter after another, because he wanted to ensure Skywalker's turn to darkness as well. Anakin was dormant and stationed away from the galaxy. Before he left the capital, he was frustrated with the Jedi Council, meaning those feelings would likely remain with him until something changed, but he wouldn't allow it to come to that. Yet what Palpatine couldn't fully predict was the Jedi move. He knew they were going to do something, but not what they did. After securing victory with several well-known Jedi Masters serving on the front lines of the Outer Rim sieges, they were able to publicly celebrate their victories with their troopers. For Masters like Mundi, they simply commemorated the event, while others would pop bottles of champagne for their men. It was a time of celebration, and Palpatine made sure that the Separatists surrendered. With Maul and the CIS Council captured, there was no need for the war to continue, which Sidious oversaw. In the following week, the Jedi would make a move for the Senate, and suggest that Palpatine step down from his seat for controlling too much of the Republic, without needing to have an individual with such emergency powers in a time of peace. Surprisingly, even to Palpatine, the Republic Senate would accept these terms. Euphoria stretched across the lines of victors. They won, so why not? What difference did it make? The Senate had an unspoken agreement about Palpatine being their wartime leader. With war over, completely over, no need to stand on ceremony. They should focus on economic prosperity, and while many saw Palpatine as a successful chancellor, they needed someone else to take the reins so that the former CIS worlds could join without as much animosity. Though this is exactly what Palpatine wanted. He never thought the Jedi proposal would gain traction, but he did expect the Senate to suggest moving on from him. It wasn't hostile or anything, they just saw the need for economic expansion, and his emergency powers weren't necessarily needed for a time of peace. This action came from the desire to maintain a good relationship with the systems that would be joining their coalition again. This potentially included neutral planets like Mandalore, which the Senate was thirsting over, especially after breaking the treaty and having clones stationed on the system. So, Palpatine celebrated his victory by openly stepping down from his role as Chancellor and openly accepting retirement, though his calculated effort wouldn't be fully realized immediately. Just like his future apprentice, Palpatine planned on taking some much-needed vacation time for himself. Out on Naboo, Padmé and Anakin were still waiting for the child to be born, and in the process they were discussing Palpatine stepping down, including the Jedi who suggested it. Anakin felt like it was a betrayal of the Chancellor, but the family that embraced him planted ideas into his mind. They weren't going to force Anakin's hand in changing his opinion, but they offered an alternative way to seeing his mentor. They all knew how close the two of them were, thanks to Palpatine's interest in him as a child, which, by the way, Padmé's parents found really weird. They respected Anakin's opinion, but gave him the chance to see both sides of the story, and why people like Padmé often opposed the former Chancellor. Anakin was, during this time, able to spend time with his partner outside the villa. It was always beautiful here on Naboo, so of course they'd be outside. The two of them, during a lunch by the beach, would talk about the mission Anakin was assigned to. The Jedi Knight was burdened by it, and he needed to tell someone. Padmé was very understanding of his issues with it, and offered support. She didn't disagree with the Order's decision, but she was glad that Anakin was removed from the situation. It would have made things uncomfortable for Anakin, which even further reinforced her happiness with them removing themselves from the Corps. Something that became abundantly clear in the time they spent together on Naboo is how much they needed to work on themselves. They were always separated, and about to be parents. They had some minor things to work through, and due to their distance they never had the chance to do it. This wasn't even a critique at their current position, because they both agreed to it. They had so much reconnecting to do, and now without distance being a factor, they could evolve their relationship. The Jedi, the Senate, the war weren't bothering them, so they had time to do this. They had their own respective reports to fill out, but it wasn't the worst situation ever because they were working from home. Ahsoka would also visit during this time, because she wanted to personally inform Anakin that she had rejoined the Jedi Order after capturing Maul. She would also be the one to tell him that he would be promoted to the rank of Jedi Master for finishing his mission. What that meant, Ahsoka didn't really know, but the new Jedi Knight would happily leave Naboo, knowing that her master was finally what he always wanted to be, a Jedi Master on the High Council. Though as the days following Palpatine's removal from his seat of power, he started to make connections with Anakin. This started with basic calls to make sure he hadn't done anything to upset his friend. The first step in manipulation is guilt. Now Skywalker was worried that he had made his friend upset or even hurt him, but that wasn't the case, so Palpatine continued with his own manipulation tactics, such as talking about the betrayal of the Jedi and guilting Skywalker quote-unquote unintentionally. Palpatine would say that he was deeply hurt that the Jedi wanted him gone, and he was grateful that Anakin never turned his back on him. The friendship from his young friend was greatly appreciated. The issue for Anakin was that every time he started to slip away from Palpatine, he would wrap his hands back around Anakin and pull him in. Now Skywalker, waiting patiently for the arrival of a potential Luke or a potential Leia, would grapple with ideals. The Nibiris were right, but then Palpatine was a victim. It was a lot to process and a lot to think about. On the galactic level, Palpatine's plans were coming together. Despite winning the war and defeating the Separatists, which also included new systems entering the Republic again, the government and economy were shifting towards a recession. This was because the Senate never considered how important Palpatine was. The former Chancellor, now replaced by another core-bred politician, had control over the entire credit line for the Republic. This came following the entire situation at Scipio with Rush Clovis. Thanks to the Republic not trusting the banking clans, the power was given to Palpatine, and he never really gave it back. He may have walked away without fighting or standing up for himself, but they didn't have the means to control the credit line that the banking clans, then Palpatine, had so much clear power over. It's because Palpatine was basically running the clans from behind the scenes prior to publicly actually doing it. But there were constant issues springing up for the victorious Republic, aside from the recession. The public was annoyed because the Separatists weren't being treated with any sort of hostility. Despite what the Senate wanted, the public wanted something else, because, like, clones weren't performing martial law. Actually, come to think of it, clones weren't really present on any CIS worlds anyways. They won the war and bounced, which made people unsure if they could trust the government without Palpatine in it. He made the system run on him, and without the anchor, it slowly fell apart, and he just watched from the outside. The recession obviously hurt, but it was the fact that Republic citizens couldn't at least use the former CIS to get their anger out. It wasn't like, oh, the CIS has martial law, so it could be worse. It was more or less the fact that they were all suffering, and now the CIS was sort of in the same boat with them, which just felt wrong to many people. Palpatine played this up until the inflection point. He was watching the people of the Republic for decades, and he knew when they would tick. When the moment came, he utilized a Federation and Union board member. It was a Skakoan with a lot of influence in both now crumbling empires. A coward at heart with no military expertise, which is why he was getting the reins. Palpatine gave this man a way out, and he took it. It came with the cost of betraying the CAS Council and watching all of his friends get locked up. Vulu Vant was his name, and he was promoted to Supreme Commander of the Separatist War Force. These were rebels of the CIS, and they would utilize the Separatist Reserve Military. It hadn't been touched because the Republic didn't know about it, and Palpatine was waiting to get his use out of it. Right before the protests could take over the Republic, shock filled the air across the galaxy, as a Separatist force whooped a Republic fleet. The Senate was working on a clone retirement bill, something Padmé was doing from home, and now the clones had to go back into the galaxy for war. At this point, Padmé and Anakin had been on Naboo for about a month, and she was just about to give birth. As it turns out, being force-choked on a sulfur-based planet isn't healthy for pregnancy. Save the force chokes for non-pregnant activities, you know? She had submitted the proposal and gone into a grueling labor when the Republic was hit. Anakin was left in shock, and his friend Palpatine tried to call him, but he didn't answer. During this whole situation, Palpatine had been in one ear with the Nibiris in the other. It was a constant back and forth that kept spinning Anakin's mind in circles. Not exactly the greatest thing ever. On Coruscant, but also across the core, millions of people took to the streets to protest the restart of the war. It was made abundantly clear that former Separatist systems did not support the attack, but Republic citizens didn't care. It was time for total war, total destruction, and a politician who could promise them that security. They called upon Palpatine to return to the seat of Chancellor. These protests started very quickly, and gained traction even faster. As this happened, the Jedi and the Senate came together to discuss these protests in quiet. The new Chancellor didn't believe they needed to rebuild their government around Palpatine again. They wanted to stop this rebel movement and restructure the government. It had become abundantly clear to members of the Senate in the months since the end of the war that they'd given too much power over to Sheev. He had control over too much, and they struggled to really gain that control back. They'd worked arduously on finally putting the pieces back together, and just days away from finalizing an agreement that would save the economy from a total depression, the rebels struck. Can't you see why Palpatine was waiting so patiently? He wanted everything, not just the role of Emperor. Skywalker was almost in a circle, and now the war was restarting. The people of the Republic were in his pockets. Yet there was an unanticipated change. The Jedi, despite serving with the clones for the last 3 years, would not be joining the war again. There was a quick action from the Jedi Council to the attack made by Supreme Commander Vant. But there were Jedi protests, which started with Ahsoka. She refused to remain in an order that continued to chase battle. Instead, because she recognized that this wasn't a governmental movement, that they needed to focus on humanitarian efforts to shift public opinion on them for being warmongers during the past 3 years. The council truly couldn't disagree with the protests inside of their own temple, so they sided with Ahsoka and her people, and this was communicated to the Chancellor. This domino effect would absolutely land Palpatine back in control over the Republic. The sitting Chancellor could not stand up to Palpatine or the protests, because he didn't have a backbone, ironically just like the Separatist attacker. But without the Jedi in his corner, he would cave immediately to the pressure, and as a result, the Jedi Order frustratedly watched Palpatine rise again. Protests immediately stopped, as people thought that he would rescue them again, and like he did with the Clone War, the Republic would start winning battles without the Jedi. But there was a problem in that. Because the Jedi weren't militarized anymore, their immediate efforts to help rebuild broken systems took blame away from them. People were angry, and as it turns out, they were angry at the system. So Sidious needed another counter to make sure the Jedi were a force to be loathed by the populace. Ahsoka's outspoken position both helped the Jedi, but hurt them too. Luckily, at the moment, despite Palpatine being Supreme Chancellor and balancing the economic situation, the Jedi were still viewed in a semi-positive light. Their commemorations at the end of the official war a month before did a lot of PR work for them. Palpatine returning inadvertently helped boost popularity of the Jedi, because people saw that the combined strength of the Jedi and the Chancellor were necessary for total success, and that pissed Palpatine off more than anything else. Back on Naboo, away from the war and the political squabbling, were a happy set of parents and twins. Instead of just getting a son or a daughter, they were gifted both. This made them incredibly happy, but they also needed to do some remodeling inside of the baby's bedroom. Anakin would handle that, which he enjoyed because he and Rui, Padmé's father, could have some more son and father-in-law bonding time. This included painfully building another set for the other twin. It was all good though, nothing would really take away the euphoria that existed in the air. Anakin at this point was happily considering leaving the Jedi Order. He didn't really have a point to remain a part of it, so why stay? He really saw that there wasn't a ton of value in remaining with the Order. Ahsoka was back, and he was still, technically a counselor, but he didn't feel called to return. The Council had been very accepting of his situation on Naboo. They didn't punish him for doing another mission, they just informed him that a temporary spot would fill in for him until he returned. That would be Depa Billaba, because she and Caleb were back from Kaller. Depa was hoping to get her student away from action for a little anyways, so it all worked out. Because Palpatine hadn't driven a total wedge between Padme and Anakin, he was forced to elongate this conflict. But the issue is, he had to do it without weakening his support, and also making the Jedi again look bad. That was the most impossible part about any of this. He couldn't just get the Jedi to be halted like they were before. It took 3 years of war, and another couple decades of complacency to do that effectively. Grand Inquisitor, or Viola, was a great asset who worked inside the temple, but he was no Tyrannus. The temple guard could be used for another temple bombing, but at this point in the war, it likely wouldn't be seen as an effective use of strength. Instead, he let Viola remove himself from the Order and break Barriss out of prison. They would go to the works and begin training his future Inquisitors. Because Sidious had them with him personally, he would train Viola, and thus the Grand Inquisitor could train Barriss. The issue, though, from what Palpatine could gather, is that Anakin wasn't going to be swayed that easily. This came from one main concern. The Nabaris were constantly whispering in his ears, and surely, as a new father, he would be happier than ever. Palpatine had gotten a few nightmares into his mind, but the love that surrounded Anakin, without the stress of anything else, really kept him grounded. His concerns were limited, and he thrived as a result. Sidious slowly started to regret not pulling Order 66 earlier, but he was patient. The long game worked out before, and it would work again here. He had obviously considered Maul, but there wasn't enough for him to do. The Olam actually freed Maul from his sarcophagus before abandoning the temple, but he died pretty quickly, so nothing really came from it. The next several months would mimic this. Palpatine was able to at the very least maintain a peaceful populace by simply adhering to their requests. Martial law faced former CIS worlds, because these attacks came from formerly CIS military forces. The battles that continued simply broke down the reserve fleet, while Commander Vulu Vant played by Palpatine's rules. The Supreme Chancellor was able to make the Jedi look bad once, but they recovered after clearing up that it was a simple misunderstanding. It was a whole political thing where they were trying to help out people from the former Confederacy. It was spun by the media to make it look like they were trying to stop the martial law, not provide humanitarian relief due to a lockup on supply chains due to the attacks by Vulu Vant. Palpatine's plan worked, it just didn't work all the way, because the Jedi provided evidence that they weren't working against the Republic, they were just helping out people. It was a very hard line to walk, but because the recession was stopped when Palpatine cut the bill to disperse banking clan assets, he was heralded as a hero. However, Vulu Vant, despite being a known coward, started to get impatient. He decided that this game of fake cat and mouse was stupid, and after months of digging, he realized that Palpatine was Sidious, and the whole reason he was doing this was for more economic control or political power in the government. As a result, the figurehead decided to make Palpatine pay. He would lob a fleet at the Republic and decimate it, killing thousands of clones and civilians in the process. The people weren't pleased with this, and the weak Senate bumbled around, leading Palpatine to make a decision. He crowned himself as Emperor, to a thunderous applause from the people of the Republic. This on Naboo was quite the discussion. Anakin and Padme had been living relatively peacefully. There were some minor disagreements over the months with Palpatine's return, and honestly Anakin was getting sick of standing up for Palpatine, because at this point, it seemed like he did things in spite of the government. Padme was able to, thanks to her maternity leave, explain in great detail what Anakin was missing. It was really easy to discuss this, because as it turns out, twins could create a firestorm of waking you up in the middle of the night, and causing a great noise by doing so. So Anakin and Padme, when they couldn't go back to sleep, would engage in deep political discussions. Padme showed Anakin pre-Palpatine laws and regulations, and post-Federation ones, including some changes made throughout the Clone War. When it came time for Palpatine to become Emperor, Anakin was the first to call it a horrible action. Palpatine, in his mind, betrayed the responsibility of the Republic, and now, as an actual father, Anakin had to think about what Palpatine's rule would do to the galaxy that his children would grow up in. He couldn't let an autocratic leader tear down the establishment of the Republic because of his own desires for power. Anakin, as a result, decided to return to Coruscant to face his former friend in person and for the first time stand up to him verbally. Skywalker has spent the longer part of the last few months perfecting his saber skills. He was a force to be reckoned with, and he decided to threaten someone he had long considered a mentor, because something else had crossed Anakin's mind. He knew the Jedi were skeptical of Palpatine, but for what reason? Now Anakin had looked back at all the times Palpatine called him. Nearly every instance he had a call with Palpatine, he had an argument with his wife shortly after. It was like his friend was deliberately trying to cause a rupture in his marriage, and Anakin couldn't let that happen. When he eventually arrived on Coruscant, he interrupted something very important for his friend. Sidious had course corrected nearly perfectly, and no one had caught on. Sidious was able to convince millions of people to join the future TK Stormtrooper Corps. These were going to replace the clones, and his plan to get rid of the Jedi was with a faulty act made by the clones. See, Palpatine had the chance to prove to the galaxy that taxpayer credits didn't need to go to Clone War veterans. If they say, act it out, then he could can the entire program, and the billions of credits meant to go to it. Therefore, he could create loyalty and gain even more support for the military without the clones. So he planned to execute Order 66, wipe out the Jedi, blame the clones and maybe even the Senate, shut down the CIS rebels, and then create the Stormtrooper Corps. It would be one swift strike after another, and sure, Skywalker was doing whatever, but he could be included in this plan later. So when Anakin walked in the door, Palpatine was actually hailing Commander Fox, and so he had to end his communique. He jumped up, welcoming Anakin back to the capital, and asking him how he was doing. Skywalker wasn't nearly as warm, as he told his former mentor that he wanted to speak to him about his position in the government. It was weird. Palpatine usually wasn't so off guard. Like typically he'd have a response lined up and everything, but he was caught flat-footed, and Anakin caught onto it before Sheev could raise his defenses. The two of them got into an elongated, boring political discussion, in which Palpatine would try and sway Anakin's opinion, so that he'd favor the current position, but it wouldn't work. Anakin eventually got tired of the back and forth, and stood up, igniting his saber. He pointed it at his friend and told him to give up. This had gone too far. The Sith Lord told the boy to point his decadent saber somewhere else, and Skywalker just grinned cockily, telling him to get up and leave. Palpatine did stand up, locking the doors behind Anakin with a twitch of his finger, and then igniting his own saber, as he leapt across the table and Skywalker was forced to defend himself. Their blades collided, and the Jedi Master adequately worked across the room. The training he did couldn't amount to actually fighting, but Skywalker was more graceful than he was back inside the invisible hand. Their blades slammed together, Sidious pressing, but Anakin using his physical strength to dominate Palpatine. Each strike was just as calculated as his attempt to bring Anakin into the darkness, to turn him against his beloved partner. Anakin slashed through a chair and then was thrown into a wall. He rose with exceptional speed and darted to the side, slashing back and cutting up a piece of Palpatine's robes. Sidious knew that if he captured the twins, then he wouldn't have to worry about any threat from the Force stopping him or his plans. However, these thoughts were a little externalized, when Skywalker could sense his children being in danger by the way Palpatine was looking at him. He realized what Palpatine was. After having fought him for a few minutes, it took some time, but Anakin was able to fully internalize what it was that he was fighting. This Sith Lord was trying to rip his family apart, and he couldn't allow that to happen. Their blades connected, and they held each other at arm's length apart, as Skywalker told Palpatine that he trusted him. Sidious scowled, telling the foolish boy that he would have been a much better ally if he hadn't been so headstrong. He would die knowing that his wife would die trying to save his kids. Anakin's sight turned red, and he shoved Palpatine back into the desk, gripping his saber and slamming down. But as he was doing that, he accidentally crushed his own saber in rage. Palpatine was surprised, but he grinned. Anakin was completely defenseless as he stepped back, protecting himself from every strike thrown his way. He batted Palpatine's weapon away from him, and as he did, he gripped his opponent's wrist. Sidious pulled his spare saber out of a nearby vase. Anakin could hear it ding against the side of the chamber before being thrown his way. He leapt up, taking Palpatine square in the jaw before gripping the saber in mid-air and igniting the crimson blade. Anakin raised it to his chest and charged Palpatine. They connected again and again. Sidious tried using Anakin's family to disarm his opponent mentally. but it only made him focus. The rage made him stronger, and his desire to protect his family made him an impossible foe. Anakin grabbed Palpatine's robes and threw him across the room, and sliced through the floor before connecting again. Skywalker punished Palpatine's defenses, using every ounce of his training to beat his smaller opponent. Sidious was able to seize a weakness in Anakin's defense by puncturing Anakin's stomach with a vile strike, but the rage inside of Skywalker did not stop him. He trapped Palpatine's neck against the wall with his bare hand, and in using all of his physical strength, he slowly and painfully crushed Palpatine's windpipe before disarming the dead body and removing the head. Anakin would fall backwards, holding his side as he pulled the saber out of it. He was lucky. The strike wasn't as precise as Maul's was with Qui-Gon. He would survive, but he needed to get medical attention immediately or he wouldn't. Luckily, Ahsoka and Obi-Wan busted down the door after the two Crimson Sabers extinguished. As it turns out, Bail had seen Anakin rush into the Chancellor's office, and figured he'd contact Obi-Wan to see if he knew that Anakin was back, which he didn't know. Kenobi and Ahsoka went to the building to surprise Anakin. When they arrived though, they heard a commotion, which is why they were here. Ahsoka would get Anakin to a medic, and Obi-Wan would conduct a short investigation based on what Anakin said before he was taken away. In the communication device, Obi-Wan would find Vulu Vant's contact information, which would alleviate any concerns for the Jedi and Anakin's actions today. Anakin was protecting the Republic from its Chancellor, because clearly Palpatine was using the rebel movement to gain more power. It would result in another short-term recession, but with a true government and support for said government, the people could patiently wait these things out. Before Vulu Vant made his final move, the Sith would find destruction. Barriss, who hated the way of the Sith, would betray Violam the night after Palpatine's death. The Sith prospect would be killed in his sleep, and Barriss would return to the temple with the information. Expecting to be sent back to jail, she'd be surprised when it was Counselor Anakin Skywalker who suggested she do some community service and return as a knight, like Ahsoka. The Council decided to rally behind Master Skywalker, as this was his first and last official act as a Jedi Master. He would announce his retirement following Barriss's reintroduction into the Order. He'd be open about why, and ask that the Council, Ahsoka, and even Barriss come to visit his family on Naboo for a celebration of life and triumph over the Sith. The Council would accept these terms. They just wanted to see what happened with Vulu Vant before doing so. The Skakawan board member sought revenge against Palpatine because he now knew the truth. But now, the self-deprecating man decided that he would never win this war because he didn't want to fight it anyways, and he cut his losses. He had accepted the status quo because he wanted to kill Palpatine for killing all of his friends, or capturing them. While he couldn't accomplish his own revenge, it was finished. He would never control territory, and he didn't want to, so in fear, he waddled away into the unknown regions, where he would colonize lost worlds and become his own mini-dictator. It made him feel powerful, which means it accomplished everything he set out to do. Eventually, the Jedi Council would be able to join Anakin at the villa for a celebration of life. Yoda would be totally infatuated with the twins, because he could see how happy they made Anakin and Padmé. He jokingly remarked that he wanted to hear about them as they grew up, because while he wanted them to be Jedi, he knew they never would be, which was totally fine. The Jedi were accepting of Anakin's decision, and they were also very happy for him, because his life was the way it needed to be. Plus, he did what the prophecy said. He brought balance to the Force. The Skywalkers would remain on Naboo for the rest of their lives, but the twins would be exposed to everything, from Jedi practices to being the few citizens ever welcomed inside the temple whenever they wanted. The Council almost allowed Anakin to remain a master due to his prowess of walking between light and dark without totally collapsing into the dark side. Mace was the one that suggested that, but Anakin, thankful for the kindness, rejected it, preferring to enjoy his simple life. A man of his talents, living on a villa? That was a good way to go. The twins wouldn't have any other siblings, but they would grow up to be huge public servants. Like the Jedi, they'd be known for humanitarian work. Same would go for Padmé and Anakin. Senator Amidala would be crucial in saving the Republic this second time around, and there would be thousands of more checks and balances on the executive branch to make sure they never let a Palpatine rise again. In the end, Padmé and Anakin would grow their relationship to be stronger than ever before. They, with their big happy family, which included dozens of friends from Jedi to senators, would live out the rest of their lives, shared in peace and in love. Our story begins outside of Grandmaster Yoda's room. Anakin was walking away in disappointment. He was given sound advice the day before, but it wasn't what he wanted to hear. The Grandmaster had lost thousands of friends, mentors, and students over the course of his life. He had come to the conclusion that it wasn't one's burden when someone transcended into the living force. Rather, it should be recognized as a gift to have lived a life at all, and to have lived one until one's end. Sure, even Yoda could conclude that this death that Anakin feared the most was likely unnatural, but one should rejoice in those who transcend into the living force. Skywalker wanted to hear secrets of how to save someone from death, something that Jedi did not do. If it was the will of the Force, then it should be allowed to happen. After hearing the tragedy of the Sith Lord Plagueis and speaking with Yoda, the possibility of saving one from death felt more alluring. Anakin was upset that Yoda couldn't give him an out. To seek knowledge from the Sith was against his personal desires, but if he was pushed to the brink or the edge, then he would do it if it was all he could do. Skywalker had forgotten that Yoda went to Kashyyyk the previous night, and he was going to try and speak with him once more, but he wasn't there. Anakin's face was visibly distraught as he pondered if he really wanted to get advice about the Sith, or from the Sith. Palpatine knew something that the Jedi didn't know, and as he was strolling through the hallways thinking about it, he was intercepted. Obi Wan was walking in his direction, and he called out Anakin's name. Skywalker snapped out of his blind pacing, and he asked Obi Wan what was going on. Kenobi just asked Anakin how he was handling everything, specifically his new mission. There was a momentary pause in Anakin's voice, like he wanted to say something but there were people around so he wouldn't. Obi-Wan tilted his head, suggesting that they speak about this in the solitude of Anakin's room. When they eventually got there, Obi-Wan asked his student if he could try and persuade the council to pull him from the mission. Anakin shrugged his shoulders and slumped down onto his bed. He spoke for the first time since running into his master. He told Obi-Wan that he was having nightmares, and Yoda didn't give him good advice. Obi-Wan was almost in utter disbelief. He had his gripes with Yoda in the past, especially when he was closer to Anakin's age because of the whole training situation, but Yoda always did try his best to understand every Jedi he interacted with. Obi-Wan asked Anakin to elaborate, and he did, telling his side of the story and what Yoda said to him. Kenobi understood immediately what was missing, and he explained to Anakin where Yoda was coming from. Anakin listened, and he saw that Yoda wasn't trying to deny him a chance at saving someone's life. He was guiding Anakin to accepting that not everything can be controlled, that death, no matter how young or old, was inevitable, and despite what we want, it eventually comes. There is no permanence. Anakin was obviously a bit emotional at Obi-Wan saying this, and Kenobi sat down across from his student and asked what was really going on. Anakin asked his master if he could keep a secret. Obi-Wan smiled and told him that he was able to hide his death. Of course he could keep a secret. Perhaps that attempt at a joke would have landed better in any other conversation but here. Anakin told his master that he and Padmé, well, he trailed off and Obi-Wan just said it, they were together. Anakin didn't understand how his master knew this was true. Honestly, how couldn't he tell? They were terrible at the whole secrecy aspect of the relationship. Obi-Wan just said he always knew and he never minded because it made him happy, and at the end of the day, that's all he cared about. Skywalker found this to be really endearing. They had thousands of conversations over the war, and no matter what, Obi-Wan played dumb even though he knew. Wow. It took Anakin a moment to really ingest this information. He regathered his composure and then told Obi-Wan that, well, they were having a child, and he was having nightmares about Padme dying in childbirth. Now Kenobi had to digest this information. He didn't mind that there was a child. He figured the two of them would eventually have one, just not so soon. He leaned back in the chair and rubbed his beard. He asked if anyone else knew. Anakin shook his head. Obi-Wan reminded his student that everything in the Force is in motion. Was he sure that the nightmares could become reality? Anakin reminded Obi-Wan about the dreams he had with his mother before her death. Obi-Wan thought for a moment, and asked Anakin what he wanted the Jedi to do about it. Kenobi put two and two together, and figured that Anakin was upset at Yoda because he wasn't given instructions on how to heal his wife and save her from death. Obi-Wan decided to tread carefully here, knowing how on edge Anakin could become with this topic. He told Anakin that even though he had dreams about it, it didn't mean it would come true. His student told him that it didn't matter. How could he accept that she was just going to die like that? It wouldn't be fair. Obi-Wan reminded his student how unfair life had been during the Clone Wars, but if they tried to redirect the course of everything, they could have lost more men, they could have hurt more civilians, they could have lost themselves in the pursuit of what they were as Jedi. He understood it hurt. Obi-Wan could assure him he understood. Qui-Gon and Satine died in his arms. Neither of them deserved to die when the time called them, but it was how it went. Unfair, sure, but their time was selected in those moments. Anakin wasn't content with just letting fate do that. He expressed that he wanted to stop people from dying. It was the same promise he made to Padmé before the war began. He told her that he would someday learn to save people from death, but preventing death wasn't the Jedi way. To save those from dying was something that couldn't be done without the will of the Force. Obi-Wan tried to reassure Anakin that Padmé likely wouldn't die. As it was, she was 25 and healthy. Anakin didn't trust this logic, but he was tired of Jedi being controlled by the will of the Force. Why don't they take destiny into their own hands and control it for once? Obi-Wan could see his students starting to get upset, and so he tried to steer back into the chorus, but Anakin stood up, walking around his bed, suggesting that if the will of the Force was so right, then why would his mother be taken from him? Obi-Wan asked if he learned something from that incident. Anakin threw out answers that he was weak, that he wasn't strong enough to save her, and that the Tusken Raiders deserved no better fate than to be slaughtered. Obi-Wan didn't know about the massacre, but he assumed Anakin was only speaking in hyperbole. He then asked Anakin if these were facts, or if it was his own perspective of the events that transpired on Tatooine. Perhaps the loss of his mother made him a stronger person at heart. Maybe it taught him to treasure his time with those he loved most. If loss was a choice, no one would ever choose it, but without it, we wouldn't ever evolve. Without it, we would never better ourselves, whether it be the loss of a loved one or losing at something in our interests. Anakin sighed. He turned over to his master and asked if there was some way to save people. Obi-Wan was understandably disheartened by this response. The words he spoke weren't retained, and apparently to Anakin, they were worth nothing. Anakin said that there had to be a way. If Plagueis could figure it out, then how couldn't they? Obi-Wan asked what he meant. Anakin turned back. He said it was nothing. Kenobi asked who Plagueis was, not recognizing the name but noticing its sinister ring. Only Sith had names like that, and Obi-Wan could tell that Anakin was reaching for something, so he asked what it was. Anakin told his master that last night, at the Opera House, Palpatine told him a Sith legend, one about the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise. Ever since Maul showed himself, Obi-Wan did extensive research on the Sith. He learned about their most powerful members and taught himself how to be the perfect counter to 90% of them. Due to his mastery in Form 3, he'd be the perfect opponent to fighting most of their styles. He did this because he assumed that whoever instructed Maul would be a descendant from Bane, as Bane was a descendant from the other ancient Sith. Kenobi never heard the name Plagueis before was the main point of this, meaning he was a Sith from the long line of Sith before Maul, Tyrannus, and Sidious. Obi-Wan asked if he told Palpatine about his nightmares, and Anakin shook his head. Kenobi didn't want to jump to conclusions, but how come Anakin didn't sort this out in his mind? It was like Palpatine wanted to be caught. Obi-Wan didn't accuse Palpatine of anything yet, but he asked about the encounter, and asked where the conversation stemmed from. Anakin just said that Palpatine was prying about the Jedi and their feelings towards him. He then lied and said that he never told Palpatine a thing about the mission he was on. Obi-Wan rubbed his eyes and then looked over to the window, and asked Anakin why he didn't find this Sith legend concerning, and Skywalker kinda shrugged it off, not giving a clear answer, which helped Obi-Wan determine how desperate Anakin had become. Then a thought crossed Obi-Wan's mind, again. Presuming that Palpatine would be behind this, he floated a question, one asking Anakin if he believed if it were possible for the Sith to know about how his mother died. If so, would that Sith give him nightmares because he knew that's what Anakin feared the most? Anakin thought it was a sound idea, but who could that Sith be? He didn't tell many people about the nightmares before his mother died. It was, at most, Padmé, Obi-Wan, and Palpatine. So logically, Padmé was a Sith Lord. No, but what Obi-Wan did was make Anakin come to the conclusion that there was no one who was this close to him. He didn't know how easy or hard it was to put dreams into someone's head, but if Anakin could infer enough to figure out that it wasn't extremely difficult, then it had to be someone close to him. But if Palpatine was a Sith Lord, it meant Anakin couldn't even get the words out of his mouth. Obi-Wan stood up and moved around the room and put his hand on Anakin's shoulder and told him he wasn't alone. They could get through this. They just had to talk about this. While they were speaking, they missed a council session, and because Obi-Wan wasn't present, they dispatched Master Fisto to the Outer Rim. The reason the council knew about Utapau is because Obi-Wan informed Mace of Anakin's information. He expressed that they wouldn't be in the session. Simply put, Anakin told Obi-Wan during their conversation, Obi-Wan transmitted the data to Windu, and Kenobi kept their focus on the conversation at hand rather than going to the council chambers. With Fisto leading the assault on Utapau, the council would adjourn. Instead of Anakin's room, they were still speaking about it. Obi-Wan gave Anakin room to talk it out, because he understood that for Anakin, it was his way with processing things. Plus, There was so much more Anakin knew about his relationship with Palpatine than Obi-Wan did. Anakin remembered every time Palpatine coddled him after the big bad Jedi Masters, rightly, told him no. Every time Palpatine pulled him from a dangerous battlefront, or every time he was a split second short of running into Grievous. All of it was a plan. If Palpatine was the Sith Lord, that also meant he ordered Dooku to have Padme killed multiple times. Obi-Wan watched all the dots connect in Anakin's mind as he spoke aloud. He was getting more and more upset about this. The last 3 years were used as a grooming ground, one where Palpatine could pull Anakin closer to the dark side, and while the Jedi failed enormously throughout these years, they were being pushed away from the quote-unquote voice of reason. Obi-Wan could tell Windu now, but he instead wanted Anakin to make that decision. It gave him a sense of control over the situation, which Obi-Wan knew Anakin needed. But Skywalker was too busy rambling over gibberish. There were no formed words, just misconstrued syllables and annoyed grunts. He didn't understand how he could be so blind. He didn't understand why he stood up for Palpatine and why he consistently gave him the benefit of the doubt. He felt like a fool for it, and then he came back to Obi-Wan and asked what they should do. Obi-Wan told Anakin that this was on him. He didn't want to take control. What did he feel was the best thing for them to do? Anakin said that they should arrest and or kill Palpatine. Kenobi asked if they would do that alone or with assistance. Anakin remembered that Mace needed to know the truth too. He told Obi-Wan that he would inform Mace Windu himself, and they went there. The two would approach Mace Windu, who was currently the only remaining member in the council chambers. He was sitting quietly, thinking. The war was close to its conclusion, and he pondered over the idea of moving away from the Republic, especially in a scenario that Palpatine wasn't who he thought he was. When Anakin and Obi-Wan walked in, they bowed, and Mace informed them that Fisto would be leading the Utapau campaign. Fisto would arrive before his troops to test Grievous in a battle of strength. As a warrior, Grievous wouldn't be able to resist the bait. Fisto's troops would arrive after him, and hopefully they'd be able to squash the Separatist resistance. Regardless, Anakin asked Mace, before going forward, if he had ever heard of Darth Plagueis the Wise. Mace thought for a moment, going over some names he was aware of. He spoke them aloud to himself, saying Kreia, Nihilus, Malgus, but no Plagueis. He kept trying to find a name that ended with an S, but he couldn't find a Sith with the title The Wise. He asked Anakin why he asked, and Skywalker told Mace that Palpatine referred to him as one capable of saving individuals from death. Windu looked at Obi-Wan before his eyes came back to Skywalker. Mace was ready to pounce. If this was a Sith Lord, then they needed to act. The Republic and the Jedi were close to ending the war, and someone who had as much power as Palpatine had could rip out the foundation of democracy and establish an autocracy. Anakin said that Palpatine remarked this Sith Lord as being killed in his sleep. Mace realized that Sidious was right in front of them all along. He killed Plagueis and was giving Anakin false promises. He stood up and told Anakin he did well in reporting this. The Jedi would investigate this immediately. Obi-Wan suggested they stop and wait until Palpatine was in his personal residence. Mace looked over and nodded his head. It wasn't a terrible idea. Plus, they could gather every council member present on Coruscant, which due to Obi-Wan being here, Mace knew included Skywalker. The Jedi would regather. Since Fisto was in hyperspace, they had time to conspire without worrying that they'd be taken out by the Sith. Palpatine wouldn't do that until he had his assurance that Grievous was dealt with. No need to start an empire with the droid general on the loose. Mace was able to send out information to other Jedi and give them a warning from the temple, one that was done quietly. It told every Jedi to remain steadfast. As for the council, they learned the truth. Mace assembled an elite squad with Agan Kolar, Saesee Tiin, Obi-Wan, Shaak Ti, Coleman Kaj, and Anakin. If they arrived and Palpatine was a Sith, they'd likely be challenged with the blade, so Sindralik was also informed about the development to keep the temple safe. Without Grievous being dead yet, they had more time to plan everything out more precisely, and he gave instructions for what would be fulfilled by the other council members. For example, Coleman and Anakin would cover the escape routes, while the other 5 Jedi went in and attacked. When the sun fell on Coruscant, the Jedi quickly gathered up and departed for Palpatine's personal residence on Coruscant. The cover of darkness granted them security. There was no reason for the Senate to know about this unless the Jedi wanted it to be known. They arrived shortly after Palpatine did, and they made their move across the facility. Mace led Obi-Wan, Shaak Ti, Agan, and Saesee into it, while Anakin and Coleman kept watch at the exits. The Sith Lord walked around his abode, feeding off the darkness surrounding him. His home was a lair of the dark arts, filled to the brim with rituals, statues, and artifacts, all of which drawing on the dark side. Palpatine felt the Jedi arrive. He knew they were here, but Anakin wouldn't tell them, would he? Palpatine could feel Skywalker's presence, so perhaps it wasn't as bad as he initially believed it to be. Palpatine was optimistic that this wouldn't result in a duel, but he grabbed 2 lightsabers just to be safe. He wandered through his estate in search for the Jedi, who walked through the main hall. Sidious stood above them, gliding his hand across the railing and asking what he could help them with in these late hours of the night, not even wondering why they were here. The Jedi looked up, and Windu spoke before them all, igniting his lightsaber and telling him that he was under arrest. A small back and forth followed, but Sidious had the advantage. 2 blades ignited, and he launched himself over the railing and slashed his blades towards the Jedi. They fought hastily to defend themselves from the assault. And even though they were seemingly prepared, they didn't act as such. Sidious sliced through them, blasting lightning through Ag and Kolar before throwing Saesee Tiin into a wall. Kenobi moved forward with Shaak Ti and Mace Windu. Their blades were fierce and quick, but Sidious had a counter for each and every move. His 2 lightsabers collided against the Jedi, pushing them off of him. Shaak Ti was thrown into the banister before Obi Wan was kicked in the chest and back into a glass sculpture. Sidious swung his 2 blades at Mace, before spinning around him and slicing through Master Tin, who was on his back feet. Sidious then launched himself at Kenobi. Outside the mansion, Anakin told Master Kaj that they needed to go. They couldn't abandon them. Coleman was very adamant that they didn't need assistance. It was a 5 versus 1. Palpatine wouldn't be any trouble for them. Skywalker closed his eyes and clenched his fist. He could feel. Anakin bursted through the doors, and Coleman followed. Skywalker came in and threw both of his hands forward before Sidious could land a strike against Kenobi. Not a mortal one, but close enough. Skywalker's force push launched Sidious off of his feet and through the air. Anakin and Coleman ran forward, as Shaak Ti and Obi Wan gained their balance and stood with the other Jedi. Mace looked to Skywalker and Kaj without saying a word, but it was a nod of gratitude for not listening to orders. Sidious turned back and hissed. He told Skywalker to throw his lot in with them would be a waste of his potential. Anakin readied his blade, and the other Jedi did. Sidious threw himself across the room with such force it knocked 3 Jedi over. Sidious fended off strikes from Skywalker and Windu, who were quick to remain steadfast. Sidious slashed the ground, shooting sparks up before throwing the 2 Jedi back, and throwing his blade through Coleman's neck before cutting down Shaak Ti. Sidious saw his opportunity to remove 2 more opponents before defending himself from an aggressive strike made by Anakin. He told Skywalker to fuel his anger, let it take over his body and lead him to true power. Anakin realized that Sidious was doing this to take advantage of him, and he held back, just enough for Sidious to sweep his legs out from under him and prepare for a deadly blow. Before it could be landed, Kenobi blocked, and Mace threw his elbow into Sidious's jaw, before soloing him out and sweeping his blade under his lightsabers and striking across his abdomen. Sidious lay on the ground, looking up at the Jedi Master, holding on to what little life he had left. He was still so evil in his final form. Kenobi and Skywalker looked over and listened, after Obi-Wan helped Anakin off the ground. Mace stood defensively as Sidious told them that they would never find victory, they'd never bring balance to the Force, and Skywalker's loved ones would never survive. His only intention was to create as much chaos as possible. Even in his death, all he wanted to do was sow disorder. His head dropped back, and his final breath was laden. The Sith were defeated. The relics around the home, ones being attached to the Sith, let out an ear-piercing howl before being silenced with their shattering and their breaking. It was at this moment that the 3 Jedi realized they were inhibited by the darkness's grip. Sidious lured them into a trap, hoping that he could capitalize off of it. He didn't. Now 4 Council members were dead, because their powers were weakened in the dark aura of the mansion. Mace turned to Obi-Wan and told him to bring Anakin back to the temple, saying it was time, before telling them both that he would deal with all of this. Anakin didn't know what this meant, but Mace Windu had suggested before ever assigning Anakin to the mission that if it was completed, whether Palpatine be a Sith or not, that Anakin should receive a promotion to the rank of Master. At the moment, Mace figured Obi-Wan would like to have the honors of bestowing the title upon his student. Despite the war with the Sith being won, the Clone Wars were not over. Fisto won his duel, but like his previous encounter with the droid general, Grievous escaped. The Separatist Council was captured, due to the clones arriving immediately. Now the hunt for Grievous would be nearly impossible. He had new resources, due to the Separatist Reserve, and the Jedi now had to explain why they failed to capture and destroy Grievous, as well as why they decided to assassinate a public figure like Palpatine. The whole situation was unfavorable, but like Windu said, he would handle it. However, one of his biggest allies wouldn't be able to support him or the Jedi in the Senate. In the days following Palpatine's death and Grievous's escape, Padmé would give a healthy birth, one that Master Skywalker could be present for. But at the same time, Mace Windu and Obi-Wan were holding down the fort, so to say, in the Senate. They were defending their actions and explaining why they were made. Therefore, Windu was also able to make a bargaining within the Senate. Many of the senators close to Palpatine were in favor of Masameda's suggestion, which was activating the clone executive order to wipe out the Jedi. But luckily, Bail Organa stood up for the Jedi. He was one of the most liked senators in the Republic, and his words demanded the attention of his peers. Bail could get away with only so much, so he made a proposition to the Senate. He suggested that Masameda and the secretive executive orders be shared with the entire Senate, and that a new interim chancellor not connected to Palpatine be elected, one that could stand in the middle of both sides, and one that could bring the Republic and the galaxy to peace. However, to address the public's concerns with the Jedi, they would be given 1 full year to end the war. If they weren't capable of it, then they'd be removed from their positions within the Republic, and the full extent of the clone executive orders would be brought down onto them. They all believed the Jedi could get it done, but this was the best he could get for them, and they were very appreciative of it. Mace and Bail's deal would be set into motion, and he would return to the temple for the funeral of the dead masters, the ones who helped bring down the last Sith Lord. Ironically, Mace Windu, after days of dealing with senators and making sure the Republic didn't come after the Order, completely forgot about what Sidious said regarding Anakin's loved ones. He honestly couldn't care less at this point. Anakin proved himself trustworthy, and that at the end of everything was all Mace cared about. He finally had a reason to trust Skywalker. Anakin's last few days were met with confusion, gratitude for the promotion, and of course, fear. He used his new position to scour the archives because he was never needed for the council sessions that never happened. He simply looked and looked and looked, but he found no way to save a life. But he never needed to. He was thankful for Obi-Wan's advice because without it, he would have missed the birth of Luke and Leia. No matter how much of a perfect outcome this was, Anakin had to go back to war. Ahsoka returned with Maul, and he was put into carbon freezing. She did not rejoin the Jedi Order, simply because they were involved in the war that was to follow. However, she did decide to accompany Anakin for the rest of the war, in hopes that she could be an aid in taking down General Grievous, who was still elusive in the Outer Rim. Due to finding the reserves that Dooku had kept hidden for the entirety of the war, Grievous decided a blitz strategy. The strategy was very hands-off for him because he bulked up his main fleet, making it the primary strength of his military. However, Grievous's blitz included a number of kamikaze missions, simply to damage Republic defensive fleets. Most of these missions were semi-successful, but due to the vast number of attacks and how widespread they were, there was no way to pinpoint Grievous's position. He also, because he didn't have Sidious or Dooku on his neck, was able to secure every foundry planet and turn their factories to focus on the construction of commando droids. They were the key to winning this war for him. But Grievous was working against the clock here. The CIS government was half on board with surrendering, while the Separatist Council, that was captured at Utapau, was throwing out locations of Separatist factories to save themselves. Interim Chancellor Ung was leading a committee investigation of the Separatist Council, trying to figure out where they were lying and where they weren't. He kept giving them hollow plea deals because there was no way they'd get out of this without prison. The Separatist leaders had to accept these deals because there was no way they'd make it otherwise. On the battlefront, the Jedi were fighting with everything they had. They employed tactics to counter every Separatist attack. Luckily for them, the Jedi almost won the war before Palpatine died. They had already won major campaigns galaxy-wide. All they needed to do now was find Grievous. Commando squads were out and about looking for him, but they never found a sign. Council members were traveling with these commandos in hope that if they found Grievous, they could kill him. The era of the war was no longer large-scale battles, more so skirmishes to the finish line. The large-scale battles still happened, but only when Grievous's fleet showed itself. All these encounters with Grievous were total victories for him. With the war resurfacing and starting over again, Anakin and Ahsoka got the best part of being paired up again. They missed each other dearly, and even though Anakin wasn't training her, it was a joy to have his sister around again. There would still be skirmishes with droid forces, and losing troopers was never easy for Ahsoka, but they were getting closer and closer to victory, which for them was better to finish the way it started. About 3 months into the deal made with the Jedi in the Senate, Skywalker's fleet was engaged. With the 501st and 332nd present, Anakin would make a daring move to bring Grievous into a brawl. His hope was that he could force Grievous to stay. He split his fleet evenly and allowed Grievous to use a pincer maneuver. Yularen was not pleased with this at all, but he could cool his jets for a hot minute. Anakin wanted to get into that capital ship. He was willing to sacrifice resources to make it happen too. Grievous bit the bait. Anakin's fleet was the largest he'd come across since he started to scourge other Republic forces. Skywalker filled the LAATs and gave all the troopers one specific order: destroy every single escape craft. They were going to trap Grievous on that ship. Yularen and the fleet's orders were to cripple it. Anakin also told the troopers that once they were dropped off, the LAATs were to leave until they won the battle. so this was a volunteer mission only. Luckily, many of these men were ready to end the war on their terms. Ahsoka and Rex then joined Anakin in the plot armor LA-AT, which was invincible, and they departed. The fleet battle was nasty, but Yularen deployed 3 Arquentans to cover the LA-AT assault. The gunships flew right under their bellies as they soaked up damage from the capital ships. Once they got into range, the LA-ATs deployed into the hangar bays of the capital ship. The clones exited quickly, before the gunships dropped out and joined the Arquentans in the retreat. As the space battle unfolded around them, Skywalker and Tano split up. They knew the other could handle a fight with Grievous, if it came to it. They just needed to last for as long as they could until the other one got there. Thanks to the elite work of the 501st and 332nd, the clones were able to quickly disable every single ship in the vessel, while also wiping out battle droids that pursued them. When Grievous finally learned of the attack on his vessel, it was a bit too late. He started to make a retreat from the bridge. The space battle was going poorly, so he needed to run, so that he could pull together the remaining forces he had around the galaxy and turn them on the Republic, before escaping in the exile so he could survive. But as he left the bridge, he was confronted by Skywalker, who was surrounded by clones. Anakin's blade ignited and Grievous looked on in disgust. At long last, finally, the 2 best generals of the war could square off, the fight for victory or death. Grievous ignited 2 blades and lunged across the room. Anakin blocked as quickly as he could, and then he told the men to take control over the bridge. Rex and the boys funneled around Grievous while informing Ahsoka of their location. Anakin spoke with Fisto and Kenobi about their respective encounters with the droid general. He was ready for this. Anakin parried everything that came his way, but even his speed was no defense for Grievous. The droid general came prepared with every move he acquired from over the war. Anakin then switched to Form 1, making him much less aggressive, but his swing started to confuse Grievous's algorithm. The blades crossed each other, and Anakin stepped back, spacing away from the droid general. Ahsoka then ran up from the other side and her blades ignited. Grievous got angry and launched himself at her, but as he did, he was held in place. Anakin used all of his strength to crush General Grievous' circuits, before Ahsoka drove her blade forward, finishing the job. They did it. The war was over. The Jedi could go back to standing side by side with the Republic, and they could go home, finally. Anakin thanked Ahsoka for joining him, and she told him that she couldn't have been happier to finish the war by his side. Anakin thought about going home, to see his best friend Obi-Wan, and his wife, and his daughter, and his son. His son. A beeping could be heard, and Anakin turned over to look for Rex, but the hallways were empty. His eyes moved from side to side, as all the freedom he just felt dissipated. Anakin looked over his left, and then his right, before feeling his lungs compress around him. Before he could begin to realize what it was, he heard a voice come over from in front of him. His eyes opened, and he looked at his reflection. The voice informed Lord Vader that his shuttle was ready for departure. They had just arrived outside the second Death Star. And that, my friends, is our story.